Welcome to 2025, my fellow badass aliens. Okay, I have important news really quick before you go skipping ahead. Listen up. At the time of filming this, I am filming these horoscopes on different days, so I may be wearing different things, but either way, there's going to be a beginning part of it. It's going to be the beginning of one big video that has all the horoscopes in it. So I want to say a few things about 2025 really quick that are going to be true no matter what your rising sign is, what planet you have what in, who you know, etc. They're going to be true for all of us collectively, and you're going to hear me talk about them a lot throughout each horoscope as well, but I'm going to dive a little bit deeper here in the beginning for you really quick, hopefully, about what to expect in 2025, because it is a big deal. It is a big year. You're not just seeing a bunch of hype around it for no reason. 2025 can back up the hype, okay? We are literally entering a new era and closing out another one. It's a really, really big deal, and we're going to be seeing a lot of the themes I'm going to talk about in the beginning here throughout the whole entire year. So this is so important. So basically, before you go skipping ahead to hear what I say about your rising sign, just listen the F up really quick. 2025 is a year of major endings and major new beginnings. It could literally feel like we are leaving old lives behind and starting new ones, or starting to get kind of visions for a whole new life ahead of us that maybe we hadn't even thought of before. What I'm really calling 2025 overall is like the in-between year, because it's going to feel like that. It's going to feel like we are in between something completely new while we are closing out a lot of old stuff. So yes, there are certain like glimmers and themes of a new era forming, but before that can really happen, what I'm really seeing astrologically is there needs to be a closing out first of a ton of old chapters, a ton of past lives, a ton of healing work that needs to be done before we can move forward. It's like the planets are literally saying, yo, before we move on to this new life, or, you know, these new things that you want to step into, we have got to fix the old. We have got to heal the old. We have got to transcend the old. We've got to forgive the old. We've got to let go of the old. Now, that doesn't mean like everything old in your life that's still around. It just means that there are certain things about your life that you could be noticing that it's like, you know, it's time for them to go, but maybe you haven't quite taken action on it yet. 2025 is seriously telling us that before we can begin something new, we must truly close out the old. And so 2025 is about being in between something totally new, a new path, a new life, a new chapter, a new era, while also still dealing with the old and learning how to balance both. So for anybody that's looked at 2025, you've probably been able to notice that the cusp of Pisces and Aries seems to be a huge focus. And that's where I'm getting a lot of this symbology from. That's where I'm getting a lot of this from, because Pisces is the last sign of the zodiac. It is the sign about letting things go, ending old chapters, past lives, healing, transcendence. It is a sign about inner freedom, truly being clean and free on the inside before we can begin again in Aries, which is the start of the zodiac, the sign that starts us in spring, and Pisces is the sign that ends winter. So it's like before we can truly move on to the new, find ourselves again, focus on ourselves, move forward, take charge, pioneer a new path, a new era, a new beginning in our lives, we must be willing to go deep. We must be willing to deal with the waters of Pisces, to truly transcend, forgive, heal, and let go, and surrender whatever we've been holding on to that's been holding us back or keeping us from being able to truly start fresh. So 2025 is a year about finishing major karmic, fated, and spiritual cycles in our lives. We have just so much going on in that Pisces and Aries cusp. We have the node moving from Aries to Pisces. We have Venus retrograding from Aries to Pisces, Mercury retrograding from Aries to Pisces. We have Saturn and Neptune moving from Pisces to Aries. Like, we just have so much going on with Aries and Pisces in 2025. Mars and Venus are both retrograding in the start of the year, right? Like, we start the year with Mars retrograding, and then Venus goes retrograde like right before spring hits, and their retrogrades kind of overlap almost, like right as Mars is finally moving on and moving direct, and we're starting to get an idea of the actions that we want to take moving forward. Now Venus goes retrograde and makes sure that we really truly value, desire, and want whatever it is that we're doing. And what's interesting is they are both, Mars and Venus, starting their retrogrades in fire signs and then moving back to water signs. So again, at fire and water, action versus feeling. individuality versus unity, quickly doing things versus kind of taking your time and going within and reflecting. You know, Venus like starts her retrograde in the sign of Aries, where she is in detriment, and then moves from Aries into Pisces when she's retrograding, which is her sign of exaltation, right? And Mars starts its retrograde in Leo, which, you know, it doesn't have a problem with, and then moves back into Cancer, which is its fall, right? So it's so interesting, the similarities that are coming up here, and this huge focus on fire and water in 2025. You know, I think Venus retrograding in Aries, being in her detriment, is really a sign that we are learning to face controversy, conflict, sharp, edgy things, confrontation, right? With a state of decisiveness and with grace. Then when Venus moves back into Pisces, it's like we release all that and everything becomes one, and we start really feeling creative and unified, and, you know, we're learning lessons of forgiveness and acceptance and true unconditional love. It's like the waters of Pisces kind of wash all those conflicts and sharp edges away, and we learn how to transcend them, forgive and heal and find compassion again, and find our own internal spiritual truth to deal with whatever relationship situations are going on in our lives around that time. Yet it's all going to feel really big and really fated and really karmic and really destined, because the North Node is also going to be in Pisces and Venus is going to be retrograding on it. So these are like really big, fated, destined, spiritual, otherworldly kind of chapters that we are learning to heal, forgive, transcend, let go of, release, you know, unify, bring together, whatever. And then we're going to have Jupiter halfway through the year moving into Cancer, and Jupiter rules Pisces, where the North Node is, right? And so I think that's going to be really beneficial for us really being shown the fated, destined direction that we're headed in, which is so much about healing from the inside out, right? And here's the thing, like, about Aries and Pisces. You know, so many people come to me in my practice and will ask me, and I know I've dealt with this so many times in my own healing journey, but people will come to me and they'll be like, Tani, I don't know what I want. I don't know what I desire. I don't know what my dreams are anymore. And what I always tell them is what I've had to learn. When you're feeling lost, when you don't know what you want, when you don't know what you desire, when you don't know how to move forward or what actions to take next, it's because you don't know who you are in this moment. Right? It's like you have to come back to who you are to then know what you want. And that is what this year is starting to teach us, right? Not only are we in this in-between space of being in between old lives and new lives, you know, in between closing things out versus starting new things, in between, you know, healing the old before we start the new. But we're also really seeing that to truly figure out our wants and our dreams and our desires, we have to get back to ourselves. We have to get back to who we are, right? We have to figure out who we are first and our own sense of individuality. And that's what these Aries lessons are really so much about, right? Like, how do we move forward? How do we lead the way? How do we become the pioneer in our own lives, right? Well, it's about internal harmony, Pisces, right? Being harmonized within, letting go of any past stuff that you're attached to, that you're still hanging on to, right? South Node in Virgo, fixing things, right? If you can fix the way that you're perceiving things, if you can fix the way that you're going about things, right? Then you can truly move on from it, right? If we can release old judgments, old criticisms of ourselves, others, the past, right? Then we can let go and truly forgive and transcend whatever situations that we're dealing with. So I want to keep this short because I really want to get to the horoscopes because I have so many of them to do still. But basically, the first half of the year is crazy. That's where all the new things are starting, but also that in-between space of, you know, clearing out the old, releasing the old, forgiving, healing, all of that. And then the second half of the year is we kind of go back to a lot of different things. Like, we kind of go back to how the year started almost, because all of those big planets that are retrograding or that are moving into new signs are retrograding back into the signs that they were in 2023, 2024, potentially even longer, and in the beginning of the year. And so we're basically kind of revisiting those lessons. It's like the universe, to me, looking at 2025 and all of the shit that's happening, it's like the universe is really, really making sure that we have learned what we've needed to learn in certain areas of our lives before we move on to the new, to brand new chapters. It's going to give us glimpses and previews and maybe some hits of inspiration and some changes to do with new things in our lives, to do with these new chapters. But so we're still releasing so much. We're still learning to let go. We're still learning a new perspective on what all has happened in the past and, you know, all of that. And so we're still really learning how to forgive, heal, transcend. We're still learning how to free ourselves internally, find the spiritual wisdom within before we can go full speed ahead into new changes and a new life and a new direction. And so that is so much what I think 2025 is going to be about. Let me know if that's relating so far, or if you could definitely see a lot of that happening, if you feel like it's already started to kind of happen in your life, or you can already see some of this happening in your life. I know a lot of the readings I've been doing lately, people are going through really big life events, like big crossroads in their lives, and they definitely feel that way, like they are ending massive old chapters, massive old cycles, and starting new, but they're still in this in-between place where they're not completely done with one or completely starting in the other. And so it's just so interesting. There's some really serious karmic shit happening lately. And so anyway, let's go ahead and get started on the horoscope. So if I did this video separately, then we'll just get to your horoscope. If I didn't, then the timestamps will be down below so you can skip to your rising sign. Alrighty, Aries Risings, welcome to your 2025 year ahead horoscope, boo. I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you guys are doing well. If you're watching this before 2025, good luck. If you're watching this once it's already started, let me know how it's hitting. Okay, so first off, Aries, I'm just gonna say, I did take some notes, so I'm reading off of those. And if I'm looking over here, it's because I'm looking at the little chart that I created for 2025 for Aries Rising. So Aries, this year for you, the main themes that I really want you to remember, because they're going to be so huge for you anyway, so you may not even have to, but the main themes I'm seeing for you in the year of 2025 is an internal transformation. So I want you to think like inside out. This is going to be like a spilling my guts out and moving on kind of year, but kind of going back and forth and oscillating back and forth. And when I say spilling my guts out, I don't think it's going to necessarily be completely like that, or I don't think it's going to be like bad necessarily. I mean, not to say that there won't be maybe uncomfortable moments, right? But you're really getting connected to your internal world this year. You are really working on the inside to transform the outside. You're really going within and letting go of all of the old stuff that it has been piling up in your closet, so to say, so you can come back to being you, so you can feel more like you, so you can feel more healthy again, so you can really go through this massive transformation of self. Now, you've been kind of working on these things already, so that's not completely new to this year, but there are other things that are new to this year that we'll go over. But I know that you've already been going through a transformational time, right? Like, I know that last year was probably already very internally transformational for you with Saturn moving through your 12th. And so many 12th house things going on that this year may feel like a psychedelic trip within itself, okay? And I mean, maybe you're kind of exploring that realm as well. I mean, I don't know, who knows, but the whole year could feel pretty psychedelic, honestly. Your main houses that are being activated in some way or another this year by the bigger transits seem to be your 12th, your 1st, your 3rd, your 4th, your 5th, and your 6th, right? And we'll go over, you know, more details on all of that. But basically, you're very focused internally and you're very focused on yourself this year. Okay, so you really are kind of ending old chapters, ending what can feel like past lives, you know, like even visiting parts of your lives that feel like they were a whole different lifetime, or maybe you're actually getting into past lives. I mean, who knows, like, you know, reincarnation or something like that. But you really are ending old cycles, old patterns, old addictions, old habits, old things that have been holding you back from moving forward in your life. I mean, this is the name of the game this year if you are an Aries rising, okay? So you're ending old eras, but you're also getting a massive glimpse at this new chapter, this new era that's also forming that you desire to start in some way. And so a lot of this is going to be forgiving and transcending the past to focus on the new. So you're kind of starting the year off. We're kind of starting the year off with Mars, your ruling planet, so this is a big deal, being retrograde. So the first part of this year may feel like you're still reflecting on this past year, right? So the first part of this year could feel a little bit weird at first because it can feel like you're still reflecting on the past year. Plus your ruling planet Mars is going to be retrograding back into Cancer on January 6th. So like a week after the year starts, Mars is already retrograde as the year starts, but then it's going to be switching signs and moving back into Cancer, where your ruling planet Mars is in fall. So Cancer is basically kind of out of your ruling planet Mars's nature. It doesn't like to be here. They work very differently, right? Cancer is, very, very much about the feels, the emotions, the emotional needs, right? It can deal with dependency and mothering and family, right? Whereas Mars is about being an individuality, like getting shit done, going to work, your drive, your ambition, your passion, confidence, right? It likes to move quickly. It doesn't have time for all these emotional things, right? But this year, especially in the beginning, Aries, you're going to have to make some time for these emotional things, these emotional matters, these emotional bonds, these emotional attachments that are close to your heart or that deal with your family, your home life, your past in some way, shape, or form. This year is really starting out for you with a large focus on water, the element of water, water energy. And these houses for you deal with the past, deal with cycles, deal with family, ancestry, your roots, your 4th and your 12th house. Okay, so there's a lot of revisiting the past here before you can move forward. But this revisiting the past phase, I don't want you to like be too down about it or moan and groan about it because it's important. You can't move forward without taking care of something here. It may feel like you're gearing up for something, right? It may feel like it's a time where you are being led to go within a little bit more, where you are being led to isolate, be a little bit more introverted, and that's okay. Like allow yourself the rest that you need. You're kind of starting this year with Mars retrograde, like I said, and at first it's going to start in Leo. So you're kind of starting this year, ending off last year with this, like being on this journey of being introduced to like what you love, what you desire, what you want again, right? But also dealing with the potential power struggles or certain groups, certain trends, certain social situations or certain friend groups or whatever, certain worldly things that may have felt like they've had power over you in some way, or may have felt kind of out of touch with what your heart truly desires. And so that lesson is going to be coming full circle around April, okay? So are the people you surround yourself with and the groups that you surround yourself with, the social status, the social life that you surround yourself with, is it really aligned? Do they really align with the values and the desires of your heart, the authentic desires of your heart, right? Do they have too much control or power over you? Are these groups or people, etc., friend groups, acquaintances, etc., bound by fear in some way rather than love and passion? This goes to Pluto in your 11th house, right? Because this Mars retrograde has been kind of very involved with Pluto in Aquarius that just moved into Aquarius November 2024 of this past year, and now is chilling in your 11th house for like the next 20 something years. So this is also starting a huge new chapter for you where you are really looking at the world, looking at people, society, the different groups, people, friends, acquaintances, etc. that you belong to, and seeing how it all connects, seeing what you really have truly in common with them, right? If they're really aligned, if there are certain fear-based or toxic-based things that are kind of the glue of the connection, right? Your own fears in terms of society and other people, where you fit in versus where you feel you don't fit in. So yeah, you're starting the year with a lot of these themes. And then also Mars being in your 4th house, starting January 6th, retrograding back in there for a couple months until like the end of February. You're going to be dealing with certain potential past or old conflicts, familial conflicts, family conflicts, issues with childhood, the sharp edges in your home family life, right? Fears or challenges or issues around security, feeling safe, family dynamics, addressing past shit, basically addressing family shit, like things to do with where you come from, your roots, your home life, your hometown, you know, things like that could really be coming up, right? So January alone is a lot of reflecting back, still revisiting some themes from 2024, but it's also somewhat of a preview of what's to come, as a lot of the things happening in January will be coming back around in some way. Okay, so that's how I want you to think of January, right? So as I already went over, we have Mars moving into Cancer January 6th, where it will finish its retrograde. Then we have the nodal shift happening on the 11th, and the nodes for you are moving into your 6th house and your 12th house, Aries. And so this is really crucial because, again, that 12th house, those 12th house Piscean themes I brought up of letting shit go, moving on, revisiting the past, you know, dealing with a lot of spiritual woo-woo stuff as well, healing, transcending the physical, right? Your own spiritual connection, your own soul connection, your own connection to your soul, your own connection to feeling lost in life or where you felt lost in life, and healing those things, healing those patterns, healing addiction, healing where you tend to maybe escape reality. Okay, versus the South Node in Virgo in your 6th house of being overly critical, overly detailed, overly judgmental, overly zoomed in on the small little things of your day-to-day life, your day-to-day health, your day-to-day routines. Now, for some of you, this could be a time where you are learning to be more organized about your physical reality, your day-to-day health, your work life, etc., and where you are also learning to stop escaping reality. For others of you, it could be the opposite, where it's like you need a break, you need a vacation, you need some time off, you need some time to rest and stop obsessing over every little detail of your job or your health or whatever maintenance routines that you're keeping up with, right? So it's like how the internal subconscious world is affecting your external reality, your health, your body, your work, your duties, your task, right? And learning to kind of balance these different lessons, because these are the different lessons you're going to start learning over the whole course of 2025 and even into 2026, right? So these are going to be very important. These are where the eclipses are going to be happening in March and in September. So really letting go of past addictions, past cycles, and really learning a lot of lessons around being more organizational, being more critical and judgmental of your task, focusing on the small things, being in control versus letting go of control are really the two themes here with these areas, okay? So on the 28th, Venus is going to conjunct the North Node in Pisces, and then also the North Node, when the North Node moves into Pisces, it's pretty much also going to conjunct Neptune from the 11th onward until they kind of start separating for the rest of the month. So basically, tons and tons of faded things coming up from your past in that 12th house arena, healing, transcending, forgiving, all those things that I've already named off like 1,000 times now, but also bringing Venus into the mix, which was your 7th house of relationships and your 2nd house of money, income, and finances. So some of these things could be coming up as well, right? Old relationships, old people from the past, faded connections that you're holding on to, faded cycles to do with your relationships, right? Understanding what you desire on a soul level, what you want, right? How to let things go, old attachments go. So February 23rd, we have Mars finally moving direct in Cancer. So after February 23rd, for the next month and a half, you will finally be able to start sorting out and moving forward on those changes and those challenges and those delays that you've been reflecting on and dealing with in your family, home life kind of arena, okay? Your personal life, your private life. You will finally start having more clarity on those things, right? And then we get into March, which is kind of the crazy pivot of a time, okay? Like the March is where everything just gets really, really crazy. And we, we were previewing and reflecting on things in January. And then March is where we really start pivoting. We start moving forward, but also still reflecting, but also changing some things. And there's just a lot going on in March. Okay, so Venus will be retrograde. We'll be going retrograde on March 1st in Aries. And this is your sign, your 1st house. So you will be really reflecting on yourself, your authenticity, the desires of your heart, right? Your relationship to yourself, your body, your appearance, and where those things feel a little bit edgy, out of whack, where you need to harmonize instead of be so confrontational, right? Where you need to be more graceful instead of off to the races to kind of move forward or leap into forward momentum. So then we will have our first lunar eclipse in Virgo on March 14th. And this is a crazy one because the sun will be in Pisces with Neptune around that time. And so you'll be seeing a huge kind of like light bulb moment, plot twist, something really coming to light, spanking you on your ass in terms of what you need to let go of or what is no longer working in terms of your job, your work, your health, your day-to-day routines. And then Mercury will retrograde in your sign as well on the 15th. So you will then also be rethinking how you communicate, how you're moving forward, the decisions that you're making, who you are, what's good for you. We then on the 29th have a partial, or I'm sorry, before the 29th, on the 26th, Venus retrograde will come out of your sign and go back into Pisces in your 12th house. And then you will again see that before you can really come to terms with or really decide what you want and what you desire and what's good for you, you have to first let go of something from the past. You have to first reflect on the past. You have to first heal something, forgive something, let go of something. And so that will be kind of what starts around the 26th. And then, like I said, on the 29th, we have the Aries solar eclipse, which is happening, of course, in your first house. And so huge new beginnings happening there, right? Something new that kind of is going to ripple out for most of the rest of the year is happening there. It may not happen exactly on that day, but after that time, when you look back, it'll be clear, okay? And on the 30th of March, we have Neptune moving into your sign after being in Pisces for a long time. Okay, so Neptune will be moving into your sign, dipping in, giving you a preview of what's to come. And this is where you are really transcending and getting a whole new vision of who you are. I mean, this may even literally be you letting go of an old identity. Like you, again, like it's almost like, wow, like you start seeing what you could be or what boundaries or illusions you had up against like who you thought you were, right? Like, and it's like, wow, like you start transcending it. You get this whole new vision of like who you are and what you're capable of and what's possible, what you could do. You start having like more faith in yourself, right? Crazy month in March there. And then we get into April, and April is where we finally start getting a little bit more clarity for the most part. So April 18th, Mars will finally move back into Leo. Again, it's no longer retrograde. It stopped retrograding at the end of February, but it's still been going through Cancer, your 4th house, you know, making the changes, making the decisions, moving forward on what it needs to move forward in your home and family. Then it finally moves into your 5th house, back into your 5th house where it was the very first few days of 2024 or 2025 and the very last month of 2024. So you had started something in this area, you started to realize things, or you started to move forward on some things, or you started to make some changes on some things in terms of what you want, what you desire, like your heart's truest desires, like what you're passionate about, what you love in your life. Getting kind of back to like your inner child and like your gifts and your talents and things like that, right? But then Mars retrograded, and so the inspiration and the motivation started kind of slowly dissolving, and you started kind of reflecting on those things. Then Mars moved into Cancer, and then you started reflecting on a whole different area of your chart. And so really you had to go and fix and address some of these home life things, some of these childhood things, some of these, you know, potential familial conflicts, old conflicts, past challenges, etc. This past edginess or this home family life edginess, before you could really get back to your heart and soul's desires and gifts and the things that you love and the things that really allow you to have fun in your life. And so with Mars moving back into Leo, April 18th, you're finally going to get back to those things. And this is where you finally start moving forward on them. And you finally start making those changes. Then Venus goes direct on April 13th. I said those out of order, but it's fine. Venus goes direct on April 13th in Pisces again. And so from there, clarity starts forming around the past stuff, the healing stuff, the spiritual stuff that you've been kind of delving into, right? And you start working things out there, harmonizing things there, feeling more aligned in that area of your life. And then on April 30th, Venus moves back into your sign with this fresh new perspective, ready to finally move forward with this fresh new beginning, where she will conjunct Neptune in your sign when she moves in on April 30th. And that is where you really are like seeing the vision for what you desire for yourself, for your life, for what you want. And it's becoming more and more clear, right? And then in May 25th, we have Saturn then moving out of Pisces and moving into your sign. And it will conjunct Neptune basically pretty much right when it moves in as well, because Neptune's still hanging out at the very beginning. And so this is when shit gets real, basically. So there's so many different ways this could play out. I mean, these two planets are just so interesting together because they're just very opposite of each other. And where one could do something, the other could restrict it, you know? So anyway, but I really feel like what I want to say here for you and how I want to interpret this for you if you're an Aries rising is the vision that you're starting to have of who you are, what you could do, your potential, how your life could be. You start wanting to make it real. You start wanting to ground it into reality and start building this vision. But with Saturn being in Aries, you do have to remember Saturn does not like being in your sign. Saturn is in fall in Aries, and so it works differently in your sign and can somewhat work a little bit out of whack in your sign. So you may be wanting to ground this into reality a bit prematurely because, again, Aries energy. Aries likes to go for it, not wait around, but Saturn is teaching you patience. That if you want to ground this into your reality, yes, you may be able to at times take action right away or start on things very quickly, but do they last, right? Do you want to build something that lasts? Do you want to gear up for the long haul? Or do you just want to take quick action and then burn out, right? And so these are a lot of the lessons you're going to be learning with Saturn moving into your sign. In June, we have Jupiter, the great benefic, moving into the sign of Cancer, again, your 4th house. This transit is going to be a lot more exciting and more opportunistic than Mars moving through Cancer, your 4th house, earlier in the year. Jupiter moving into Cancer is basically going to open all the doors that, you know, may have been kind of slammed shut by Mars, right? Or Mars kind of, you know, left things a little prickly in some areas. Jupiter is going to come in and kind of smooth it over, right? And Jupiter being in your 4th house is going to be great for opening doors and opportunities in terms of your home, family, your roots, your ancestry, and real estate, basically. If you're wanting to move, if you're wanting to get a house, if you're wanting to, sell your house, all of that's going to be really, really great for this year. We're going to feel this kind of really good feeling and this really optimistic feeling with your sense of safety, security, and your needs at your home and your foundation being met. It's like you have a positive, more opportunistic time here with Jupiter being in your 4th house. Family matters you may gain a new perspective on, or your family may gain a new perspective on, that kind of brings you back together. So that is going to be a really positive transit. But at first, it is going to be a little bit somewhat difficult because it is going to square Saturn and Neptune in your sign. And so because of that, you could actually be preventing some of these opportunities or some of these open doors, or maybe your partner or someone that you live with or your parents or a family member presents an opportunity for you, but you are kind of like, no, because of the past, or because you're still holding on to the past, or you're still kind of like stuck in what just happened earlier in the year, right? But maybe over time you begin to see that maybe there is, maybe it is an opportunity, or maybe with some changes, it can actually become something bigger, right? Something like that, right? Could happen. Then we move into July. And I know I'm not going over each and every month because I'm just going over the big months, the big players here. So July, we have Uranus moving into Gemini finally on the 7th. And this is very interesting because Gemini is your 3rd house. So this is going to bring a lot of upgrades in the way that you are communicating, the environments that you're in. Again, I could really see you maybe changing locations and therefore changing homes, like, you know, moving to a different town or a different city and really having to get used to something different or new, exciting, you know. I feel like Uranus is bringing in kind of this fresh new environment or energy. It's kind of upgrading your surroundings, your local environment, your local areas, and the environments you belong to. It could really bring in a lot of really new, innovative, creative projects and insights, something to do with communication or writing or speaking, could really come in, new learning endeavors, something like that, or even new exciting trips, that aren't too far. So yeah, that's going to be really interesting, especially with Neptune being in your sign. You could find yourself using media or using the internet or something like that more as well, feeling more creative and wanting to express yourself more creatively. So on the 13th of July, Saturn then goes retrograde. So then there's going to be kind of a reflection period for a couple months of you kind of reflecting back on what you had just learned the last couple months with Saturn dipping into your sign. And then in September, on September 2nd, Saturn retrograde will move back into Pisces, where it was before it came into your sign and where it was all of 2024 and most of 2023. So this is where you really kind of, it starts kind of, there's a sense of normalcy because Saturn's already been moving through your 12th house. So it's like you've already got a pretty good grasp on those lessons. So it's going to feel like, oh, okay, like I recognize this energy. I remember this energy. I remember what to do here, right? So there's going to be something, again, that kind of takes you back into that 12th house energy. It's still going to be there like in the background all year anyway, but with Saturn moving back in there, there's going to be an extra focus on it now. Plus in September, there's an extra focus on it anyway, because we're going to have a lunar eclipse there on the 7th. And so basically you are definitely going to be focused on what are the last things that you need to let go of? What are the last karmic cycles? What are the last things that you've been hanging on to or attached to do with boundaries or a lack of boundaries, with Saturn to do with restriction, or a lack of restriction, to do with like really karmic heavy shit maybe that you've been holding on to or that you were working on previously, to do with isolation, like, being alone, healing, all of that. Like this is really going to be addressed in the beginning of September, that first week, like what needs to be let go of here. It's going to be very, very obvious that week. So then on the 21st, we're going to have the Virgo solar eclipse opposite Saturn in your 6th house, really shining a light on Saturn being back in your 12th, right? And so that's going to be really, really, really interesting. There's a massive new beginning starting here to do with things that you are letting go, lessons that you're learning in terms of your health, work, and day-to-day routines and habits. But also Saturn's glaring at you as you're starting it. So it's like, are you going to do this right this time? Have you learned anything here, right? So that'll be interesting. October, Neptune retrograde will enter back into Pisces as well, October 22nd. And so Neptune will be out of your sign, Saturn will be out of your sign. And by October, again, there's this massive focus again for the rest of the year on the 12th house, going within, inside out, like we talked about. I'm not going to keep going over the themes because I'm sure you're probably like over it too. I've said the Piscean themes like so many times at this point. But yeah, so you'll be really reflecting on what you had just learned, the glimpse you had just gotten on who you are moving forward, how you see yourself, right? And then like, okay, hold on, there's still some things I need to let go of here before I completely start fresh, before I completely step into this new me, this new era, this new life that I'm like creating here, this new chapter, right? Then in November, last but not least, Uranus will retrograde back into Taurus on the 8th and out of your 3rd house. So it'll come back into your 2nd house to finish revolutionizing and upgrading and making changes to your income, finances, etc., where it was at until 2018. You've been getting upgrades there since 2018. So that'll also just feel familiar, like you're kind of revisiting what you were already, working on the last several years. And then November 11th, Jupiter will retrograde in Cancer, but it will stay in Cancer. So then you'll be kind of reflecting on the growth and the expansion that has happened in your home, family, and private life. Okay, and so we basically end the year on this kind of die down where it's like, oh, okay, I recognize this, where it almost feels like 2024, 2023 era again, where it's like, okay, like I remember this, like this feels familiar, right? Like, and so it's kind of like, yes, there'll still be some changes, Jupiter in Cancer, the nodes in Pisces and Virgo still, but, some of the bigger players that, do make this year so game-changing are going back to where they were, in the previous years. And so, there's still some things that we're finishing up. Like I said, this is a very in-between kind of year where we're still finishing and closing out old things and also getting glimpses and inspirations and new visions for something new, right? Something else, like this whole new life that we're creating. So let me know down below, Aries, if you feel like you could see a lot of these things happening, if it feels like, I know like when I, listen to horoscopes, year ahead horoscopes at times, it can feel like I could so see that happening because it's already been a focus, or I've seen kind of signs of it, and so definitely let me know down below if you feel like that's you, and if you would like to get a more personalized reading on your year ahead to really figure out how this year is going to affect you personally based on your own placements in your chart. Definitely book a reading with me down below. They're still on sale, but not for much longer for the holidays. Thank you guys so much for watching this video, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Taurus Risings, welcome to your reading for 2025, your horoscope for the year ahead. For Taurus Risings, took some notes. Okay, so this year for you on a simple note is really about finishing a dream. Finishing an old dream so you can move into a new one. And it's so funny because I just did a year ahead reading for a Taurus Rising, a Taurus Rising client earlier today, and it was so funny because this is exactly what she's going through right now. I'm just realizing. But yeah, so it's putting yourself out there more, finding your people, audience, friend group, social life, etc. But also this year may not look how you expected it to some degree, okay? And we'll kind of go over more of that in a minute. So basically what I'm seeing here for you if you're a Taurus Rising is major new chapters and eras starting to form with career, okay, with Pluto in your 10th, with your goals, also Pluto in your 10th, and your social status with all of the shit happening in Pisces in your 11th house, right? But beyond that, you also have this massive focus on your internal world, right? That you've already been probably feeling throughout 2023 and 2024, this like push inward, this push to be alone, this push to isolate, this push to kind of pull back and focus on you, right? And that's been really important as well. And, something I said and kind of, the breakdown of the year collectively is that this year is so much about finding out who you are internally before you can figure out what you want, right? And before you can craft a new dream for yourself. And so this year is kind of like the start of you crafting a new dream for yourself, crafting new passions, maybe getting back to, old passions, maybe getting back to old hobbies, right? Or releasing old passions, releasing old hobbies, releasing old dreams, but starting to form new ones, right? So it's really this in-between year, I've been calling it, where it's like we are closing out a lot from the past, but also wanting to start something new and learning kind of what that new thing is. But that new thing is going to be exposed to us once we are good internally and in harmony internally. And that's so much what this year is about for you if you're a Taurus Rising. So we really start off the year with Pluto already being in your 10th house of your career, your goals, where you're going in life. And so again, this really probably does feel like a death and rebirth happening of like your future, right? It's like maybe your whole life you've worked towards this like goal or this outlook of your future, this like perception of your future that you wanted to have, and that is changing big time, right? Or there could be monumental changes going on in your career, a lot of things coming out from underneath the surface that you weren't aware of before. Just a lot of shifts, changes, things that maybe were once small are now becoming very big, or things that were once big are now becoming very small in terms of your careers, your long-term goals, the legacy you want to leave behind, your reputation. You could be having power struggles with authority figures, or you could even, through a series of unfortunate events, be placed in a position of power as well, right? But there are a lot of really extreme changes that are going to start taking place within your career, your long-term goals, your legacy, your reputation. Okay, a lot of deep stuff going on there, and a lot of stuff being revealed from the unconscious there. Okay, and because of that, that's going to put a certain pressure on any placements that you have in Leo in your 4th house. Okay, so that's going to be really bringing up potential power struggles, bringing up potential risk, bringing up potential changes or disturbances or shakeups going on there. And so you're really learning how to kind of deal with fear, external fear, like fear that's like out of your control. You're learning how to see a different future. Your vision for your future is really changing to be more aligned with either your path or what you want now or where you're going, right? And so it's like the death of maybe an old chapter, an old career, an old life that you were living, and the start of something new. That may not all completely happen in 2025, but the remnants or the start of it could be happening, or some of you may already be noticing it, right? Now, I'm not saying all of you will change careers, right? Some of you, like I said, it could just be like through a series of unfortunate events happens and you get put in a place of power in your career, or, something like that too, or you're dealing with power struggles with authority figures, it could definitely happen, in different ways for different ones of you. It just depends on your own personal placements in your chart. But the reason I bring this up is because the very start of the year, Mars is like literally January 1st, Mars is opposing Pluto from your 4th house, and Mars is retrograde. So there's a lot of rethinking, reflecting, going back and changing things that you're doing because of some kind of event or some kind of, massive dramatic change in outlook that you now have on your life and your future. It's like now you are going back and revisiting, reflecting, changing old things to do with your home, family, and personal life and what you actually desire there, like what's actually authentic for you there, right? And Mars is going to then retrograde back in Cancer on January 6th, where you are then going to be reflecting on your local environment, and the things around you and the people around you, extended family members, etc. And so that's, this is a place where you could be finding a lot of change starts happening, the first few months of the year. Now, in January, there's so much we have just starting the year in January, but in January as well, the nodes are going to move signs into Pisces and Virgo. So the North Node is going to move out of your 12th house of Aries, where you've been going within or feeling like you need to seclude yourself more, or go like focus on yourself more, or take more breaks, etc. Worry about yourself more, and where you've been kind of learning a lot in terms of karmic lessons with relationships, with work, with health, and with routine. The nodes are finally going to change from those focuses for you and into your 11th and your 5th house. Now, the 11th and the 5th house I always describe as like somebody that, like, if you think about like not the Lord of the Rings, but that's a good example too, but Game of Thrones, right? The guy that wrote Game of Thrones, like when he sat down to start crafting this vision for Game of Thrones, or the idea came into his mind and he started writing the book, that's very 5th house. Like it's working on something you're passionate about, something that you're wanting to bring into the world, something that you're wanting to create and birth into the world, right? Which is why the 5th house also can rule children and creativity and passion and sex and dating and entertainment and fun, because it's all that like fiery creative spark, that creative energy, what you want to create, bring into the world, what feels good, what you want to kind of put your energy into, right? But when he finally wrote the book and he released it into the world, it kind of became the world's at that point. And at that point, that's 11th house, right? It's like when you create something and you put it into the world, then once the world has it, it's like no longer just yours anymore, right? And then like groups start forming around it, and like a fan base starts forming, et cetera, et cetera. And you start making all these different connections and networking, and an audience forms for it. And, and then like there's like people like demanding him that he like finishes the series and like all of that, right? So it's very 5th, 11th house. So with, the North Node moving into the 11th house, there's going to be a big shift, a big push, a big focus for you on 11th house themes, right? Your social life, networking, finding the right people, finding the right like-minded people for maybe something that you're working on or something that you're doing, really, introducing yourself to new people, kind of getting to know new groups of people, organizations, marketing, all of these types of things, career connections, like all of that's going to be really, really big here. Now, the other thing with that is with the North Node moving here and it being Pisces, a lot of these things could surround like creativity, spirituality, healing, something different, or something to do with even like outcasts, you know what I mean? Like really kind of exploring maybe new careers, like helping people. So also with Pluto and Aquarius, that really makes sense as well. And your 10th It's like doing something odd or different, modern, or just outside of the norm in some way for career. But also it could be, you know, your connections as well, right? Like the ancients called the 11th house the house of good spirit. So this really rules over your friends, your alliances, groups, aspirations, hopes, and wishes, right? And this is where Jupiter was in its joy. And luckily you have Pisces in your 11th, which is Jupiter's sign. Okay. So yeah, so this is where you get together with like-minded people and social groups and people that may have the same goals as you or be centered around a similar way of doing something or thinking, you know, emotional support groups, even, you know, stuff like that. Groups online, you know, it doesn't just have to be in person, but this is the connections that you make in the world, either from your career or for your career or for social status in some way, you know, social events, social causes, you know, social issues, communities, you know, all of that kind of thing, right? So this is a huge focus for you, right? But the other thing is the South Node's going to be in Virgo in your 5th house, like I said, and the 5th house is the house of good luck and good fortune. But with the South Node here, you're learning karmic lessons with this, right? And so you're kind of learning karmic lessons to do with creation, you know, fun, pleasure, enjoyment, dating, sexuality, like I said, all these things, right? What you want to create in the world. And with Virgo here, it really makes me think like where you judge yourself or criticize yourself too harshly for your gifts, your talents, your crafts, your hobbies, the things that you're passionate about, where you've been like really holding yourself back or being overly critical or overly judgmental, or where you've kind of been escaping on the other end. If the Pisces North Node, for some of you, this could play out where you're like kind of escaping in other people's arts and other people's worlds and gifts and, you know, kind of in this like fantasy, you know what I mean, about other people, watching other people live the dreams that you want to live, right? And not actually doing the work yourself to focus on what you love and living your own dream, right? It could even be something like that, right? So the Virgo energy in the 5th house is like, where are you not allowing yourself to enjoy life? And where can you use these critical, you know, these critical, judgmental, detail-oriented energies and traits for your passions and for your hobbies and for something really good or for something really creative or for something that, you know, is going to help people or serve people or make a difference, right? Like it doesn't like, yeah, you know, being overly critical or being perfectionistic can hold you back with, you know, your passions and your creativity, but it can also help you. And so it's like learning a balance between letting go of being overly critical, where it's like you're being perfectionistic and nothing's going to work or it needs to be perfect before you put it out into the world. Like learning to balance that with like, okay, where can I use my detail-oriented eyes to improve something, improve my crafts, improve my arts. That's a huge Virgo keyword, improve, right? We can improve it, but it doesn't have to be perfect, right? And, you know, you will find that people may love it, you know, regardless if it's perfect to you or not, right? And so there's a lot here about you getting back in touch with your creativity and you finding different people that either spark that, inspire that relate to that, or that are somehow connected to that in some way. And so that's really, really huge for you if you're a Taurus rising this year. We're going to be having eclipses in these areas of your life. So you're really going to see these themes kind of rippling throughout the year underlying, but you're really going to notice them coming up around eclipse seasons, which are March and September in 2025. So pay attention to those months to really, really see what these karmic fated lessons are kind of trying to show you in your life around those times. I also really wrote down here that you're becoming disillusioned by old chapters, the past, and, you know, kind of things that maybe you used to, old outlooks, old perceptions that you used to have. And that's really going on because, like I said, we're going to have a lot going on in Aries and Pisces. And so Saturn and Neptune are going to be moving out of Pisces and into Aries, your 12th house. And this is going to happen. I think Saturn moves at the end of May and Neptune moves March 30th. So March 30th, Neptune moves into Aries, and then Saturn moves into Aries May 25th. And when Saturn moves in, it'll basically conjunct Neptune. So you'll have like a month or so there with Neptune just in your 12th. So pay attention to that time and see what happens. It's really going to heighten your dream world, your intuition. It's going to really make you potentially want to like go on a spiritual retreat, go inward, really explore spiritual topics and spiritual themes. And then when Saturn moves in, it's then really going to shift up. And there's going to be kind of this paradox and these lessons going back and forth between being realistic versus being very optimistic and rose-colored glasses kind of thing, right? And so I think that there is like Saturn's going to be kind of deconstructing, what Neptune is kind of causing, whatever Neptune is kind of causing an illusion for. But at the same time, it's like learning to kind of hold both polarities, right? And learning to kind of hold like this, like bringing your dreams to life, bringing the things that you want into the real world with Saturn, Neptune, right? I also wrote down new opportunities, open doors, close to home. So I think new opportunities and open doors, like kind of close to where you live locally, that feed your vision and dream for your social status, or connecting with new people, connecting with new types of people. The other thing that I really wanted to talk about here with Saturn and Neptune and Aries as well is the deep soul urge to do something that may be kind of tough or challenging. It like to kind of almost test yourself or challenge yourself, but for a greater purpose, right? And this is so crazy. I was talking to my client about this earlier in her reading, but it just came up. Like it came up because I was relating something to myself and something I desired, and it's like this challenge, you know what I mean? And we were talking about her like potentially like moving away and kind of being alone for a little while. And I was saying, and hello, if you're watching this, you know who you are. But I was kind of saying how like I've been wanting to do that for a while, and that's something that I definitely have planned eventually. And that it's like I've been always wanted to do it because it feels like this soul urge, but it also feels like this incredible challenge that I know is going to like liberate me and be so healing. And that's so Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in the 12th house. And I even wrote it down here, and I totally forgot. I didn't even make that connection on the reading that could also be a Saturn Aries thing, Saturn, Neptune, and Aries thing. But anyway, so deep soul urge to do something tough or challenging, confrontational, or controversial. Also like really figuring out if this new dream, this new beginning, whatever's forming is what you want, right? So that's really, really interesting as well. So with that, let me move back to my transit list here so I can keep track of what I've went over and what I haven't. Moving back, Mars is going to go direct February 23rd. Okay. And then Venus is going to retrograde. I know I'm kind of got out of order here because I didn't have my notes in front of me, but Venus is going to retrograde in Aries in March, right? So the way that I kind of see this is like January, there are major shifts happening, but it's also pretty much like a preview and still like a reflection period. So we're still reflecting a lot, but we're also getting a preview of what's to come in a lot of ways because Venus and Mercury will be moving into their shadow. Venus is going to conjunct the North Node in Pisces. The nodes are changing to Pisces and Virgo, so there's like a lot of like hints on what's coming already in January. But March is where it really gets crazy. Okay. March is where there's massive pivots. So Venus is going to retrograde in Aries on the 1st in your 12th house, where you are really going to be going inward and really, really focusing on Venusian topics, right? Relationships, your relationship with yourself, right? Being in Aries, your relationship to your individuality, your relationship to, confidence, your relationship to decisive action, taking action on things, your relationship to masculinity, right? Your relationships in your life, period, your relationship to your subconscious, worth, value, all of these different types of things, right? So she's going to retrograde first in Aries, and then she's going to move back into Pisces on March 26th. And this is then when she's in Pisces, she's exalted in Pisces, and she's going to very quickly basically be close to conjunct the North Node. And so this is going to be a lot of fated encounters, fated like relationships and connections, I think, that are coming into your life around this time. So really, really pay attention. We just have so much going on in March. Like I said, it's also eclipse season. We're going to have that Virgo lunar eclipse happening in your 5th house. And as always, I'll still be doing new and full moon videos all year. So we'll focus more on the details at that time. But in April, Mars is going to then move into Leo, back into Leo, where it was in December this year of 2024, or last year if you're watching this in 2025. And so you got a glimpse of like things that you wanted to start doing. Like you got this kind of glimpse of like getting reconnected with your confidence and your authenticity, especially in your personal life and your home life and with family matters. But then Mars went retrograde, and now it's like we've been kind of backtracking and needing to reflect on, you know, all of these different things. Mars will finally move back into Leo in April, on April 18th, and you will finally come back to these things and be able to move forward with some of the changes that you wanted to make. April 13th, Venus will go direct, and then April 30th, Venus will re-enter Aries. And so around this time, we'll finally feel like you can start moving forward and clarity is coming in April, and especially by the end of April. So then in May is when we have the Saturn-Neptune, the official Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries in your 12th house, which I already went over that. And then in June, Jupiter will be moving into Cancer on the 9th. And this is really cool because Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. So like I said, I kind of talked about this already too, but a lot of opportunities and open doors locally. Like you may find really cool spots or really cool people or really cool events or really cool, you know, even projects like work opportunities, etc., near you or around you. There may be a lot of really cool things going on with your family, your extended family, siblings, cousins, neighbors, you know, things like that. It's going to be a really good time for like communicating and expressing yourself. And yeah, I mean, Jupiter's exalted in Cancer, so it's going to be feeling good, right? In a way, this summer is going to be very summery. In July, Uranus will move into Gemini and out of Taurus, where it's been for 7 years. So it's been in your first house for 7 years, and it's finally leaving and moving into your second house. Now, and what I wrote down, I did write down some things for this, I believe. Yeah. So you're going to be upgrading and revolutionizing your income. So this may be like, you know, kind of adapting, upgrading, you know, sudden shifts in your income, or learning how to have multiple streams of income, you know, resources, changes in resources, fluctuations in resources, you know, kind of even modernizing your resources in some way. So there's going to be a lot of upgrading there that's going to start happening in your second house of resources and income. So just kind of be looking for that. Uranus is only giving you a preview though for a few months where it will be there. So, yeah, you'll have next year to really get settled with it being there. So then in September is where everything kind of starts going back to where it was. So Saturn will retrograde back into Pisces and out of your 12th house of Aries, and so which will feel familiar. It's where it's already been for, you know, 2023, 2024, and you know the start of this year. So you'll definitely be making sure that you're finishing your lessons in that 11th house place, your Saturnian lessons of groups of people, friend connections, etc. On the 7th, we'll have the Pisces lunar eclipse, September 7th, in your 11th house as well, which is really interesting since Saturn just got back into Pisces a few days before that. And then on the 21st, we have the Virgo solar eclipse. Also really crazy. Like I said, that 5th, 11th house axis is really getting lit up for you. And then in October, we're going to have Neptune retrograding back into Pisces on October 22nd. So then Neptune will move out of your 12th house and back into your 11th house again, completing those lessons that it's been teaching you for several years of, you know, your 11th house of friends, groups, and social situations. Okay. So then in November, Uranus will retrograde back into Taurus on November 8th. And coming back to your sign to make sure that you truly have learned the Uranian lessons of with your identity, with your self, body, appearance, and really finishing that upgrade there once and for all with you. So, okay, so that is basically the major transits of 2025. Let me know down below so far, Taurus Risings, if that's relating, if you could see a lot of these things happening for you in the year to come. That is what I'm seeing for you, Taurus Risings. Let me know down below how this related with you guys. Make sure to send, you know, your friends these horoscopes and tell them to watch and all of that. I love you. Thank you so much for watching. If you watch this full thing, make sure to comment sexy Taurus alien down below. And I will see you guys in my next one. Alrighty, Gemini Risings, welcome to 2025. Boo! I hope you guys are doing well. So we're going to go over your astrology for your year ahead. We're going to go over like the big transits happening in 2025, and then I'm going to leave some of the smaller but still important transits for my future self when I do the new and full moon horoscope. So make sure that you're tuning into those to get more of the mundane, present astrological horoscopes. Okay, so anyways, so what I wrote down for you for the year ahead, Gemini Risings, is I really see major changes in your outlooks and world views. So huge awakenings could be happening here with the way that you view things, your perception, the way that you view the world, your beliefs, right? But also you're working towards a vision or a dream or a goal, even to really bring that into reality. Like you're trying to bring some vision, goal, dream, future into reality in 2025, while potentially letting go of old past stuff that still is lingering, right? That still has been holding you down, or old family stuff, old childhood stuff. And you really want to kind of step into like a new chapter in your life. But first, it's like we have to really get clear on what is aligned internally for your future and for your life and where you're going from here before we can, and kind of letting go of the past before we can move forward, okay? Other big themes I'm noticing for you for the year ahead are safety versus expansion. Safety versus freedom, and expansion versus conserving. Okay, so those are some other topics and themes that you could really notice coming up in 2025. So, okay. So the first thing I kind of have written down here for you is how your beliefs, worldviews, world events, education, or other people's thinking, or trending outlooks, or trending kind of fears in the collective are affecting you and your long-term goals, career, reputation, or future. And the reason I say that is because we start 2025 with Pluto having moved into your ninth house of Aquarius, which happened in November 2024 officially. And the ruler of Aquarius is Saturn, which is going to be in your 10th house for the first few months of the year. And then it's going to move into your 11th house, but then it's going to retrograde back in your 10th house by the end of the year. So it's kind of going between your 10th and 11th house. So that tells me that a lot of these powerful things that are happening with your beliefs, your outlooks, your perspectives, your worldviews, how you view things going on in the world, or the collective fear or trends that are happening, those things are somehow connected to your future, your goals, your career, where you see yourself going, your vision for your future, your legacy, your reputation, etc. I also kind of see this theme here of you potentially wanting to help or bring together like kind of outcast or lost souls, or people that don't quite fit in, like kind of divergent people, right? That don't fit into the social norm in some way, which is also very Aquarian and Pisces, like two things they have in common. I think that Pluto in the ninth, of your belief systems, conditioning, normalized outlooks, the world in general, educational institutions, power struggles, etc. Like, it's really about how these things have control over you with Pluto here, right? Like how these outlooks, how these worldviews, how these world events, things happening in the world, and your kind of bigger outlooks on all of it. How do these things potentially have control over you, or how are they ruling your life in some way? How do they have power over you, right? So it's like, are you getting riled up over other people's beliefs or other people's situations? And it's not saying that you can't feel empathy for them, right? But we really start this year with Mars being in an opposition to Pluto, Mars in your third house being in opposition to Pluto in your ninth house. So this tells me that there's like a part of you that's kind of like, but what about me? Like, what about my own happiness? Like, what about my here and now? Like, my here and now is very different than maybe what's going on in the world, or what's going on with everybody I know, or what's going on with overseas, or what's going on with et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, but like, am I allowed to be happy even though like all these other things are going on, right? Like something like that, or like focusing on things close to home versus focusing on things kind of like far away, or like focusing on things bigger picture versus smaller picture, bigger scale versus smaller scale. Something like that could be kind of going on right as we start the year and ending 2024 as well. So it's like you're learning to balance, to kind of balance between having your own individual opinions and also, you know, the group consensus, basically, right? Standing out versus going with the crowd, right? Being the pioneer and the leader, and facing conflict and doing something edgy or controversial with a lot of this Aries energy that we have this year, and Saturn, the ruler of your ninth house, moving into Aries later this year. So a lot of that's going to be coming up for you in 2025, you know, because like I said, your 9th, 10th, and 11th are all somehow going to be connected this year. Like I said, Mars opposes Pluto in the very beginning of the year. So it's like, does this big outlook, or do these big ideals, or you know, what the crowd is doing, or what everybody else is saying and doing, does that match or align with my own daily life and my own environment, right? And how do I express my own authentic opinion and my own authenticity? Mars will retrograde back into Cancer on January 6th, and this is your second house. So it seems like this issue or these changes that you're making with self-expression and your views, your outlooks, your perspectives, your beliefs, your educational pursuits, travel pursuits, etc., somehow end up tying in or being rooted in certain struggles, conflicts, challenges with safety, needs, and emotional attachments, because that's where the focus starts shifting to once January 6th hits. You're really going to be focused on that Mars and Cancer energy and really addressing any discomfort, any tense emotions around safety, security, emotional overwhelm, motherhood, dependency, you know, things like this. Topics like this could really come back around that time. So then on the 11th, January 11th, we're going to have the nodes shifting into Pisces and Virgo. So they're going to shift out of Aries and Libra, where they've been, you know, since 2023, in your 11th and 5th house, where you've been kind of focusing on your passions, creativity, relationships, dating, entertainment, your heart's desires, versus, you know, your social status, friend groups, taking the lead, being, you know, leading potentially other people in some way, you know, social events, marketing, networking, etc. So the nodes are leaving these areas and then moving into your 10th and 4th house of Pisces and Virgo. So the North Node being in Pisces in your 10th house, again, like I was saying before, what's your vision? What's your vision for your future? What's your dream? What do you want your future to really look like? You know, with Pisces being your 10th house, it's going to be really important that you are delving into some kind of creative career, or some kind of career in service to other people, or healing or helping others in some way. You know, and with so much going on in Pisces this year, especially in the first half of the year, there's going to be so much to do with this. I mean, Venus is going to be moving through Pisces, and going to conjunct with the North Node January 28th, and really bringing in some kind of fated, karmic, destined encounters, relationships, desires to do with, you know, what you want your future to look like, your vision for your future, your dream, your long-term goals, etc. And then on February 23rd, we will have Mars finally moving direct and out of its retrograde, and it will start moving forward in Cancer. So once that happens, and over like the next, you know, little over a month, you'll be finally starting to make sense of these Mars and Cancer things that you've been going through, that you've had to reflect on so intensely, you know, and these conflicts or issues with safety, security, survival, motherhood, dependency, you know, all of that will start becoming very clear, your values here, what changes you need to make, etc. So then in March, and March is like the really crazy curveball pivot month, we have Venus finally going retrograde in the sign of Aries. And she's going to eventually retrograde back into Pisces as well. And so with Venus retrograding in Aries in your 11th house, you are reflecting on your friends, relationships, connections with other people, your dreams, your wants, your wishes in life. And then we have our first eclipse in Virgo. It's a lunar eclipse in March on the 14th. That's going to be a crazy one. Again, kind of bringing up the past, your childhood, karmic ties, things where you are bound or connected to, you know, things from the past, right? Ways that you've criticized yourself, your parents, your family, your past, ways that you've judged those things as well, where you could definitely be trying to improve something here or fix something here. But if you have this like perfectionistic, critical, overly judgmental view on it, it's going to be very hard, right? And those are the things that you're going to notice. So we also are going to have a Mercury retrograde in Aries on March 15th. And this is big since this is your ruling planet. And Mercury will also eventually move back into Pisces. Then we have an Aries solar eclipse, the last one on March 29th, kind of this ending and beginning happening here in the sign of Aries for you. So tons and tons of karmic lessons going on here to do with your past, your home, your family versus your social life, your social status, friends, etc. Then in March, we're going to have Venus retrograding back into Pisces on the 26th. And again, like I said, once Venus retrogrades back into Pisces, she's going to really be focusing on your vision for the future, your long-term goals, your dreams, where you need to be more optimistic, where you need to be more forgiving, where you need to kind of loosen up a little bit, be more creative with your career, right? Reflecting on what you really want, desire, and what's really worth it to you in terms of your career, your future, and even potentially like the future of certain relationships in your life. Then Neptune is going to move into Aries on March 30th, and it's going to enter your 11th house. Neptune has been in your 10th house for a long freaking time, like a long time, several years. Okay. So it's been really teaching you a lot of lessons in terms of your career, your long-term goals, your future. Maybe you got into film or something creative or something healing, social media, like whatever. You've definitely had to learn a lot in terms of idolizing your future, idolizing other people, potentially wearing rose-colored glasses in terms of your future, your dreams, being more optimistic in terms of your future, your dreams. So then Neptune will finally be dipping into Aries for just a little bit, giving you a preview of what's to come, as it then will start teaching you a lot of lessons about the people in your life, your social life, your social status, your connections, your network, friends, alliances, etc. I really feel like for you as a Gemini rising, this could be you pioneering something for a lot of people in some way, or stepping into some kind of leadership role and really learning around some kind of shared vision or shared dream or shared purpose. You know what I mean? I really see that could start forming, or you connecting and collaborating with certain people around some kind of shared vision, shared dream, shared focus. I would say to be very careful of false idols though, falling for kind of people that you perceive as one way and then eventually you realize you were kind of under some kind of spell. Like I would definitely be wary of that. I think those lessons will come more once Neptune officially moves into Aries for good for a while, but still nonetheless, it's coming. So in April, we're going to have Venus finally going direct on April 13th in Pisces again, and then on the 18th, Mars finally moving back into Leo to finish what it started at the end of 2024, where you were starting to become bold again and find your inner sense of confidence in expressing yourself and speaking and, getting busy doing certain things in your local environment, in your community, etc. So that is definitely going to come back around once Mars enters Leo again on April 18th. Okay, and then on April 30th, Venus is going to be moving back into Aries, where she had started something before she went retrograde. So there's a lot of clarity coming in where you're finally moving forward on things that you've been reflecting on or having to go back to or rethink for the first few months of the year. So then in May, we will have Saturn moving into Aries and conjunct Neptune on May 25th. This is going to be really, really interesting as Saturn and Neptune are very different from each other. Neptune's about having no boundaries and Saturn's about having boundaries, right? And so there's kind of this paradoxical relationship going on here between these two in your 11th house. And so I really think that this could be you really saying yes to or being drawn to face some kind of challenge or face some kind of upheaval based again on this like vision, idea, shared dream or shared purpose that you have with other people or a few other people or something around that. I really see you kind of like, oh, what? Like, I want to do this thing even though it's going to be challenging, or you just have this kind of soul urge to like test yourself or challenge yourself. Again, this is very consequential though. And so you do have to be careful because there's going to be a lot with that Aries energy that you want to hop into very quickly or you want to decide on very quickly. Saturn is showing you not only like this vision, or I mean, Neptune's not only showing you this vision, this dream, but Saturn's also showing you that, hey, this could have consequences, or if you jump into it prematurely, there will be consequences in some way, right? And so it's going to be really interesting. It's like you're really trying to bring a vision down to earth and bring it into reality, but there's going to be challenges, but that may also make it seem more worth it in the end to you in some way. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. Not everybody in your life may seem as they appear with Neptune and Saturn in your 11th house of Aries. So just keep that in mind as well. Be careful of cults. Okay. It feels a little culty. Okay. Not saying that will be the case for everyone. And I feel like some of you may be watching this back later and be like, what the hell, you know, like, what I'm in is not a cult, you know, and I'm like, it's groups of people, right? Not every group has to be a cult, but with Pluto in the 9th and this Neptune Saturn conjunction happening in your 11th and the North Node in Pisces, there is this like really joyful, optimistic energy, this new vision happening, but there's also potentially consequential sides to it, right? There also will be challenges to it, right? And that doesn't have to mean it's always going to be bad or that you shouldn't take this path. There is some kind of new beginning that your soul is going to want to go down, right? But I'm just saying, be careful, because not everybody may have the intentions that you think they do, right? Or you may not be clear on your intentions. And so get clear on your intentions and just, you know, don't completely overlook Saturn. Be a little skeptical. Don't completely just have rose-colored glasses on about everything. Okay, so that is what I'm seeing there. So in June 9th, we're going to have Jupiter moving into the sign of Cancer where it is exalted. This is your second house, so this is going to be really good for money and cleaning up and giving you a more optimistic outlook and more opportunities regarding those, you know, insecurities, safety, survival wounds that you were maybe facing with Mars and Cancer earlier in the year, right? And so this is, Jupiter is going to come in here and really make you feel good internally, wealthy internally, which definitely can bring it in the external too, right? But it's going to really make you feel fulfilled from the inside out and show you really how to do that, help you expand from the inside out, financially and with resources, etc. So this is going to be really, really good for that. And Jupiter will be in Cancer for the rest of the year. In July, we are going to have our next really big outer planet transit ingress, which is Uranus. On the 7th, Uranus is going to move into your sign, Gemini. So you're going to get a glimpse for a few months what this is going to be like. You know, Uranus moving into your sign. It's going to feel eccentric, very different. It's going to be a time of really upgrading and revolutionizing yourself, getting hip to the modern ways of things. So it's going to be very interesting. You're going to probably want to change your style, maybe 1,000 times, okay? It's probably going to be a little bit more difficult to make up your mind about things with Uranus, you know, in your sign. There's definitely going to be some erratic, unpredictable shifts going on with you, your identity, your appearance, potentially your body, you know, so it's definitely going to be a time of you really wanting to upgrade, you seeing a lot of different potential paths, different potential like perspectives and perceptions of yourself, you seeing yourself in very, very different, unique, eccentric ways, you know. It's going to be very, very interesting, but also it could make you feel a little bit all over the place or a little bit unstable at times, you know, because just Uranus is a little bit unstable. So there's ups and downs, there's pros and cons, just like there is with everything. I'm just going over all of it, but there is going to be definitely a revolutionizing in your identity. I mean, you're going to be really feeling like, okay, I'm ready to do things different. And that may not happen right in July, you know, but you may start getting hints of that. And in September, Saturn is going to retrograde back into Pisces and leave your 11th house of Aries until 2026. So, you know, and this is just making sure that you have really truly learned the Saturn and Pisces lessons of your 10th house, really checking back up on you and saying, okay, Gemini, like, how's it going over here with this career stuff now that the node is in here and all that, you know, like, have you learned what I taught you? And so you're going to be feeling some familiar energies, some familiar lessons, some familiar themes come back around that time. So it's going to be interesting. So just kind of pay attention, you know, once September hits. And then on the 7th, we're going to have the Pisces lunar eclipse. And on the 21st, the Virgo solar eclipse. I will talk more about those in my new and full moon videos, obviously. But again, this is your 10th and 4th house axis. So this is going to be a lot about those areas of life, which I already went over, and that you're going to be, you know, you're going to be learning those lessons in each of those areas on and off all year. But eclipse time is where it really, really brings them to the surface, right? Career versus home life, public life versus personal life, right? You know, like your job and your public goals versus your home and family, right? Like a lot of that's going to be coming up around that time. And then October 22nd, Neptune's going to retrograde back into Pisces as well. And again, finishing up the lessons it's been teaching you in Pisces for the last several years. numbers. Okay, so it's another one you want to pay attention to. What did May to September teach you? And then what did March to October teach you, right? Like where, and what did you even see from March to May when Neptune first moved in, you know, to your 11th house, right? Did it seem like your dreams were more possible, and, you know, like you could see the potentiality of everything and all of this stuff, or like maybe like the universe like had your back, right? And then when Saturn moves in there, it feels a little bit like, okay, slow down, right? Like you wanted to hurry up and you were feeling on fire, but now it's time to slow down because, you know, something may come up or whatever, right? So just pay attention to those things so you can kind of see what each planet's lesson is and what they're trying to kind of teach you and show you. In November, we will have Uranus retrograding back into Taurus on November 8th. And that is the final transit I have to talk about this year. So Uranus will dip out of your sign after giving you a preview from July till November of what's coming when Uranus, you know, permanently goes into your sign for like the next 7 years. It will retrograde back out in November, move back into your 12th house of Taurus, which you'll be very familiar with. It's been there for a long time. So you'll be like, oh, okay, I remember this. I know this now. This is familiar. I can do this, right? Just reflect on July to November, what happens during that time frame to do with your identity, self, personality, appearance, you know, how you take action in the world, what changes do you see come up, what new ideas there do you see come up. Comment down below, sexy Gemini rising. And I love you, Gemini. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Alrighty, Cancer Risings, welcome to your year ahead horoscope for 2025. I hope you guys had a good 2024, or at least if it was really insane and really crazy and really transformative and maybe even heavy at times, I hope that it all worked out for the better in some way, because 2025 is a lot. As I've said many times, 2025 is really this year of ending massive chapters in our lives and stepping into something potentially totally new. It could feel like we are literally ending one life and starting another one in 2025. So just be prepared for that kind of energy starting in 2025. And, you know, what I really see here for you as a Cancer rising is 2025 seems to be a lot about healing endeavors, healing ventures, new belief systems, going after new spiritual beliefs, maybe traveling, kind of setting yourself free from the mundane, day-to-day, critical, tedious details of your everyday life in some way. It really could see you guys, you know, going to somewhere you've never been before, getting out of your comfort zone, doing something totally new, or embarking on a new journey, or at least closing out old chapters with old healing journeys or old educational and travel journeys, you know. But there's something here where you are definitely going to feel a lot more focused on freedom from the inside out in terms of your beliefs about the world and what you want to bring to the world. You are really focused on your beliefs, your outlook, your worldviews, etc., and how that somehow may tie into your career and your long-term goals and your ambitions for your life and your future. And so in my notes here, because I, you know, wrote some notes for each sign as I was putting together the charts for each sign, I said that the start of your year could feel kind of rough, but it gets better. And that probably came from the Mars retrograde starting January 6, 2025. This may be bringing up some topics or situations or themes that you noticed in September and really in October, and maybe even somewhat in November of 2024. But this can definitely feel like an edgy energy and a little bit out of your nature, as Mars is in fall in your sign. So it's not used to your energy and you're not used to its energy, right? Having to worry about you and take charge and, you know, really fight for the things that you care about and feel this kind of tumultuous, you know, edgy energy, right? And so that can feel a little bit difficult for you in the start of the year, but it will get better. Like I said, this year is also very much about seeing your potential and what you're actually really capable of, which has a lot to do with the 9th and 10th house, which are very much affected this year for you. So you're going to be seeing your future and, you know, what you want for your life from a whole new perspective as the year starts going on and on. You really may start crafting a very new vision for yourself, either out of necessity, since Saturn and Neptune are involved in your 10th house, but also kind of this desire to challenge yourself, this desire to move towards something that may feel really difficult, heavy, unknown, or challenging in some way. I wrote down here, finding meaning and purpose, via travel, educational pursuits, your belief systems, etc. Starting a new era and chapter in your career. Again, potentially getting into some weird, unconventional healing modalities or behind the scenes things with Uranus moving into your 12th house. So that's definitely going to be a weird time and a very different time. I could definitely see you guys getting some really big spiritual insights this year around purpose, the meaning of your life, where your life is headed, where you're going, etc. Okay, so anyway, so starting off the year, we have like I said, Mars retrograding in your first house, back into your first house. It starts retrograding in Leo, which started in December of 2024 or 2024, and which is your second house of finances, your own resources, the things that you own, the things that you have, the things that you lean upon or depend upon. And so there's been a lot changing there, and you've had to find your confidence with matters there. You've had to find ways to step it up there, or you've been dealing with some challenges there as Mars and Pluto oppose each other at the very, very start of the year. But don't let the start of the year completely scare you, because it's not going to be like this the whole year. So if you start the year on a very edgy note, with a lot of financial matters going on, facing a lot of fears financially, a lot of unexpected, unknown, potentially out of your control changes or worries happening financially, just know that you will have the chance to sort this out. And around spring, before the winter is over pretty much, and the whole year will not be focused on this, right? So just kind of keep that in mind. So January is a little bit of a preview though for what's coming in spring. And that's why I said a lot of these things are going to come back around by spring, where you're going to be kind of figuring out the solution by then. But in January, it's more of a preview kind of reflection period, because we have Mars retrograde, we have Venus moving into shadow. So we do have the nodes shifting. So the nodes will shift from Libra and Aries, where they've been for 2023 and 2024, the majority of 2023 and all of 2024, and back into Pisces and Virgo. So, in 2024, you were really, again, focused on career and had a lot of changes and karmic and fated changes kind of coming up to do with your career, your long-term goals, your future, and your home, family, personal life, right? And so with the nodes shifting now from your 10th and your 4th and into your 3rd and your 9th of Virgo and Pisces, this is where you get clear on what you really want. So you may have had some changes in career and home and family, but now you're getting really clear on I've went through and I've seen what I'm capable of in my career, but do I need further learning? Do I need to go back to school or gain more skills or knowledge in this department? Or do I need to figure some things out first and work on my skill set or my creativity, or, practice more at something, right? And I, went through a lot in my home and family life. Now I need to figure out a lot to do with the location, right? Like maybe you finally balanced some things out in home and family, or let go of some attachments with home and family in the past. And now it's like, okay, now I need to change up, my town or my city or my neighborhood, or I need to focus on the actual area that I want to be, right? Something along those lines. So anyway, so those are some of the things that you could be seeing with the nodes moving into Virgo and Pisces. And then on February 23rd, Mars will go direct. So it will no longer be retrograding in your sign. So that first, those first couple months of the year with Mars retrograding in your sign, like I said, it's going to really bring in this kind of these internal changes that need to happen with yourself, your identity, your appearance, your body. It could bring in topics of security and safety in Cancer a lot of the time, motherhood, children, all of these types of things, and how they relate to how you see yourself. Are you a nurturer? Are you a caregiver? Do you take care of other people? Do family members or friends rely on you, right? And so it's really changing these aspects of your identity, or having you, kind of reflect on and make changes to these aspects of your identity for whatever reason, right? Not that any of them are bad or good or anything. It's just these are the topics that you could see coming up, where you are have I just felt safe or attached to this certain part of myself, and now I'm really reflecting on if that's even me, or was I raised to think about myself in this way, and now I'm making changes and that's just not me anymore, right? Something along those lines could be coming up here. You're really making a lot of internal changes to how you react, how you act, how you may appear, the way that you think about yourself, the way that you do things in your life, what you're kind of gearing up your energy to kind of take action on the things that matter most to you and figure out where you want to actually put your energy. And so that's going to be the topic of the first couple months. And I think it's going to be very, it could be somewhat challenging. Like I said, Mars is in fall here, but I think it is going to be in the end very, very, very transformative for you as a Cancer rising. And I think it's going to give you a lot of intuitive insight into yourself and what's coming, as Mars is going to trine Neptune and Venus is going to be in Pisces. And so there is so much on your outlook on yourself and your outlook on your life and the world that is kind of tying into this in some kind of odd or strange way. Now, also wherever you have your moon in your chart, because that's your chart ruler, you want to look. So wherever your moon is in your chart, that house could also be tying into this as well. With that being said, we don't have much going on in February. I mean, we do, but nothing like huge that I want to add in here other than Mars direct. In March, though, we really, really, really have a crazy, crazy, crazy month. Like, this is where things really, really start getting crazy. This is like the crazy pivot, right? Where Venus goes retrograde right as we start March on March 1st. In Aries, so in your 10th house. So when Venus moves into your 10th house in February, you're going to be like trying to, you're going to feel the desire and the want and the yearning for kind of maybe something to do with leadership or stepping up or taking more action in your career or resolving conflicts or, maybe doing something more creative in your career or, doing something with your career or your goals or your long-term future that actually means something to you, or seeing a relationship in your future even, relationships in future could be a theme as well. But when Venus goes retrograde in Aries, you're going to be reflecting on if these things are what you really want and how to actually move forward to achieve them, right? And then Venus is going to go back into Pisces, bringing up some things from January and even somewhat of February of that could have came up around that time. And when Venus retrogrades back into Pisces, it's going to, again, put this massive focus on your 9th house and the North Node in your 9th house and the planets that are still there that just haven't quite moved yet, of Saturn and Neptune. And so this is going to be, again, you really questioning, like, what is my purpose in life? Like, what do I really want to do? What have I wanted to do since I was a child? And it's like you're getting more back to your authenticity and you're getting more clear on yourself and how to put yourself first and how to really stand up for yourself and what you really care about and what you're willing to fight for and take action on. And I think this Venus retrograde is coming in to say, hey, what do you really want? So now that you are clear on these and you've resolved these issues within yourself and you are more clear on who you are, what do you really actually want? What's your purpose? What gives you the most meaning in life? What feels the best for you? Like, what can you do, all hours of the day and like kind of forget about time because it doesn't feel like you've even, you could just keep doing it because it energizes you, right? It's like these are kind of the topics that could be really coming up around March. And then also potentially relationships, long distance relationships, your relationship with other people and how beliefs or morals or values or, perspectives or outlooks are tied into those. That could be another theme here. And on the 14th of March, we have the first eclipse, which is going to be a Virgo lunar eclipse in your 3rd house. So this could be kind of some kind of ending in an old environment or with your environment or, like if you moved, you could be kind of visiting back home for that time or taking a short trip around that time or visiting an old place or a childhood home or, something along those lines. But there could be some kind of major culmination point here that you are really seeing another perspective on, where you are closing out something to do with the past, and so you can move into something with your future. And then on the 15th, Mercury is going to retrograde in Aries, your 10th house as well, and then eventually move back into Pisces as well. So again, we just have this massive focus on your 10th house and your 9th house for the first several months of the year. You getting a lot of lessons here, realizing a lot of things, coming full circle with a lot of things, really figuring out what you want, what you think, what your perspective is on these areas of life so you can get very, very clear here. And then on the 29th, we have a partial solar eclipse in Aries in your 10th house, kind of sparking a new beginning here. Plus Mars, the ruler of that eclipse, will be moving forward at that time in your sign. And so you're really going to be feeling this eclipse on the 29th, even though it's a partial eclipse, but the solar eclipse with Mars in your sign, the ruler of it, it's really going to be impacting you. So this is some kind of big karmic new beginning that's going to ripple out into the next several months that is affecting you and your career, your future, how you see yourself. It's like a brand new beginning is happening here, and you're getting clearer and clearer about what you want, about your beliefs, your purpose, your educational pursuits, your travel pursuits, the things that you actually want out of life that actually give you meaning and purpose, with, you know, Venus still retrograding and Mercury still retrograding. And so that's going to be a really, really crazy time, with, you know, March being eclipse season, a lot of pivots, a lot of going back and retreating and reflecting and figuring out what you actually desire in your life. On the 29th, we're going to have Saturn conjunct the North Node in Pisces. I mean, we're going to be feeling it probably for a little bit before the 29th anyway. So this is you really getting serious about your dreams, about your vision for your life, about what you believe, understanding boundaries versus a lack of boundaries in some way as well. On the 30th, we have Neptune moving from your 9th house, where it has been for a long, long time, like years, you know, I'm pretty sure like at least a decade now, and into your 10th house of Aries. And into your 10th house, this is definitely you starting to craft a whole new era, a whole new chapter, a whole new vision, a whole new dream for yourself and your life. So I think that, you know, partial Aries solar eclipse followed by Neptune moving into Aries the next day, powerful. Powerful, powerful, powerful shit. Again, Saturn conjunct the North Node in Pisces. It's like, holy shit, this might be kind of hard, but this is real and I can do this. And if I can take this seriously, I can make this come true, right? It's like something new and huge is forming around this time. So really pay attention. Then on Venus is going to also retrograde into Pisces. The exact date for that, because I don't think I said, is on the 26th. So Venus starts out in Aries on March 1st, where she goes retrograde, and then she retrogrades back into Pisces on March 26th, where it will be more about your 9th house and your belief systems, travel, education, etc. So then in April is the month where we finally start like kind of moving forward and getting some clarity. It may come in slowly and like bits at a time, but we are finally like moving forward. We're finally out of like all the retrograde madness of Mars retrograde, Venus retrograde, Mercury retrograde, like back to back, like all these inner planets that have been retrograde pretty much since the end of 2024, you know, which we are still in now when I'm filming this. So Venus is going to go direct April 13th. And so by that time, you're going to be getting more and more clear about what you learned in those first few months of the year, and what you need to do, what you desire, what you want, and how to go after it, right? And then Mars is going to move back into Leo, as it's, you know, been done retrograding since February 23rd, but it's still been in your sign until April 18th, where it will move back into Leo and out of your sign. And then by that point, your Mars retrograde lessons will be finally closing and coming to an end. Once Mars finally moves out of your sign and, you know, back into Leo, it's like, okay, like you will finally be feeling more and more like yourself again. You will be finally feeling like you learned a lot of lessons in leadership, taking action, worrying more about yourself, maybe speaking up, setting boundaries, you know, all of these things, learning so much more about who you are and how to handle things and how to react and how to respond and what you want and how to go after what you want. And then with Mars moving back into Leo, then you will be finishing up the lessons with what you value, your resources, what's meaningful to you, what you depend on, what you own, you know, your priorities, right? That's where you really get back into making the changes with those things and building up your confidence, right? And building up your you know, courage with these second house topics, you know, from April 18th onward, right? So on April 30th, Venus will move back into Aries, and you will finally start completing those Venus retrograde lessons as well, where she started retrograding in Aries. So you will finally start getting very clear on how to move after your goals, how to move after your future, what you actually want and desire for your future. And yeah, how to kind of take the lead in that area of life. So in May, the main thing that I want to talk about that we have happening is Saturn will finally move into Aries towards the end of May, and it will conjunct Neptune on May 25th. And so Neptune already moved into Aries at the end of March, on March 30th. So I want you to pay attention between that March 30th in that May 25th window, because that window is giving you a preview of what Neptune is just trying to teach you in your 10th house of Aries. When Saturn moves in, it's going to change the flavor, because Saturn's going to be right there with Neptune, but it's going to be teaching you its own lesson in Aries, right? But Neptune's going to be in Aries for a long time. They're both going to retrograde back into Pisces later this year, so this is just a preview again, but next year they'll both be back in Aries. But Saturn takes, around 3 years to go through a sign, whereas Neptune can take a long time to go through a sign, right? And so it's going to be there for several years. So you need to figure out what Neptune is actually trying to teach you in your 10th house, right? Which is going to have to do a lot with having a new vision, forming a new dream. What are your dreams about your future, about your long-term goals, the legacy that you want to leave behind? You're going to be really looking for and looking to achieve your dreams and take action and take risk and be bold and go after the things that you desire. You're going to have this kind of ideal or this big vision in your mind that you're going to want to take action on and go after, right? But Saturn's going to be there starting May 25th, and it's going to be like, wait, we need to learn lessons around patience. We need to learn lessons around boundaries. We need to learn lessons about not just jumping into things and, being a little bit more discerning about how we move towards these things. And with Neptune and Saturn kind of blended, like I said earlier, there could be this kind of dream or this desire, this kind of soul desire for this challenge, kind of overcoming something or doing something that could be more challenging, but it's going to fulfill you on a soul level in some way, right? So that could be it as well. This could also be a dissolving of a lot of authority figures in your life, or maybe, in your job, your old boss just all of a sudden decides to leave or gets fired or quits or whatever, and now you're getting put into a leadership position. Boom, more responsibility, you know what I mean? Which would be very Saturn in the 10th. So Saturn's trying to teach you the lessons and the responsibilities and the consequences of going after your dreams and, rushing towards them and taking bold action and taking risk and just going for it without thinking. Whereas Neptune's trying to teach you a lot about hey, this is really glamorous and you have a vision for it and you deserve this, boo. Go after it. You can achieve anything, right? Anything is possible, right? All the potential in the world is here, right? And so there's going to be kind of a lot of, lessons starting to be learned there from May 25th onward. But again, pay attention to that March 30th, May 25th time period so you can really get the Neptune lessons. And then once the 25th hits, you'll start seeing the Saturn and Saturn-Neptune lessons kind of coming together. So in June, we have Jupiter moving into your sign. And this is where, things probably start to feel a lot better, and this year starts to feel very different. It could probably even feel like things shift so dramatically around this time that it feels almost like a new year. It feels like your new year really starts. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on and there are a lot of new transits going on, but there's so much retrograde that we're still kind of reflecting or, retreating or trying to figure things out. And so not a lot is super clear those first few months. Things start getting clear in April. And then boom, May, there's this whole new chapter forming and, the focus is really shifting. And then in June, it's okay, I see what I want. I know what I desire now. I have this idea about my purpose, or I know what I want my purpose to be. I know what gives me meaning. I know I'm getting these glimpses of this vision I have for my future and my life. And then Jupiter moves into your sign June 9th. And this is where it's and I have the potential and I have the energy and I can fucking do it. Right? I feel like a lucky bitch. I got this, right? And so Jupiter moving into your sign is going to be really, really beneficial because Jupiter is exalted in your sign as a Cancer. And so this is going to really, really feel holy crap. Okay. I'm good, right? Like a breath of fresh air. It's going to be just easier to kind of have a more optimistic outlook. It's going to be easier to see yourself optimistically. It's going to be easier to kind of, feel more optimistic about your life, your future, and how you go about things, right? Now, Jupiter will square Saturn though, the first week or two that it moves into Cancer in June. So just kind of be aware of that. So it may feel okay, you are getting this new perspective and this new outlook on yourself and your life, but, and somehow you're ready to kind of challenge that towards your career, right? But you're also learning boundaries still. You're learning kind of the lessons between expansion and contraction, right? I will say what I have seen with Jupiter in the first house for people is because there's so much like things just feel easy, right? In the first house, I have seen Jupiter because it's about expansion, and it's in the first house, which deals with the body. I would just say to watch in terms of like if you're not trying to gain weight, then I would just kind of watch for that because I've definitely seen that as a time where I've even heard people say like, you know, oh, I wish I would have done more with Jupiter there. All I did was gain weight, you know, like so. I've seen tons of people say that. I've had tons of readings with people where they've mentioned that to me. So yeah, just be a little bit wary with that if you're not trying to gain weight. If you are, then great. This is a great transit to do that. But I would just be a little bit, you know, just have it, be aware of it, right? Like, because I've definitely seen it happen a lot of times. So anyways, in July, we have Uranus finally moving out of Taurus and into Gemini in your 12th house sector. Now, this is where things could get a little bit weird. It doesn't necessarily mean bad, but could be a little bit weird. On the 7th, when Uranus moves in Gemini, and this is just going to be a preview, it's only going to be in there before, for like a few months, kind of just giving you a little bit of a preview of what's coming. But Uranus and Gemini in your 12th house, you know, the 12th house is about self-undoing. It's about the ways that we work against ourselves without even realizing it. So this can be self-sabotage, bad habits, addictive behaviors, you know, old cycles that we get into that really are not helping us, you know, move forward in our lives, you know, things that we've been putting on the back burner, our subconscious patterns, you know, all of these different types of things. And with your 12th house being Gemini, I've seen with a lot of Cancer risings, this have to do with like mental health or even like the mind in some way, or anxiety, or feeling, you know, just very, not great mentally or in your mindset. And so with Gemini here, this could cause some of those things on the downside, on the negative side. You know, this could cause you to really, you know, this could bring up something like, you know, some kind of mental mindset kind of crisis, because it's what Uranus does is it brings kind of things up unexpectedly and makes things feel unpredictable. But what it's doing is it's trying to liberate us from things, right? It's trying to break us free from things. It's really about freedom. So this could also be on the more positive side. This could lead you to exploring a lot about the mental realm, a lot about mindset, right? Getting into certain mindset practices that are maybe a little bit different or unconventional, a little bit outside of the norm. You know, potentially, again, since there's so much going on in your 9th house, even traveling or going to different faraway places or doing different things like that, that could help with your mindset or some kind of, you know, something that your mindset is causing. So maybe you're not directly thinking it's the mind, but somehow your mind is at the root of it, right? So it's like you could be having anxiety, or you could be like feeling like, you know, like you're having some kind of health problem or body problem, but like you end up realizing, oh, this is coming from my mind, you know what I mean? Like, duh. And then you find that out, and it causes you to really do a lot of, you know, deep diving in terms of your mental realm. And so you can figure out like what is going on, like what's at the core of this issue, so you can kind of liberate yourself. Now, on top of that, it's also just about liberating yourself in general, and really kind of liberating yourself from, you know, the different things that have control over you, whether that be self-sabotaging behavior, whether that be things from the past that you're holding on to, different forms of escapism, isolation, you know, things like this. Like the 12th house really deals with anything that kind of takes us out of our normal everyday life, because it's really about, you know, like think of like meditation. It's like you have to get quiet, you have to focus, or you have to at least let go of your focus, you know, on everything else and the bouncing mind, you know what I mean? It's like liberating yourself from your mind in some way, or liberating yourself mentally in some way around this time. So you could really notice things like that coming up around this time. Yeah, so that is July 7th. And then in September, on September 2nd, Saturn will retrograde out of Pisces and back into, out of Aries and back into Pisces. So out of your 10th and back into your 9th. So again, pay attention from May 25th to September 2nd, what did you learn in that time frame from Saturn? What was Saturn teaching you in that time frame in your 10th house? Because once it moves back into Pisces, it's going to feel familiar again. It's going to feel like 2024, or similar lessons or themes from 2024 are coming up. Not the exact same things, but it's going to feel familiar, like, oh, okay, like I remember this when Saturn moves back into Pisces. And you're going to feel like you are kind of getting one last go around on those lessons of the 9th house that Saturn has been teaching you. Now, the 7th, we have the Pisces lunar eclipse in your 9th house as well. So, right, Saturn moves back into Pisces, retrogrades back into Pisces. A few days later on the 7th, on September 7th, we have the lunar eclipse in Pisces in your 9th house. Definitely a big, big time for traveling, perspective, educational pursuits, your outlook on life, meaning and purpose, adventures that you're going on, pursuits that you've been going on, some kind of full circle moment, culmination, or something being revealed in this area around that time. And then on the 21st, we have the Virgo solar eclipse, which is actually directly opposite Saturn. That'll be in your 3rd house. So some kind of new beginning, starting with location, area, city. Also see themes coming up of siblings, extended family members, neighbors, short travels, communication, learning pursuits, learning new skills, communication, things like that. And then October 22nd, Neptune will then retrograde back into Pisces. So again, from September 2nd to October 22nd, what do you notice in that window? With Saturn leaving Aries and going back into Pisces and leaving Neptune there by itself again, what changes do you notice during that time? Because that will help you differentiate the lessons of Neptune versus Saturn. So yeah, on October 22nd, when Neptune leaves your 10th house and goes back to your 9th house, it's really finishing whatever it's been teaching you in that 9th house area. So this is another great time to be reflecting on, like, what am I really learning here about my vision for my life, and what means something to me in the world, and my purpose, and my educational pursuits or my travel pursuits. Like, what is all this 9th house stuff like really teaching you, and really reflecting on that around that time. So then in November, Uranus will retrograde out of your 12th and back into your 11th in Taurus, again feeling like coming back to kind of familiar energy from 2023, 2024, and onward. Honestly, since 2018, Uranus has been in Taurus. So again, what did you notice from July 7th to November 8th with Uranus in your 12th house? Really pay attention to that window. What is it teaching you in that 12th house arena? Let me know down below, Cancer, if that reading was helpful, if it resonated. I'd love to hear your feedback about all this. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. What is up, my fellow Leo risings, and welcome to your 2025 year ahead horoscope. I hope you guys are doing fabulous. I know 2024 has been a very turbulent year, full of ups and downs. I know it has for me and quite a few other Leo risings that I know or have heard from. We are definitely coming into 2025 probably feeling a little humbled, probably feeling like not knowing, like we don't really know what to expect. And what I can say is we are coming into 2025, and it's going to be a time, the first few months of the year at least, are going to be a time where we are really kind of mustering up the courage to make big changes that we feel are on the horizon. Some of these changes we may already know about because we just know that they're coming, or there's changes that we are now aware that we need to make. And we're also coming into 2025 a little shaken down, got almost kind of scared of our ambition a little bit, or, not as confident as we usually are, or empowered as we usually are. We're coming into 2025 with Pluto and Aquarius in our 7th house, like really showing us the dark underworld of our relationships, basically, right? Things that we need to figure out, things that need to be sorted out, changes that need to be made. This truly is an in-between kind of year where we get sparks and glimmers of a brand new era, a brand new life, a brand new chapter, brand new dreams that could be forming. But we're also very aware that there's still some things lingering. There's still some things lingering in the background. There's still some things left unresolved. There's still some things that are unknown. There's still some things that we need to really heal and let go of that have been confusing us, or that have been holding us back for quite some time. We still got some karmic cycles to deal with. We may have felt like we've come to a pretty massive wake the fuck up, like karmic aha moment in our lives by the end of 2024. So we definitely got some really big pieces of the puzzle by the end of 2024. But we have still got some other things that we need to close out, that we need to figure out. And we need to figure out what we truly, really want and come back to learning how to stand up for that and how to take action on that and how to go for that again and not be scared of our ambition and not be scared to take charge of our lives and scared to take action and scared to make bold moves again in our lives. We just need to be more discerning about them, because I feel like we've made a lot of bold moves over the last few years and we've chased a lot of dreams and went after, we've really revolutionized like our career and we've gotten glimpses of what we're capable of, and we've really worked towards a more sustainable, comfortable, secure future. But there's other things that haven't worked out, or there's other things that have taken our focus, or we haven't been truly able to get our shit together enough to really create the lives that we want to create. This year, number one of the biggest lessons is everyone is a teacher, and you are your biggest teacher. So don't ever be too prideful or boastful to think that everything and everyone around you isn't teaching you something, because it is. And you are the mastermind behind it in some way, some form, whether you want to call it your higher self, your real self, your subconscious self, your authentic self, your soul, has lined up all of your circumstances, your life, the people in your life to teach you these lessons. I mean, even down to a job you have, a boss you hate, a relationship you're in, a toxic relationship you're in, or a relationship you're trying to get out of, or a friendship, or, your pet, like whatever, like all these things are teaching you and showing you about yourself. And so everything and everyone around you is a teacher right now. And that's really part of these ninth house lessons that we've been learning, and that we're going to really start learning in whole new ways coming in 2025. Like I said, you are your biggest teacher. And so remember that with the Aries ninth house energy. Like I said, whether you want to call it your soul or your higher self, whatever, like the answers are always within you. And I feel like a lot of Leo risings have this really strong urge to just, make bold moves in their lives, but bold moves that help us get away from things rather than solve and resolve things. And that's something that we're really going to be reflecting on in the year 2025. The other part of this is serious and big changes in relationships because of that Pluto in our 7th house staring right at us, showing us our shadow sides, showing us the shadow sides of the people in our lives very clearly, showing us what we want and what we don't want. This is going to be a lot of letting go of the past and attachments to rediscover ourselves, a lot of letting go of the past and attachments to rediscover our own sense of authenticity, our own sense of confidence and courage, karmic contracts and relationships, what relationships and people and groups and labels and means of fitting into society have control over us, where we allow our own ego to have control over us as well. Could be a lot of ego deaths in the next several years with Pluto and Aquarius, a lot of kind of seeing the other side of things, seeing where we have, been, again, the mastermind in our lives, where we have set ourselves up and put ourselves in situations that teach us difficult lessons, but, very much needed lessons, valuable lessons, nonetheless. Karmic and fated twists and shifts and finances, purpose, and education are going to be another big part of 2025. Traveling and teaching as well, going on new adventures, really kind of on this search still for our meaning and our purpose in life. Also birthing new visions and outlooks for our lives as well. That's going to be huge. So, like I said, we're still kind of mustering up the courage to make big decisions in our lives. It's like the first part of 2025 can feel like we're really gearing up with something, with Mars retrograding in our sign and then moving back into Cancer on January 6th. We're really going to be entering this year with a lot. And then, like I said, Pluto and Aquarius, major changes in our relationships, topics of issues around depth, deep connections, what we need in terms of our relationships that we're attached to based on survival. Relationships we're attached to or that we've fit into based on societal standards, and how much of that has impacted our view on relationships and the relationships and friendships we get in, power struggles in relationships, and how others control us or how we allow others to control us, toxic attractions or situations. It's going to be doing a lot of deep work in the relationship department. So I also wrote down subconscious, conscious patterns in relationships, the shadow self, projections, and major endings, huge life-changing changes in relationships, seeing our own shadow in others, even meeting powerful people that could change and transform our lives forever, or powerful people coming back from the past that could do that. So we can't really fully move on from the past until we really face the discomfort of whatever this is bringing up in the first few months. So like I said, before we can get out of, get all the way back to our authentic drive, our ambition, moving forward, the changes that we want to make in our lives, going after our goals and our future and our visions, we have to let a lot of shit go and truly heal, truly come to a place of internal fulfillment from the inside out. And that's what this Mars retrograde is kind of teaching us. And so that's what the first part of this year is about. Like I said, Mars is going to retrograde. It's already been retrograding. It retrograded in December of 2024 in our sign. We were starting to feel kind of a sense of like confidence and courage and starting to feel somewhat like ourselves again, focused on our body, our appearance, etc. And then it went retrograde. And it's been also kind of opposing Pluto off and on. And so we have been, again, humbled and having to put our own will, our own desires, our own wants in some way aside for something greater or something more important or something more serious, something more deep or even scary to do with our relationships. And so on January 6th, Mars will retrograde out of our sign and back into the sign of Cancer, which is our 12th house area. And so this is when we really start reconnecting and making changes to our intuition, our spirituality, things that need to change behind the scenes. What I've really noticed with Mars in Cancer when it was in there like September, October, November-ish time frame is I got really, really back into spirituality. I went on like a cleanse. I did like an all natural detox. I really got back into my intuition. My intuition was super, super strong at the time. I really got back into meditation, energy work. All of these things are so, so helpful during this time. So if you were not doing that during that time and you were kind of struggling, it's because you need to figure out the 12th house game here. The 12th house game is not about a bunch of energy moving forward or expending a bunch of energy or exerting a bunch of energy. It is about conserving your energy. And so whether that means allowing yourself to rest more, whether that means doing a lot of internal healing work on yourself, seeing a healer, seeing an energy worker, getting into some kind of spiritual practice, meditation, that new spiritual method or practice you've been wanting to try, but kind of been putting off, like get back to that, or something you used to be into, but you got out of it, but it used to really help, get back into that, right? This is the emotional internal world with it being in Cancer. So it's going to bring up conflicts that have been stirring here that we need to sort out. And I can already tell like the need for this to happen because it felt like something was skipped. Like I got really back into like my spirituality and my intuition was on and popping, and I was like having all these awakenings and having all these crazy things happen to me in my sleep and in my dreams and all of that, which is very 12th house. And then it went into Leo and I just all of a sudden started feeling just like very confident, and I kind of started getting out of all that, and it just like kind of faded just very easily. And my intuition wasn't as strong again. And I was like, okay, whoa, felt like I missed something here. Like something didn't fully integrate. And so Mars is coming back to Cancer, our 12th house, to fully integrate something, to fully release some more things, to fully come back to some more things. So we can get the background and the spiritual realm and the energetic realm and the emotional realm and the subconscious realm of our life in order, because that is where all the shit piles up that keeps the rest of our life in chaos. And so before we can move forward, we need to make sure that we are internally straight. And I'm telling you, when we are not aligned internally, everything in our life feels so much harder. It's so much harder to manifest the things we want. It's so much harder to go after the things we want. So much harder to move forward and go after a goal or whatever, because our internal realm, whether it be our emotions, our mind, our energy, whatever, isn't aligned. It's like there's a part of us that doesn't want it, or that's scared of it, or that doesn't know. And that's the shit that we have to figure out, or else moving forward is going to not work as well. And it's going to be very annoying and frustrating. And there's still a lot of shit that we need to figure out about ourselves and about our energy and what's going on behind the scenes and our subconscious patterns and our old cycles and our vicious circles and like all of that, our addictions, habits, etc., that we need to figure out before we can move forward. So this is why I've been saying in my last couple like horoscope videos at the end of 2024, like, Leo risings are gearing up for something. This is not a time to be wasting a bunch of freaking energy. This is not a time to be putting yourself out there in the spotlight, right? And doing a bunch of things and do more and do more and do more. No, no, this is a time to be chilling, conserving your energy when you can, as much as possible. Do things that feel easy. Do things that feel like that aren't as hard to do. I'm getting over being sick, so I keep having to like clear my throat. But yeah, like this is a time to be easier on yourself, rest. Yes, it's a new year, and yes, people are going to be making the post about going after their dreams and goals. We still need to figure that shit out. Okay, actually most people do. So a lot of the people that are posting that, not saying all of them, some of them maybe, but most of the collective right now is feeling like, I don't fucking know, because there's massive big changes that are happening at the very end of 2024 and right into the beginning of 2025 that are gonna make people take a step back for a second and reevaluate their life with this Mars-Pluto opposition. Okay, so it's just a lot. There's a lot coming, and I think everybody can feel it to some extent. There's this unknown, unpredictable, kind of anxious feeling in the air in the collective. And so, you know, I really don't think too many people know truly what they want. They might have some idea of a material goal, but it probably just, it may not be their true heart's desire. And that's what this Mars in Leo has been kind of showing us. Like, what's your true heart's desire? And we really don't know right now. Like, we have some things in mind and we know what, we know what's important to us, but we have to sort some shit out first, right? That's what Mars is going to do when it retrogrades back into Cancer on January 6th. Mars won't be moving direct until February 23rd, and it won't be back in our first house to kind of help us get clarity and start moving forward and find those answers until like April 18th. So we have until April, first 4 months of the year, right? We're really still kind of figuring out what we want. And any changes that we make from March onward are likely going to be very wonky because Venus is going to retrograde March 1st in Pisces, right? And so that's why I'm saying, like, the first few months of the year, I mean, we could make decisions in January, but again, Mars is still retrograde, and by that time it's in Cancer and in our 12th house. So like I said, we're kind of going to feel a massive slowdown, this massive kind of urge to retreat, where certain changes are going to kind of force us to retreat in some way and slow down and rest more, right? Like, we're going to be making a lot of changes in our internal world. It won't mean we can't like do some things or keep up with our day-to-day responsibilities, but as far as making huge, big, bold changes in our lives, or really new changes that like weren't already in the picture, in the plan, you know what I mean? Like, if like we all of a sudden decide, in January that we want to like buy a house out of nowhere, it's probably not going to be the time to do that right now, right? Like, I would personally wait until April, May, when shit is, really kind of moving forward again, to do anything that's like brand new. The brand new energy is coming, don't worry. But the first 4 months of this year we're reflecting on a lot. We're also letting a lot of shit go, doing a lot of healing work, getting back to a sense of spirituality, getting back to our soul, our energy, and letting a lot of subconscious stuff go. And so anyway, let's get to the actual dates here. So like I said, Mars retrogrades back into Cancer on January 6th. That will be until February 23rd, when Mars goes direct in Cancer, and then it will return to our sign to kind of finish what it started in December, but now with a whole new integrated, fulfilled, kind of feeling on April 18th. January 11th, we have the nodal shift. The north node is going to change from Aries to Pisces, and the south node is going to change from Libra to Virgo. So the north node and the south node have been in our 9th and our 3rd house, showing us a lot in terms of our perspectives, our meaning, what we find meaningful, what we find purposeful, a lot what's going on in our community, in our town, in our local environment versus what's going on in the world, and our world views, and our political views, and our religious views, and our spiritual views. Traveling, education may have been a theme. There's been just a lot of karmic fated stuff here kind of going on. We've learned a lot with education, teaching, learning, coaching, mentorship, all these types of things over the last couple years. Now the nodes are going to be changing to Pisces and Virgo, which is our 8th and our 2nd house, which these houses usually deal with the financial realm, our resources, our wealth, our resources and what we own versus other people's resources, and sharing in some way. With the nodes, I really see this kind of addressing patterns of being kind of frugal and orderly and detail oriented with the south node and Virgo in the 2nd house, especially with our money, our finances, and what we own, addressing patterns of planning and organization with these things as well. And, where to be kind of serious and detail oriented and frugal versus where to be more focused on expansion and, our big kind of dreams and desires for wealth, investments, what's ours versus others, receiving versus giving, healing financial matters. We could find with a lot of these Pisces transits this year, and the North Node being in Pisces in the 8th house, Venus retrograding there, and Neptune being there, a little bit this year, Saturn being there, that potentially old debts or old karmic financial agreements or contracts or obligations, things kind of tying us to other people or institutions, or things that we owe or things that are owed to us, where these things are forgiven, healed, made right, dissolved, harmonized in some way with Venus there. So starting in January, the month of January, and then end of March and into April timeframe is going to be a really good time. If you are owed something and you have not gotten it, to start inquiring about it during that time, or to do what you need to do to get it. If you are trying to get certain debts resolved or trying to work out certain financial matters, these are really good times to do it with Venus being exalted in Pisces and on the North Node. And it's just going to be very karmic fated things. We could find random inheritances, random things that we're receiving coming in really help kind of harmonize the karmic balance in some way, or we could even be in a place where we're finally able to give and pay things off, or give to others that, what we owe in some way. We could be feeling more generous. So yeah, this is, definitely going to be a time where we are really healing financial matters, letting go and resolving things from the past in some way, like I said. Anyway, so that's going to be the nodes. The south node in the 2nd house is going to be a lot of karmic lessons surrounding our finances. We could find that we are learning a lot of karmic lessons there, where we are too perfectionistic, or our thinking is too small around what we own, or our priorities with money, or how we deal with money. We are too detail oriented. I know with my Virgo 2nd house, I have some placements there as well, but I always research anything before I buy it. I will research it, I will read the reviews, all of that, even if it's so affordable, you know what I mean? I'm a frugal person usually with money. But I have noticed that some of the transits through Pisces in the last few years have definitely showed me a different perspective and what the Pisces 8th house is which is very manifesting money, spiritual practices with money, quantum leaps with money, expansion, wealth, all of these dreams coming true and all the potential, you know what I mean? And so we're trying to balance these two things between being very practical and realistic versus being very dreamy and expansion oriented with money, right? Like I said, February 23rd, Mars goes direct in Cancer in our 12th. So from that point forward, Mars will be moving forward. So we will start taking some forward action. We will be able to start expending more of our energy again around that time. Then on March 1st, we have Venus going retrograde in the sign of Aries, and then she will retrograde back into Pisces on March 29th. So with Venus going retrograde first in Aries in our 9th house, we're kind of rediscovering ourselves and what we believe and what we are very passionate about and fired up about when it comes to the world and our lives and our outlooks. This also is going to bring up topics about education and educational pursuits that we're interested in or involved in, or the relationships we have with people in educational positions, mentors, coaches, etc. This could also bring up interest around travel. We're going to be really reflecting with Venus first going retrograde in Aries on our 9th about like what we actually truly want, value, what we truly desire for our lives, like what is the meaning and purpose for our lives, right? Coming back to kind of realizing that we are our own teacher and that also anything and anyone around us can teach us as well. Then once it goes back into Pisces, we are going to be really, reflecting on our finances and our relationships, right? And financial ties and karmic ties within our relationships and how to resolve these things, what we want to take on from others and what we don't, right? What we want for our own future and career as well, because Venus rules our 10th house, right? And so this definitely is going to be a time where we are really reflecting financially and again, coming to some kind of resolve or finding out what we really truly desire and want for our lives financially and for our future, while also kind of letting go, healing, resolving, forgiving past financial matters, relationship matters, etc., that we're tied to in some way, with it being that 8th house sector. So the next big thing that's really happening, like March is just a crazy, crazy month. January is kind of a crazy month, but it's still so much about kind of like reflecting on the last year. We're also gearing up for Venus to go retrograde. So it's like another preview and the node shift. And so that'll be a shift, but we still have already been kind of used to some Pisces energy with Saturn and Neptune being in Pisces, Jupiter, moving through Pisces, a year or so ago. So we've been dealing with a lot of Pisces energy the last few years anyway. So the North Node moving there will definitely feel like a shift. And we'll definitely feel that South Node in Virgo because we haven't had too many big, Virgo transits in a while. So, but other than that, March is when it really, really gets crazy. When Venus retrogrades in Aries on March 1st, I didn't say when it retrograded back in Pisces, I don't think. So it retrogrades back in Pisces on March 29th. Then on March 14th, we have the first eclipse of the year, which is the Virgo lunar eclipse of the year. And this eclipse looks cray-cray. Okay, it is a cray-cray one. Basically, March enters us into eclipse season with a Venus retrograde, a Mercury retrograde. Oh, it's insane, insane. Neptune and Saturn are still all up in there, and Pisces, like, it's a lot. Like, entering into Wonderland, okay? Like, it's a lot. So anyway, but that Virgo lunar eclipse is going to really start showing us what needs to be dissolved, what we need to let go of, what small details, small matters we need to let go of that are holding us back, karmic cycles we have, again, like I said, with being too critical, frugal, overly judgmental with our finances in some way. And then on March 15th, Mercury is going to retrograde. So the day after a Virgo lunar eclipse ruled by Mercury will retrograde. So very interesting. So then Mercury will retrograde in Aries. So then we are still rethinking, reflecting on that Aries 9th house energy of education, our goals, our ambitions in the world, travel, our world views, our spiritual views, our beliefs, the things that we're passionate about, our vision for our lives, etc. And then on March 29th, we have the partial Aries solar eclipse happening. So a new beginning then happening in our 9th house, a very karmic fated new beginning. Last solar eclipse in Aries coming with a handful of like full circle lessons from the nodes, but also letting us know that a brand new chapter is starting here as well. And then the very next day, Neptune moves out of Pisces, where it has been for, I believe, at least a decade now. I forget when Neptune moved into Pisces, but it moves out of Pisces and into Aries. So tons of Aries and Pisces stuff we have this year, a new vision for our future, our beliefs, our outlook on life, what we actually want for our lives, like our meaning and purpose, all of that Neptune is creating and crafting something totally new, giving us a new ideal, a new vision, whole new perspective on life here is coming in, okay, with Neptune. And then also around this time, March 29th to 30th, Venus retrograde, like I said, will go back into Pisces. So much happening here, okay? So much happening here at the end of March, in March in general, but at the end of March. And then in April, we have other things going on, but the big thing I kind of wanted to talk about is just Mars moving back into Leo, which I kind of already went over, so I won't go over that again, but Mars moves back into our first house, completing the lessons I kind of talked about earlier of bringing back that sense of drive, courage, and ambition again, and authenticity to us Leo risings, and we finally get to move forward with this kind of newfound sense of identity and feeling like we have finally lightened our load with it moving out of our 12th and finally feeling more fulfilled. And so on May 25th, the next big transit I want to talk about happens, and that is Saturn moving into Aries, again, our 9th house, and conjunct Neptune in our 9th house. So they're going to retrograde back later in the year, but this is going to be pretty big. I mean, I think that Saturn and Neptune in our 9th house, what I've been really seeing this as is like some kind of like mountain that we want to climb, like some kind of like almost like rough, confrontational, edgy challenge that like we desire to put ourselves through for whatever reason, for some kind of like soul fulfillment or something. You know what I mean? Like I know for me, like the example I've been giving is like I have like this dream, like this soul urge to eventually like just go travel by myself, like, you know, whether it's like in a car, in a van, like I don't really care, right? Like as long as I have a vehicle, just go and figure it out with nothing, you know what I mean? Like pretty much, just because I feel like it would help me find myself, which is very like Aries energy, right? And I feel like I would get to know myself so much, and it just would be very challenging, but also such a beautiful experience. So like something like that, right? Where it's like challenging and edgy, but it's like also this kind of dreamy soul experience that we want to have for like whatever reason. So, I mean, it could also be dissolving our boundaries and certain illusions that we've had with like our outlook and our beliefs on the world views on life. It could also be crafting a whole new vision for our lives and, you know, a new sense of purpose in the world. We could be, you know, like Saturn in the 9th would usually be like maybe, you know, going back to school or getting into some kind of long-term educational pursuit or long-term travel pursuit or making some kind of commitment. But Saturn is in fall in Aries, and so this is the hard part where we have to be careful that we are not jumping into things prematurely before we know for sure, before we're ready, because Aries is so action oriented and so much like just do it, think later. Saturn takes its time and it's very concerning and it has serious consequences, you know? So if we are like just leaping into things or making huge bold moves without really considering the consequences all the time, or at least being prepared or having like a plan B or something for the consequences, then we are going to be learning a lot about that, you know, with this transit. So Saturn and Neptune are kind of showing us that like, hey, there's so many different things with this transit, but like one of the things is like, it could be showing us like, hey, a vision that we have for our lives, or, you know, a dream that we had for teaching, education, mentorship, travel could actually become a real thing. You know what I mean? But there's certain things like it may take a minute, or like there may be delays and setbacks. It's going to be a challenge. So don't sign up for something that you aren't ready to be completely challenged with, that you're not completely in it for the journey, right? Because Saturn is about committing to the long haul. And so it's like we're committing to something that seems very ideal or seems like a dream, but we don't see it clearly just yet with Neptune there, and with Saturn being in fall, kind of corrupting this Neptune and Aries transit. Like there's something that's not right about Saturn in Aries, okay, since it's in fall. So we just have to be wary of this, okay? So on June 9th, we have Jupiter moving into Cancer for the rest of the year, and Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. And again, this is our 12th house sector for us Leo risings. So I'm interested to see how this is going to play out, because I haven't ever had a Jupiter in Cancer transit as long as I've been an astrologer. So I'm interested to see how this is going to play out because Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. So it'll be interesting because Jupiter is exalted here, but it is our 12th house. But I do want to say that that exalted energy will count for something. So yes, we will still have some 12th house energy following us throughout the year, but this time it's not Mars. So whatever hard, challenging internal stuff that we had to go through in the first few months of the year and really work out, whatever kinks we had to unkink, whatever internal conflicts, behind the scene conflicts, spiritual, energetic, emotional, subconscious conflicts that we had to figure out in the first few months of this year, we are getting a new perspective on. And I think Jupiter is going to really kind of free us. So I think Jupiter in Cancer in our 12th is really going to be about healing from the inside out. We may be more interested in our spirituality or intuition, retreats. It may also show us like we may have more personal things going on with like family, motherhood, children, parents, etc. behind the scenes, certain elements of like things that like cycles, healing, integration of things. I'm interested to see how that plays out for us because it is the 12th house, but Jupiter is exalted there. So I feel like it's kind of freeing us from old burdens if we allow it and if we do the work. So on July 7th, we're going to have Uranus moving into Gemini, which is going to be crazy. It's going to be moving out of Taurus finally, where it's been in our 10th house since 2018. And so basically right around the time I became an astrologer online. So that's going to be really crazy. And it's going to be moving into Gemini, our 11th house of our social life, our social connections, networking, marketing, basically who we know and the connections that we know. And so we could have like a lot of surprising, interesting, unexpected thing, like, people or connections, network opportunities that really come in. 11th house can be like hopes and wishes and sometimes dreams. So this could be kind of also like rediscovering certain dreams that we kind of left on the vision board a long time ago, you know what I mean? Or coming back to like certain things, you know what I mean? But it's definitely revolutionizing our friend lives, or a new ways to connect with people or audiences for the things that we love or our passions, new ways to connect with like-minded people that we relate to in some way or have a similar goal to. So then on September 2nd is when the end of the year really kind of starts, and it's very kind of different than the first half of the year. So in some ways, like Saturn's going to retrograde back into Pisces on September 2nd. So kind of going back into our 8th house and making sure we really learn those Piscean 8th house lessons that Saturn was trying to teach us over the last few years of being very kind of lessons of expansion and contraction with financial gains and receiving and wealth and, financial investments and debt and things like that. So there's still more that Saturn wants to make sure it's teaching us here before it completely moves on. And then we also have the lunar eclipse in Pisces on September 7th. It looks like an interesting lunar eclipse. So we're going to be kind of coming to some kind of culmination point because eclipse season is going to be in September with that 8th house area as well. Again, really learning those Saturn lessons coming full circle. And then September 21st, we're going to have that Virgo new moon eclipse, our first Virgo new moon eclipse. And that's going to be opposite Saturn. So again, a new beginning, integrating Saturn's lessons, and so that'll be really interesting. October 22nd, Neptune retrogrades back into Pisces, again, finishing out those 8th house lessons. And then November 8th, Uranus retrogrades back into Taurus, finishing out those 10th house lessons. And that's basically it for 2025. Those are the transits I want to talk about. There's so much more going on, but you guys, these horoscopes, just talking about these transits have already been like at least 30-40 minutes long. Let me know down below if this was helpful. Come back to it throughout the year. Let me know at the end of next year. I'll remind you because I always post the horoscopes like at the end of the year, and come back and let me know how it resonates throughout the year. And I'll also be giving you updates with the new and full moon horoscopes, etc. So make sure you're following along with those in real time to kind of get the real time astro wisdom, because there's so many more things happening that I couldn't fit in here. So hopefully this was helpful though, Leo Risings. Let me know down below. I'm excited for the year ahead, a little nervous, but also excited. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Virgo Risings, welcome to your 2025 year ahead horoscope for this crazy, crazy upcoming year. This is a really, really big deal year for you, Virgo risings. 2025, I believe, is a year that is going to change everything, okay, in your life. Some of you, I feel like, I don't know why, I just kind of got the intuitive feeling that some of you may even be feeling that, or already noticing like some energies or some feelings about 2025 that just feel different, that just feel like this is a pivotal time in your life. Like eventually you're going to look back and be like, 2025 was the year that literally changed everything. Like I truly think that by the end of 2025 and by the end of next year as well, you're going to look back on yourself and see yourself completely differently than you do right now. Okay. This is a really, really big deal year if you are a Virgo rising, and we'll go over why that is, but you have some major astrological shit happening, okay? I really feel like looking at your transits for the year ahead, something I wrote down because I did write some notes for each sign as I was creating the transit charts for 2025. I really feel like looking at your chart, this is a year that is going to be somewhat uncomfortable because change is never completely comfortable. You are going to be taken out of your comfort zone in some way. And I'll explain more about why that is, so don't worry. We'll go over all the nitty-gritty details. I'm not going to leave you hanging. But this is a year, part of the reason that this year is going to be so uncomfortable, and one of the biggest lessons I think that you are going to be learning this year as a Virgo rising is how to allow yourself to receive. And I know for some more than others that might be very simple, very easy, but it's not for a Virgo rising. This year, the actual quote that I wrote down is letting the helper be helped. So this is the year that the helper, you as a Virgo rising that loves to be in control, that loves to fix everybody else's problems, that loves to know all the details and have a plan and have things ready to go, have solutions lined up, you're going to find that that does not work for you in 2025. And that's going to be the uncomfortable part. The uncomfortable part is going to be you letting go of old tendencies that may come from a karmic past place that have kept you kind of binded or bounded in some way to needing to be in control out of a place of lack or out of a place of fear or out of a place of, just safety, security even, because if you know what's going to happen, if you know the answers, if you're in control, then you're safe. But when you're not, what about then? 2025 is a year that you are going to have to release a lot of control as a Virgo rising, that you are going to have to allow yourself and allow others in to be able to help you, because you are so used to having it all figured out, being the one with the answers, being the one with the details, being the one with the plan, being in control and somehow, that you are going to have to allow others in to help you in some way. You're going to have to allow yourself to receive from others in really beautiful, fated, and karmic ways. This is going to be the name of the game as you are stepping into 2025, especially from January 11th onward. Some of you may already be feeling this with the Mars retrograde in your 12th, dealing with things that you keep to yourself because of pride or because of ego or because of, whatever reason. It's like there are changes that you're powerless over. There are changes that are happening that may be out of your control to do with your health, your job, your day-to-day routines, dynamics between self and other, dynamics between, being special and knowing your worth versus being like everybody else or fitting in, dynamics between, your personal life versus, other people. And so these are really, really big right as we start the year. But again, the big theme overall, and that ties into everything as well, how great are you at receiving? How great are you at forgiving? How great are you at letting go of what you can't control? How great are you at allowing other people to help you, allowing other people in, getting emotional with other people, allowing them to see you emotional, allowing them to see you potentially messy and not having it all figured out? Are you able to sacrifice your own personal, ways of doing things that may not be perfect in your eyes, or that may not be, 100% pure to you, but it's beautiful and messy in the grand scheme of things, right? There's a lot here to do with allowing things to be messy, accepting the mess, accepting other people's imperfections, accepting your own imperfections, accepting and allowing other people to give to you, allowing other people to help you, allowing things to come to you from the universe or whatever, right? Other people, your relationships. There's a lot here with just allowing yourself to be helped and releasing control and accepting the messiness of life. Because when you're always wanting to be in control, you're always trying to be in control because you think that other people aren't going to figure it out, or you don't have faith, right? And that's what 2025 is so much about, having faith. Having faith in other people and allowing them to show you and prove to you that it'll be okay in some way. Having faith in yourself. Having faith in, your own sense of empowerment. Having faith in a bigger plan for your future, a bigger purpose, a bigger vision for yourself. It's like 2025 is such a game-changing year for you as a Virgo rising. And it is out of your comfort zone because so much of it deals with Pisces energy. And Pisces is your opposite sign, right? So they're very opposite to you, right? So whereas you like to be in control and you like things to look a certain way and be a certain way and to be organized and to have a plan and, to be detail oriented and all of that, Pisces isn't about that. Pisces is about letting all that go. We don't need a step-by-step plan. It's about just having faith that it's all going to work out. And that may seem very messy to you. That may seem very imperfect to you. That may seem very out of your comfort zone. So the way that I see 2025 is like someone dropped a sheet of acid on your tongue and sent you out to the ocean with nothing but a float. Hi Virgo Risings, editing me here, and I just wanted to add this little bit really quick as I'm editing this. Another example I wanted to give you of 2025. I've been watching a lot of the Lord of the Rings series lately, and I've been watching the Hobbit series. And what this year, what 2025 looks like for me, for you, is the first Hobbit, where Bilbo is so much like a Virgo rising. He's got a plan. He likes to be in control. He likes to be, home to dinner at a certain time. And Gandalf approaches him and is like, "Do you want to go on a journey?" And he's like, No, I can't be late for supper. I have things I got going on. It's like your plans may get thrown out the window this year, or it just may not be much about having a plan and sticking to a plan this year. And you may find yourself feeling called to go on a journey where you don't have much control, where, it's so funny, once he actually leaves with them, he's like, "Wait, we got to go back," after they're like far away. He's like, "I forgot my handkerchief," and it's like, yeah, you're going to have to let some of that go to go on this journey. And so I'm not trying to scare you or anything. I don't want you to be scared by any of this. I'm just letting you know so you can be a little bit more prepared and to hopefully help you embrace some of these themes that are so opposite to your nature. You are going to be put in situations over and over and over again where you are going to have to pick between being in control or having faith, doing it your old way that isn't working anymore, or surrendering to the universe, surrendering to the unknown, trusting that it's all going to work out, trusting other people. You're going to be put in situations, there's going to be very fated encounters happening in your life, potentially even encounters from the past, new encounters. Venus is going to retrograde on the North Node in your 7th house. The North Node is going to be moving into your 7th house to begin with. Mercury is going to be retrograding here. There's so much that you're going to be learning about yourself and about other people, and about trusting that you don't always have to have it all figured out. And seeing where these ways, these traits, these ways that you go about moving in the world, these different ways that you think of yourself, these different things that you identify with the South Node moving through your 1st house, your relationship to your body, your relationship to yourself. That's all going to be kind of unraveling and showing you, breaking things down to show you that, hey, you don't need to have it all figured out. Sometimes other people can help you. Sometimes other people can guide you. Sometimes, you know, it's okay that you don't know the answer. Sometimes it's okay that to let go. It's going to feel very, very good to let go, to surrender, to trust, to forgive, to heal, to do deep level, soul level healing work on yourself. You could meet very close connections that kind of bring this into your life or help you do this in some way. You could meet certain teachers, gurus. You could even, start going down that path yourself to be a teacher or a guru. There's a lot of really spiritual, otherworldly energy to 2025, and spirituality and otherworldly realms don't wait for a time. They don't wait for chores to be done or tasks and duties to be cleaned and every little thing to be in order and to be perfect. And I think what you're really realizing is that you don't have to be perfect in 2025, and things don't have to be perfect. And that's going to either drive you crazy, or you can feel the relief in that if you can let that go and let that burden off your shoulders. If you can unburden yourself with needing to have it all figured out, and it needing to look a certain way, and it needing to be at a certain time, and it needing to be perfect. And, it's like, you don't need to be sitting there waiting on, the universe to give you an answer with your clock, like, hello, where are you? You know what I mean? The universe is on its own timing. And so, as much as people say it, and as corny as it is, this is going to be about trusting the universe's timing and trusting in divine timing or whatever, right? Because you're not going to be able to use your typical traits to help you get by in life, to keep you feeling comfortable and safe and like you have it all figured out. Because as soon as, even if there are times where you think like, okay, I have it figured out, everything's in order now, like yada, 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 right? It's like, it's somehow not going to work, or it's just not going to fulfill you, or it's still not going to feel good. There's something there with that this year that is showing you to be less judgmental, that is unraveling the layers of identity that are wrapped in judgment, criticism, blame, being in control, perfectionism, the endless need to improve yourself, right? Or improve others, or others must improve for you to improve. All of that is getting kind of unraveled this year. Your relationship with your body, how you speak to yourself, how you think of yourself, all getting unraveled this year. And it's pushing you towards letting other people in, being more vulnerable. It's pushing you towards relationships and connections that are more free-flowing, that are more spiritual, that are more creative, that, aren't super, aren't super easy to figure out. It's pushing you towards allowing others to help you and allowing yourself to receive. Okay, so that's the huge overall theme for you as a Virgo rising this year. Overall, I see your biggest houses that are kind of being affected here is your 6th, 7th, and 8th, because we're going to have Pluto in your 6th. Your 7th is Pisces, and that's really, really hot this year. Your 8th is Aries, which is also a really big sign being affected this year with transits. And your 10th, 11th, 12th, and 1st are also all being affected. So your external life, your external world, but also somewhat of your internal world and your personal life are really being affected here. So that includes relationships, health, finances, your career, your long-term goals, your belief systems, and educational and travel pursuits. Also organizations, groups of people, alliances, and your internal world, your subconscious world, and your identity, appearance, and body. So those are all the areas of life that are really getting hit in some way this year for you, that you're learning a lot of lessons with. So let's start. First, we're going to start up with Pluto moving into your 6th, which it did in the end of November 2024. So we're starting 2025 with this, but I really wanted to talk about this for you because it's going to be the whole first full year with Pluto in your sign, and it's likely bringing some differences than it did when it just dipped in and dipped back out in the last year and a half or so. So with Pluto being in your 6th house, of Aquarius. This is really, I just went through this transit, but when it was in Capricorn, it was in my 6th house since 2008. So this is a time of major, deep changes, powerful changes, and transformations going on with your health, your job, and your routines and habits. Okay, these are the areas of life. The duties, tasks, and responsibilities that you have, the maintenance of taking care of yourself in your life on a day-to-day basis, any of that falls here. Like, it can even rule pets, because it's like that's also part of how you take care of your, it's a duty, it's a task, it's a responsibility of taking care of something on a day-to-day basis, right? Now, with Pluto being here, it can at times bring a lot of things up from the shadow side, bring a lot of things up from the unconscious, bring things up from the underworld, however you want to say it. So if there's been any underlying issues going on with your health, with your maintenance, with your habits, with your routines, with your work, right? These are going to start coming up around this time to be addressed. And we're starting the year at the very first few days of the year, the very first week of the year, with the Pluto-Mars opposition from your 6th to your 12th house. So this is really kind of bringing up for you, certain things that you could feel powerless over going on with your job, your health, and your day-to-day routines, and, the way you maintain your life in some way. Right? You could be dealing with topics of big changes, power struggles, your individual desires and wants and what you're striving for versus doing something that is necessary in some way, right? Doing something that is necessary for your health and your greater well-being in some way, right? Topics of, mortality, conflicts, subconscious issues and subconscious wounds. Being in the 6th house, this is definitely going to be a time where you are transforming deeply transforming your mind and seeing how your mind has power over you, with Pluto being in an air sign, in Aquarius. And not only that, the ruler of Aquarius, Saturn, is also in your 7th house of relationships and will be moving into your 8th later in the year. So that tells me that relationships could also be tied into these topics in some way, or other people. And then also finances could be tied into this topic as well. So it's like, what has power over you in terms of your health, your work, your task, your day-to-day responsibilities and duties, your day-to-day routines and habits? What has power over you here? So this is going to be a long era, as Pluto is going to take about 20 years or so to move through the sign of Aquarius, of you breaking the chains on old habits that kind of keep you in this powerless state. Another thing with Pluto in your 6th house is working smarter and not harder, getting deep and uncovering things about your health and maintaining your health, or your job, maintaining your job, conscious mental power struggles, and potentially even exploring new technology or innovation with your work or your health as well. So that's something else that could be coming up. Definitely watch out for those topics over the next, couple decades, basically, but you could start seeing them pop up this year, especially if you have any early planets in Aquarius, if you have any planets in like the first half of Leo. Pluto's definitely hitting these areas, so you're going to notice it even more if that's the case. So the next big thing that's kind of happening in 2025 is we also enter 2025 with Mars being retrograde in Leo in your 12th house of, the 12th house deals with self-undoing. So it's like, in what ways of ego, pride do you undo yourself subconsciously that kind of work against you, that could be self-sabotaging in some way? Mars in your 12th house, there's also a lot of reflecting on worthiness and vitality and changes that need to be made for you to kind of rediscover your own hidden light within, or the inner child within, something along those lines. Now, Mars is going to retrograde pretty early in the year on January 6th back into the sign of Cancer. And this is your 11th house, where it is going to bring up different topics of organizations, groups of people, allies and alliances, networking, marketing, ties to social groups in some way, friends, but also potentially like charities and, events, social gatherings, things like that. So this could be a time, and you could also be noticing themes or situations from like the end of November, the month of October, coming up back up and back around here as Mars was moving through Cancer during that time frame. Now, Mars is in fall in the sign of Cancer, and so, you know, as much as it is bringing up changes or potentially even conflicts or potentially even heated things going on underneath the surface, in terms of your social life or in terms of social organizations, charities, social events, etc., there is also something to be said here about, you know, you potentially making changes in these areas or having to go back and, you know, again, Mars in Cancer in your 11th house, allowing people to help you, right? Maybe there were people that you cut off too quickly or social situations that you cut off too quickly. Maybe there's certain attachments to, you know, certain feelings about other people or connecting with other people that are coming up around this time that are challenging you to make changes in some way. Right? I'm interested to see how that transit plays out for you. Mars retrograde is going to be in Cancer for the first 4 months pretty much of the year. It will go direct on February 25th. And so it will finally be moving forward, which will give you a lot of clarity and allow you to start moving forward on changes that you made there, reflections that you've been having there after February 25th, but it won't completely move out of Cancer until April. And so there's a lot going on in that area of life for you until April to do with friends, organizations, groups of people, allies, etc. So the next thing I want to talk about is the nodes, because the nodes, like I said, are moving into your sign and your opposite sign on January 11th. And this is really big. The South Node is going to be moving from Libra, where it's been in your second house of money, income, finances, your own money, income, finances, and what you own, but also how other people influence that. And it's going to be moving into your first house of yourself, your identity, your appearance, your body, and your vitality, how you move through the world, how you express yourself, etc. So with the South Node in your first house, this is going to be really showing you, as I kind of said earlier, where you're too picky, judgmental, critical on yourself, body, health, or appearance, or where you need, and on the opposite side, it could show you how to do this in more of a healthy way. So instead of maybe being in your head about and being super critical on yourself and your health and your appearance, it's like, okay, well, Virgo, like, you don't have to just sit here and be in your head about it. You can, like, maybe it's time that you be more disciplined with yourself or your health or your body, and then you start feeling better. It's like how your body and mind are working together here is going to be really big, because the South Node can be a little bit like a drain. It is like an unraveling, like an undoing. So for some of you, it may feel like somewhat of like a lack of energy, or even like a lack of caring about yourself as much in some way as you used to, or again, just bringing up those topics of, you know, where you've been overly concerned or overly critical on yourself. So there's also like learning your body in new and useful ways that actually help you and are more healthy for you. And the other part of this is the North Node, which is where, you know, you will be kind of almost pulled to focus on, will be moving into your 7th house of Pisces and out of your 8th house of other people's finances and other people's money, and into your 7th house of Pisces of your relationships with other people in general, your connections with other people. And so, like I said, this is going to be very much about allowing others, allowing your relationships to help you, forging close spiritual connections and relationships with other people, forgiving and healing old wounds or past things in relationships. A lot of self versus other, right? When to kind of worry about you, when to kind of worry about others. Boundaries, right? In relationships or with yourself. Optimism versus pessimism, right? When to be more hopeful and faithful, and when to be a little bit more realistic. These are also huge dynamics you'll be playing with in 2025. Like I said, having control versus letting go and surrendering. So, and a lot of, you know, fated connections and encounters really coming in here that could really change your life in just really fated ways, like in ways that feel like you almost get a whole new outlook or meaning on life because of this connection, or you find that love and compassion and something to do with a connection or other people heals you in some kind of way and gives you a whole new renewed sense of hope or a whole new outlook on life. it really is about healing a lot of things to do with relationships, where maybe in the past you have felt like others didn't show up for you, or others weren't there for you, or others ghosted you, or somehow escaped in some way the situation. Now you're really seeing changes with that, and you're learning to heal from that, and you're learning to not close yourself off as much, and not needing to be in control or to overly practical or overly realistic out of a pessimistic sense, or out of a sense of, fear of abandonment again, right? There's a big fear of abandonment with Piscean energy, and so that could also be a huge one for you coming up this year. The next really big thing that we have happening, the next month that is like really, really huge this year is March. March is a really, really big time frame. It is eclipse season. And the very first day of March, March 1st, we'll have Venus moving retrograde. So she will go retrograde March 1st, but she's going to start in your 8th house of Aries, okay? And so this is really interesting because Venus is in fall in Aries, but also Mars is retrograding, which is the ruler of Aries, in Cancer, where it's in fall. But it's connected to Venus since Venus is in Mars's sign. And so both of these retrogrades are somehow connecting together, where you are in some way making changes or trying to figure something out when it comes to alliances, organizations, groups of people, charities, friends, connections, and somehow that may involve financial arrangements as well, whether that be donations, whether that be inheritances, whether that be loans, whether that be investments. There's some kind of financial aspect to that starting March 1st with Venus retrograding in Aries. Well, maybe starting in February, actually, because Venus will move into Aries in February before it goes retrograde in March. So starting in February, but then Venus goes retrograde March 1st. And then you start kind of reflecting on finances and, things that are owed to you versus things that you owe to others, right? What's owed to you, what's owed to others, and your relationships, your financial relationships with other people. And with Venus, again, being kind of in detriment in Aries, and her not really liking to be there may be some things that you have to speak up about, or controversial feelings that you have to express or deal with. There could also be ties that you're cutting with other people financially in some way, shape, or form, potentially like past conflicts or past tensions that you are trying to harmonize here with finances in some way. It could also even be possessions in some way, because Venus can also rule like our possessions, like actual physical things. Money or things that are owed to us could be a big topic. So with Venus going retrograde here, eventually she's going to move back into Pisces where she's exalted. And so I could see this, even though she's in detriment, I could see this either being you finally making something right financially to do with other people or organizations, companies, banks, etc., like paying off a debt finally or whatever, or something being made right for you, or you getting potentially some kind of money or something that you were owed around that time, okay? So the next thing is on March 14th, we're going to have a Virgo lunar eclipse, and this is happening in your sign, Virgo. So again, like I said, March is a really big month. January is definitely starting off the year pretty big with a bang, with a lot of really powerful transits, the nodes shifting signs and all of that. But it's also very much like a preview and a time of reflecting, time of really bringing in, starting to show you the faded encounters of your Pisces 7th house and how to let go and how to receive and having compassion and empathy for others, etc. So it's starting around then, but then in March it gets really, really big. And that Virgo lunar eclipse happening on March 14th is a really, really crazy one. The Sun and Neptune are going to be together in Pisces, and the moon's going to be in your sign. So this is definitely going to be a very crazy eclipse where you are learning to let go, surrender, again, really realizing certain things about yourself, certain traits, certain characteristics that are potentially no longer helping you. It's like it's time to let go of these things, whether it be I'm being too judgmental or critical or too picky or too frugal or too, you know, like too perfectionistic. And it's like time to let this go and surrender, because the universe has something else in store for me. It's time to allow, like, to trust other people, or to, you know, let go of my own, you know, these traits that I have that are somehow holding me back, right? So that's going to be a really crazy eclipse, and we'll talk more in depth about it in my new and full moon videos around that time. But then on the 15th, Mercury, your ruling planet, is going retrograde in the sign of Aries. And this is really big because Venus just went retrograde on the 1st in Aries, then Mercury is going retrograde in Aries. So there's a lot of retreating, reflecting, going back and correcting certain things to do with your financial matters and resources that you share with other people, or resources that you get from other people. This definitely would be a crazy time for taxes. If I were you as a Virgo rising, I would try to potentially do your taxes as soon as you can, like in the beginning, like first half of January. I would not wait till March. It's going to be crazy. There's likely going to be some kind of redoing or rethinking or something that you're going to have to come back to with all the retrogrades. And yeah, so with Mercury retrograding in Aries, you're really reflecting on how these financial matters that you're dealing with, how you identify with them, or if you identify with them, with Mercury being your chart ruler. So there's going to be a huge focus there on financial matters. On the 29th, we're going to have the partial Aries solar eclipse, also a huge ending and new beginning happening here on March 29th, again with your finances, investments, debt, resources. It's like so many things are happening here in the month of March, right? There's just so much happening. It's like really fated karmic shit is happening here, okay? And there's going to be some kind of brand new ending, a new beginning, where it's just like, boom, you know, it's like, okay, like we are cleaning shit up because we are about to move forward with a bang. Okay, so also on the 29th, Saturn is going to be conjunct the North Node in your 7th house, really bringing serious karmic and fated lessons to do with relationships. Something bittersweet, I see this as, or something that it's like something that you wanted and now it's real. There's some kind of like, a reality check energy here, but it's also, because it's Pisces, it's also kind of like almost like a vision come true, but there can also be another side to it, right? Like another side of the coin that we're now realizing, right? We're getting very serious about letting go. There may even be situations that come up where it's like with Saturn on the North Node in Pisces in your 7th, where it's like it's necessary for you to let go, or some kind of karmic cycle finally comes to a close with relationships or connections to other people in some way, shape, or form. On the 30th, Neptune is going to move out of your 7th house for like the first time in over a decade. Okay, it's been in Pisces for over a decade. Neptune will finally be moving out of your 7th house of Pisces, where it's been, and, you know, affecting your relationships and teaching you a lot about relationships, a lot about boundaries, a lot about merging in relationships, a lot about compassion in relationships, a lot about, you know, seeing true colors in relationships, just so many different things in relationships. And it's moving into Aries. Again, your 8th house of finances, investments, debt, what people owe to you, what you share with other people financially. So this is going to be huge, okay? This is going to be huge. And I really see this with that solar eclipse happening a day before this. It's like there's some kind of new era starting in your financial sector, where it's like the past is like literally, like I almost see it like sand just blowing away. Like so many things from the past are just dissolving to make room for something new. And yeah, I feel that here. It's like potentially old contracts or old obligations or old visions that you had for yourself are dissolving, and there's some kind of new dream, new vision, new ideal that's really coming in here for your finances, for your wealth, and for what you want for the future of that, and your own individual desires for your wealth. Okay, then I actually, this is kind of backwards. So Neptune moves into Aries on the 30th, but on the 26th, because I added this later, so it's a little out of order and I keep forgetting. But on the 26th, Venus is still retrograde, but she's going to move back into Pisces. So she's leaving your 8th house of finances and investments, and she's moving back into Pisces, your 7th house. And this is where you are really, reflecting on, and there's some kind of fated karmic, situations that are coming up to do with your relationships. It's like you are reharmonizing things from the past, healing things from the past. Venus brings things together. Venus balances things out. Venus harmonizes things, right? So when she's retrograde, she's looking at things from the past, and she's looking at things that may have already happened. You also may notice signs of this starting in January, while Venus is moving through Pisces, and then the first little bit of February as well. She is going to be, you may see like a preview around that time of what this Venus retrograde is going to be about. But she's bringing something together. She's harmonizing something. She is showing you what you either want or what you're attracted to, or how to forgive, let go, have compassion in relationships. Okay, this could also be bringing back people from the past in a very faded way for whatever reason. March March is literally, I'm just going to say it, and I don't say this lightly, and I don't use this word a lot. March is a time where literally it could feel like miracles are happening. I'm not going to say that it's going to feel all completely great or going to be exactly what you want all the time. Like there could be some things, like I said, with Saturn or with Neptune moving, Saturn on the North Node, there could be some bittersweet things happening, like karmic cycles closing. It's going to be a very intense and emotional time, and it's going to be a very fated, karmic, like, holy shit, this is a new era, like, kind of time. And so, but there's also still things that we are resolving and letting go of and harmonizing and reflecting on from the past, while we're also like stepping into this new era. But it's like Venus is going back and resolving something, whatever needs to be resolved in terms of your relationships, in terms of other people in your life, in terms of, again, teaching you lessons about receiving and about letting go and about forgiving and about opening your heart with other people, and empathy and compassion and creativity, and seeing the beauty in imperfection, seeing the beauty in the mess, seeing the beauty in acceptance and letting go, right? Especially to do with other people. So it's going to be a very magical, mystical time, okay? But again, a lot of that Pisces energy is going to be a little bit out of your comfort zone as a Virgo rising. So just because it is so different, it is so opposite of you, but you'll be okay. You'll get through it. So in April is when we finally start getting a lot of clarity, and we start really moving forward in big, bold ways. So in April, on the 13th of April, we're going to have Venus finally moving direct in the sign of Pisces in your 7th house. And this is when a lot of things are going to be coming full circle, making sense with your relationships. A lot of those lessons that you were learning, the last couple of months are going to start kind of being like, oh, I see it now, or I see it even more clearly now, or I see it even more deeply now. And so you'll be kind of moving forward with something to do with your relationships or the lessons that you've learned there from April 13th onward. Then on April 18th, Mars is going to finally enter Leo again and move out of Cancer, out of your 11th house. And so something that you had started noticing back in December of 2024, we're coming back around to that here. It's like something had started, but we didn't get to fully write it out. And so now we're fully writing that out with, Mars moving back into the sign of Leo in your 12th house. So like I said, this has a lot to do with self-undoing, healing, letting things go, revisiting the past, subconscious cycles and patterns, things that are unseen or unknown or unclear that are kind of going on in the background in your life that you've maybe been negating or avoiding or not dealing with. And so this is where you really start kind of seeing your worth within and seeing what you really want and how to move forward with it. Okay, it could be a very spiritual time where you are really spiritually tapping in, you are healing the ego, you are healing pride, you are healing the inner child, and you are healing kind of like your inner knowing and your sense of confidence within yourself. Okay, so that's really big. And on April 30th, Venus is going to move back into Aries and out of Pisces, where you will get even more clarity on all those financial things that were happening in March when she went retrograde in your financial house at first. So you'll start resolving a lot of those things that came up around that time. And then in May, our next big transit that we have is Saturn conjunct Neptune. So Saturn's going to move into Aries at the end of May, and then around May 25th, it's going to conjunct Neptune in Aries in your 8th house, again, of finances and wealth and other people's money, shared resources, investments, debt, etc. So these are going to be the topics. And Saturn and Neptune, I've been seeing them in like a lot of different ways for these readings. And I feel like each reading, it's like a little different. One of the biggest ways I've been seeing this play out, or that I've been kind of feeling like it's going to play out, is having, like I said, with Neptune's all about a dream, a vision. Like having this ideal of what you want for your future. It's also very spiritual and mystical. It's about kind of unconditional love, forgiveness, and the greater kind of, the greater kind of purpose of it all, like how we're all connected, all is one, unity, right? It's very, very spiritual. And so with Saturn and Neptune, and then also Saturn is in its fall in the sign of Aries. So this is going to be very interesting. And with this being in your 8th house, I really see this as facing karmic financial issues that you've been kind of escaping, or that have felt almost impossible for a long time. This is also crafting some kind of new vision, or solidifying some kind of new vision for your financial dreams or ideals, or visions that you have for your finances, kind of solidifying that, dissolving boundaries or ties financially. Again, major karmic crossroads here, major karmic dissolvings here of karmic ties, karmic cycles, karmic patterns to do with finances, because Saturn's a very karmic planet, potentially old debts forgiven, and a big new era and chapter with wealth and finances. So we have a lot of that kind of starting in March, but it's really definitely going to be hitting heavy at the end of May. And for most of, not most of the year, but for that first half of the year, and the planets will retrograde back. I guess it is kind of most of the year, but the planets will retrograde back at the end of the year, and we'll talk about that then. The other way that I see this is the soul urge, and this kind of came to me intuitively. It was like connecting the dots in a weird way, but like the soul urge or desire to do something that may be challenging, or that may take a while, or that may take some time, or that may have consequences, but you just feel like you need to do it for some reason. Like it feels like you are meant to do it, or it feels like it is your purpose to do it, or it is like part of your path, or, in some weird way. And so that could be something that you see with Saturn, Neptune too. One of the big things they have in common though is boundaries and sacrifice. So these are also topics that you could see with these two planets coming into their conjunction, and in your 8th house. I also see that this could be another thing I've been saying about Saturn, Neptune is like fated new karmic cycles or contracts that you get into. Be careful with that though, because again, Saturn is in fall here. And so that's what we want to remember, is that Saturn is out of its element here. So it could either not work very well, or it could work somehow against you, right? And so one of the two. This could also be a disillusionment of some kind of, again, like karmic tie or cycle that you've been in with your finances, or with wealth, or like a contract that you've been in, or some kind of financial obligation that you've had for a very long time. It's like that spell or that karma could be broken around this time and finally kind of break down and no longer have power over you anymore, no longer be a thing anymore. So something like that as well. The next really big thing that we have happening here in June, on June 9th, Jupiter is going to move into Cancer in your 11th house. And again, your 11th house dealing with other people, groups, organizations, alliances, social connections, social status, and in some way dealing with, social situations or groups of people in some way. Could also, it could be in person, it could be online. Usually it's like people that have a shared interest, or a shared belief, or a shared hobby, or something that you relate with there going on. I really see that Jupiter moving into your 11th could be really good for, again, like helping hands, helping connections. With Cancer there, it's like allowing people to help you. So it could be some kind of charity event that you're doing, something even family related with Cancer being there. So something along those lines. You know, the 11th house is also kind of like your gains and your hopes and wishes. So it's almost like you could also feel safe enough to start kind of envisioning your future and dreaming a new dream again. The next big thing is July. We'll have Uranus moving out of Taurus on July 7th, where it has been in your 9th house of your belief systems, your world views, your political views, your religious views, and teaching, education, mentorship. It's been in there since 2018, so it's probably really made radical changes, upgrades, really kind of, even liberated you from old belief systems, or maybe like you were kind of had one belief system and then you changed it, or you were a part of like one religion and you liberated yourself from that because it was no longer helping. It also, maybe you changed homes or, traveled during that time, got into new different educational pursuits or etc., went back to school, but now it's finally changing from your 9th house and into your 10th house of Gemini on July 7th for a few months. It's giving you a little bit of a preview for what's to come starting next year. So Uranus and Gemini in your 10th house is really going to revolutionize and radically change your career path, your vision for your future, what you want out of your future. Again, like I think with Jupiter in your 11th and then Gemini moving in, or Uranus moving into Gemini, like you're finally feeling free enough to dream a new dream is what it kind of looks like to me. It's like you're releasing a lot of burdens from the past, things that didn't work out, or old outlooks, old beliefs, old financial stuff, old things that you've been hanging on to that have been holding you back in your life. And now it's like you are finally seeing a new vision for yourself, and you could get into a career that deals with like tech or, something more modern or something that's more innovative or inventive in some way. You could find that you are a lot more experimental with your career, or, it could kind of come in and liberate you from a career that just hasn't been aligned for you, or it could revolutionize kind of your reputation and your public image in some way. But there's a lot here that you're going to be noticing that starts changing in terms of your career and your vision for the future, the legacy that you want to leave behind. It's really shaking things up in this department and getting rid of what is not aligned, okay? In September, Saturn is going to move back into Pisces as it retrogrades back into Pisces from Aries. So again, it moved into Aries in May, on May 25th, and basically met up with Neptune. So from May to September, what did you see with Saturn in your 8th house, moving in your 8th house? It was teaching you lessons there. When Saturn moves back into Pisces, it'll feel somewhat familiar because we've already had that for a couple years. So the karmic lessons and the kind of serious karmic cycles and, lessons to do with relationships that you've been learning for the last couple years are going to kind of come back around for you to really make sure that you learn these lessons appropriately and move forward in the right way that feels good for you. Okay, so September 7th, September is also eclipse season. So on September 7th, we're going to have the Pisces lunar eclipse again happening in your 7th house of other people, your relationships, your connections, all of that. And so this is definitely going to be kind of pointing out like, hey, this is where you need to let go. This is where you need to remember your sense of faith and hope, and, remember your vision for unity, compassion, forgiveness, and all of that in terms of relationships. And then on the 21st, we'll have the Virgo solar eclipse, which will be opposite Saturn in Pisces. So again, on the 21st with the solar eclipse, a massive new beginning, new chapters happening here in terms of your identity, your body, your appearance, your, physical vitality and health. Massive new beginning is happening here, a very karmic new beginning, a very serious new beginning where you are learning to balance your, relationships with others, your, these relationship lessons you've been learning, and instill that into this new beginning and find a middle ground between what's good for you and what you want in terms of relationships or what others want. Okay. Then in October, October 22nd, Neptune will then move retrograde back out of your 8th house of Aries and back into your 7th house of Pisces, where you will continue to learn those lessons and kind of start the end process of learning those Neptune 7th house lessons that you've been learning for like over the past decade now. So again, and I would really pay attention to the time windows of March 30th until May 25th when Neptune first moves into your 8th house. Like, what do you notice around that time, especially when it's there without Saturn? And then what do you notice from September 2nd till October 22nd? Again, Neptune's in your 8th without Saturn. That way you can kind of differentiate what Neptune is showing you and teaching you and what Saturn is teaching you, because they're very different energies. They're almost like opposites in a lot of ways. Saturn is about boundaries and hard work and discipline and harder lessons, whereas Neptune is about like transcending and rising above and not having any boundaries and unity, all of these things, right? So pay attention to those time windows so you can really get the glimpse of like what each of these planets is really trying to teach you, and then also what they're trying to teach you together while they were in there together. In November, we will have Uranus retrograding back into Taurus and out of Gemini, out of your 10th house. So again, you're going to get a preview from July until November of what Uranus is going to be changing in your 10th house. So pay attention to what changes start occurring in terms of your career, your direction in life, what you want out of life, etc. Because then on November 8th, Uranus is going to retrograde back out of your 10th and back into your 9th and complete its lessons there. So those are the big transits that I wanted to talk about for each sign for 2025. Let me know down below, Virgo Risings, how this horoscope is landing with you. I know we haven't been through the whole year yet, so you're not going to know for sure if it resonates right now, but I know a lot of the times we can kind of feel like, oh, I can see that coming, or I already see the build up for that, you know, right? So let me know down below. And also, if you watched this whole entire horoscope for your sign, comment down below, sexy Virgo Rising. I've been doing it for like each sign. Comment sexy Virgo Rising down below so I know that you stayed and watched the whole video. Thank you guys so much for watching this, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Libra Risings, welcome to your 2025 year ahead horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well, and I hope this year is a very life-changing, transformative, and healing year for you. I know that 2024 was cray-cray for I think a lot of people, and you're probably feeling it with the nodes in your sign and your opposite sign and the eclipses there. It was probably a pretty intense time full of a lot of changes where you learned a lot about yourself, had to let go of a lot of maybe, you know, certain aspects of who you thought you were that were no longer really aligned, or just old versions of you even. And, you know, there's a huge focus as well on your relationships and facing conflict and controversy in relationships and with other people, and, you know, facing edginess and friction and tension with other people as well. You know, so there's been a lot going on, and there's a lot changing in 2025. It really is somewhat of a new era, but we're also still in between the old era. And so there are things ending and chapters closing from the old era, but there are also certain chapters and glimmers of inspiration and glimmers of new beginnings starting as well in 2025. Really, really big new chapters that are about to be started this year. So let's go ahead and dive in. So first things first, you know, the big houses that I really see here that are affected this year for you seem to be your 5th, your 6th, and your 7th. Also your 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. So those are the houses that I think are going to be affected the most for you, with a particular massive focus on your 6th and your 7th. Those are going to be the two biggest houses that are really, really affected for you. So we start off the year with Pluto in Aquarius, and, you know, Pluto moved into Aquarius at the very end of 2024, end of November. And so Pluto is now in Aquarius in your 5th house. And so it is bringing a lot of topics from the underworld up in terms of, you know, your shadow, your subconscious behavior, subconscious patterns, so topics of regeneration and secrets and things that are unseen, to do with your desires, your interest, your romantic life, your children, where your heart's desires, basically your passions. I think we're starting the year as well with, you know, Pluto in Aquarius in your 5th house, but also opposing Mars in your 11th house. So we're starting the year on this really big social confrontation with you, or this social conflict, or these power struggles between kind of keeping up the appearance and keeping up this sense of prominence in a social life, or in your social and social situations, or with your social status, versus deeper underlying things, or deeper underlying truths of what you really want, or what's really aligned with you. And so some of that is really coming up right at the very beginning of this year. And then Mars, who is retrograde in your 11th house right as we start the year, is going to retrograde back into Cancer on January 6th, which is your 10th house. So there's going to be a lot of deep reflection and potential changes, or old conflicts or old tensions that hadn't been addressed, that need to be addressed in terms of your career, your public image, your kind of reputation in the world, what you actually want out of your life, where you're going, where you see yourself going, your future. So there's a lot that needs to change here. There's a lot that is going to be getting stirred up here for some reason or another, to get you to look at it and get you to see where things need to change in some way, to be more comfortable, to feel more secure, to feel more safe, or to feel closer to your heart. This is a time where you could find yourself really dealing with a lot of this by getting very empowered in terms of feminine energy. With Cancer in your 10th, I almost see it as like being the mama bear in your life, or being, with Mars in Cancer, being like the mom that's like, no bullshit, in a life death situation, will like pick up a car to save her child. You know what I mean? It's like you could start approaching life from this way a little bit, or even your career from this way. Okay. Because there could be tensions, conflicts, different issues that get brought up in terms of your career, your future, your job, authority figures, other people that you work with or that you're connected to in terms of your career, something like that. And it's like you are really reflecting on old past attachments, that need to be let go of, that are holding you back in terms of your career. And that's what really needs to change here. What does actually feel good to you? So whatever Mars is bringing up, some of it may not feel good, but it's so you can finally resolve it and quit kind of bypassing it, right? And so you can finally address the issue and move on, right? And so Mars is going to be retrograde there until the end of February, but it's going to be in your 10th house for the first 4 months of the year. So you're going to have the first few months of the year to really make some changes and figure out what needs you have in terms of your career that aren't being met, so you can finally make those changes, right? So the next really big thing that we have happening in 2024 is the nodes are going to be finally changing out of your sign and your opposite sign of Aries on January 11th. And this is a really big deal because, like I said, the South Node's been moving through your sign for like the last almost 2 years, right? Since like summer 2023. And you've had to do a lot of like deep karmic work on your identity, or there's been a lot coming up where you've had to kind of like let go of your normal way of doing things, or your normal way of like acting or thinking about yourself or going about things in the world just hasn't felt like it's been working. It's been less about compromising and being overly considerate, and more about taking charge and making moves and taking action and not being scared to be more controversial. And so that could have felt a little bit uncomfortable for you over like the last couple years, or it could have felt like you even were attached to some of these old traits to do with, being more considerate and trying to be very balanced within yourself, but it's like you kept going in circles or something, right? And so but now the nodes are going to be changing to your 12th house and your 6th house. And this is going to be a very, very interesting time as a Libra rising. So a lot of this year, from January 11th and for the rest of this year, there's going to be a massive, massive focus on letting go, which is your South node and your 12th, letting go of perfectionistic tendencies, letting go of subconscious wounds or subconscious patterns or habits to do with being overly critical or needing to have it all figured out, needing to have it all together, needing to be in control. It's going to kind of take you inward, and there's going to be potentially certain, things like certain feelings that you have where you just want to like retreat and go work on yourself, or you just want to like retreat and go and fix everything in your life or have the answer for everything. But that is, that's where the South Node is. So there's going to be kind of this karmic undoing of that, this karmic unraveling of that. And you are going to be more pushed to focus on the North Node in Pisces in your 6th house. And so what that means is there's going to be a huge focus this year for you on allowing, your day-to-day life to be messy, not needing to have every little thing in order or together or have all the answers. Like I said, releasing perfectionism to do with your health, your day-to-day work, your day-to-day routines, your maintenance. This is going to be a time where potentially you're even diving into external healing journeys. So because you have Virgo in the 12th and Pisces in the 6th, this could be some kind of external healing that you're doing for your body or your health. Like maybe you're going, maybe you're like doing like a detox for your body, or maybe you are doing something external for your healing, like getting involved in like sound healing with like sound instruments, right? Or crystal healing, or, something like that. It's like you're really going to want to express and utilize your creativity and your imagination with your day-to-day life, your job, your health, your day-to-day routines, and how you take care of your tasks and duties on a day-to-day basis. That's going to be really, really big for you. Okay. And that's going to be a huge, huge focus this year with your Pisces 6th house, because there's so much going on there. I mean, that house is so big. So this year there's going to be a very, very big focus on your health, how you maintain your health, your job. You could find that you are a little bit more floaty or fluid or all over the place, or kind of being pushed to be that way in your day-to-day life more. Maybe you are incorporating like energy work or dance or something creative into your day-to-day routines. Maybe you find a different job that feels more creative to you, and you're going to have a lot of expansion with your career a little bit later in the year, so don't worry. Maybe you need something in your life that just brings more of your imagination and envisioning skills to life. Maybe you are like, I really want to like help people in a deeper way or in a spiritual way, right? Like these are going to be huge, huge topics for this year. Again, you're going to have that South Node in Virgo though in the 12th house, which is like, you may have this urge sometimes to just like escape and be in your mind and, organize your mind and close yourself off and like, feel organized internally, but that isn't going to help as much. And, there's also a lot of healing there about releasing subconscious patterns to do with perfectionism, to do with not feeling good enough or constantly needing to improve things, or constantly needing to be in control, or constantly needing to have a plan. But a lot of that's going to be kind of getting swept away this year, or you're going to be learning major lessons with it and healing a lot of it. That's going to be really big, and that's going to be pretty much there for most of the year as the nodes change January 11th. Okay, so that's going to be huge. And January is also a really big like mystical month as well, because once the North Node moves into Pisces, it's going to conjunct Neptune, and then Venus is going to conjunct the North Node at the end of January. And so could even be a lot of like fated encounters, fated opportunities, fated interest, fated relationships, fated connections, fated desires that kind of start coming in January. So January is really giving you a preview of a lot of things that are coming. So really pay attention. The month is going to start off feeling somewhat just like 2024, but then once we get to January 11th and onward, it's going to start feeling very, very different. Okay. It's going to really, like, once the North Node moves into your 6th house, like, incorporating spirituality or some kind of creativity or some kind of way to like let your soul loose, or medicine for your soul in some way, like doing something that is going to make you feel good from the inside out, or fulfill you emotionally, or fulfill your soul in some way, is going to be really, really huge. Like incorporating that into your day-to-day routines or into your job even is going to be very, very big this year. So on February 23rd, like I said, Mars will start moving forward, but it will still be in your 10th house of Cancer, where from February 23rd until Mars leaves your 10th house, it's going, like, this is going to be a very good time to start taking charge and moving forward and gaining forward momentum finally on the changes you want to make in your career and with your long-term goals, with, you know, your future and the things that you're focusing on in that area of your life. So March is the very crazy, like crazy kind of like faded. I keep saying faded, but this year it so is like, and I'm not even kidding. Like, these are some really faded, mystical, spiritual, woo-woo ass fucking transits that we have this year. Okay, so, but March is crazy. There's a lot of pivots. There's a lot of whole new chapters forming and really big karmic faded endings and cycles coming full circle. It's so much. Okay, so on the 1st, we're going to have Venus moving retrograde. This is big since Venus is your chart ruler as a Libra rising. Okay, she's going to go retrograde in Aries, your opposite sign, which is probably not going to feel so good at first because, you know, it's your opposite sign. And so Venus is out of her nature here. Aries is confrontational and about moving forward, masculine energy. Venus is feminine. It's about bringing things together and harmony and beauty and, you know, feeling good. And so she's out of her nature here. So going retrograde here could be a time where you're reflecting on your own kind of sense of, you know, first off, your relationships, with this being your 7th house. What about your relationships that you're liking, what you're not liking, what's attractive to you, what's not attractive to you, changes that you want to make in your relationships. And with this also being in your 7th house, this could even be things going on with your partner as well. Some of these things could just be related to your partner. But not only that, like just reflecting on what you really want and what your heart's desire is in terms of your relationships and how that could be somewhat controversial, edgy, or how maybe you've been avoiding certain conflicts to do with expressing certain sides of yourself or whatever they're, you know, basically this kind of polarity or tension between confrontation and what you actually want and desire could be coming up here to do with your relationships in some way. Now, on the 14th of March, we're going to have our first eclipse, and it's going to be the Virgo lunar eclipse. And this is going to be a very crazy one. It's going to be in your 12th house, like I said, where the South Node is. And so this is going to be a lot of stuff that you're letting go. This is going to be where you're really getting a big hint here about what these nodal transits are going to be about for you. And with this being in your 12th house of Virgo, likely, like I said, it's likely going to be about something that you're realizing or letting go of, or a culmination point, or a cycle, or an old habit, or an old addiction, or something along those lines that you are finally realizing and potentially letting go of, to do with perfectionism, being overly critical, you know, being overly judgmental, detail-oriented, needing to have it all figured out, needing to be in control, etc. And this is going to be a big time to let that go so you can transcend, because the sun's going to be on Neptune during this eclipse, which is just going to be wild. And then on the 26th, we're going to have Venus. She's going to be, like I said, retrograding in your 7th, and then she's going to move back to your 6th. So she's going to move back into Pisces, where she's exalted and really likes to be, and really shifting the focus from your relationships and your partnerships and the connections in your life and what you really want there. Moving, like, you know, all of that. And then she's going to be moving back into your 6th house, where she's going to be having you reflect on your work, your health, your day-to-day routines. Again, bringing more of what you love, more of what you're interested in, more of what feels good, or what feels good spiritually or creatively, into your day-to-day life, your work, your health, and your day-to-day routines. Okay, it's going to be really, really big when that happens on the 26th. So then on the 29th, we have the Aries partial solar eclipse happening in your 7th. Huge culmination point, huge beginning and ending happening here simultaneously in your 7th house of Aries, okay? Again, bringing this like new beginning, or this big realization, or something ending and beginning, closing out and beginning in terms of your relationships, or your partnership, or other people in your life, or how you see other people, or whatever, how other people see you. Something really big is happening there on the 29th with that Aries solar eclipse. A new beginning that you are going to feel this spark of moving forward on, because Aries is very much about moving forward momentum, doing what's best for you. Or this could even be a new beginning in your partner's life as well for some of you. So it just kind of depends. And on the 30th, we're going to have Neptune finally moving out of Pisces, your 6th house, where it has been for over a decade now, okay? And moving into Aries, your 7th house. So there's some kind of preparation happening for your 7th house here, like I said, because there's a lot of 7th house transits going on in March right before Neptune moves in. And so that looks like to me like there's something being prepped here in your 7th house, and then Neptune moves in on the 30th of March, starting a whole new era, or at least the beginning of a whole new era in your relationships, a whole new Neptune era in your relationships. And so this is going to be teaching you a lot of Neptunian lessons to do with your relationships. You know, boundaries versus unity. Idealizing and wearing rose-colored glasses versus seeing what is. You know, having faith, you know, and having hope in a relationship versus feeling lost or confused, you know. These are really big lessons you're going to start learning. What is the purpose of a relationship? What is your dream relationship? What is your ideal relationship? What does that look like? Is it a fantasy or is it realistic, right? Is it what you really want, right? Spiritual practices or endeavors involving relationships and other people. This could be a time, like if you're single, where you meet someone that is very spiritually tapped in and kind of introduces you to a whole new way of doing things, or you start wanting to be with somebody that it like has similar beliefs to you or wants to explore those beliefs with you. So you know, it starts really with Neptune in the 7th. It's like you start wanting more than just a partnership or a relationship. You want divine connections, soul connections that feel good and that bring out each other's authentic selves and individuality and desires and sparks, and that really motivate you, right? So that could also be some things that you see. And in April, the next big thing we have is Venus finally moving forward on April 13th. So she'll start moving forward in your 6th house of Pisces, where she retrograded back to. She'll start moving forward, and then you will start picking up the pieces and really making sense of what this Venus retrograde has been about for you, how it's had you reflect on your work, health, day-to-day routines, and bringing more imagination, creativity, more of your heart's desires, more of what you really want there, and also your relationships with other people and your connections with other people. Okay, and then on the 18th, Mars is finally moving out of your 10th house. Like I said, where it, you know, moved back in, retrograded back in January 6th. It's finally moving out of your 10th house on April 18th and back into Leo. So in December of 2024, you started something. There was something that started, some kind of new energy that started coming in when Mars moved into Leo. But then it kind of got halted when Mars went retrograde. I think like mid to end-ish December. And so you've had to do a lot of reflecting on your friends and your social circles and, you know, popularity and fitting in versus standing out and shining versus dimming your light, you know, validation, you know, pride, ego, all of these things related with other people, your connections, and all of that, your image, your social status, a lot of that, right? There was a lot of reflecting on that in December. And your courage, your confidence as well in social situations. And now with Mars finally moving back into Leo on April 18th, you're able to finally start coming back around to those lessons and finally moving forward. Things are going to start really making sense. Dots are going to really be connecting on what you want, and you're going to have the courage and the confidence to finally start moving forward on it. And now because Venus is direct and Mars is back in Leo, there's just a really good energy here for finally going after what you want, finally starting to realize what you want, and making the moves to make it happen. Okay, on the 30th of April, Venus is finally going to move back into Aries, where she started her retrograde March 1st. So then you're going to start making even more sense of those lessons when she started retrograding in March, the relationship things that were coming up, and, you know, to do with your heart's desire and to do with what you really want and to do with what you're interested in, what you're attracted to, your partner, your relationships, etc. That's going to start finally coming full circle and making sense. So April's a huge month of like moving forward finally, and really finally knowing for sure what we want. I mean, as the days go on, we'll know more and more, and finally moving forward to get it. And then in May, once we move to May, the big thing we have happening in May is Saturn is going to be moving out of Pisces, out of your 6th house of health, work, and day-to-day routines, where it has been since 2023, and finally moving into Aries, your 7th house. Again, relationships. And so with this is going to be really interesting. You know, like I said, Neptune already moved into your 7th house of relationships, bringing a lot of Neptunian energy to the topic of relationships in your life. But now Saturn is here. Saturn is in fall. in Aries, unfortunately. So it could either work against us or not work very well at all. There seems to be a lot coming up here with this Saturn-Neptune conjunction, especially in your 7th house. I see this being a lot about commitment in relationships, topics of commitment, long-term commitment. It could also bring up a lot of topics of, karmic cycles and relationships. Have you facing kind of doubts or topics of distance in relationships as well for some of you? I could see this playing out a lot of ways. Also the topic of boundaries, because both Neptune and Saturn deal with boundaries, the topic of sacrifice. And again, it's like really Saturn and Neptune is really about crafting and solidifying a dream or an ideal of what you want in a situation. And so for some people, I mean, it's not like to say that it's all bad, but there's always a flip side. And so I'm just trying to cover both. I mean, for some people, this could be like, oh my gosh, I found my dream partner, or I realize I'm with my dream partner and I'm going to get married and, we're going to make that commitment. You know what I mean? For other people, it could be like, holy shit, I realize I've been under an illusion. I've been wearing rose-colored glasses. I've been like under a spell and this is not what I want and I'm getting the hell out, like it could be a lot of different things. And so, but it's going to be very interesting nonetheless. There's definitely, Saturn deals with karmic lessons, tough lessons, like maturing and what do we want for the long haul. But Saturn and Aries can sometimes deal with jumping into things prematurely or too quickly. It can teach us kind of consequences in terms of where we do things too quickly and then beat up on ourselves for it, right? We can try to prove ourselves too much to others. So you could be seeing some of this, or your partner could be seeing some of this, because sometimes the 7th house will play out with just our partner. We'll start noticing these themes in our partner, right? But really, it's like, what do you really want for your future? I think that's the big thing here. Is your relationship living up to your standards? Is it living up to what you actually want and desire, what you dreamt of, what you've idealized, or what you've always wanted for yourself? And for other people, it could be like, you finally realizing you've been living in a fantasy and that what you want isn't, not in like a pessimistic way, like what you want doesn't exist, but maybe you've had too high of expectations, like you've been literally waiting for a prince in shining armor and to come, kiss a frog and slide down a rainbow, you know what I mean? And you're realizing like, oh, okay, I've been a little bit too picky or too critical, right? So it could go either way. I think that there'll probably be lessons in even both for most people. But it's like, what's real versus what isn't, right? And what can you see, feel, and touch versus what you just know, or what faith you have, or an inner knowing or an inner trusting. Issues of trust as well, and faith in relationships and topics of that could really come up. So these are some of the things that I'm seeing with this for you as a Libra rising, with this moving through your 7th house. So the next big thing that we have happening, and this is a really good one for you as a Libra rising, on the 9th, on June 9th, Jupiter is going to be moving into Cancer. And again, this is your 10th house where Mars was for the first 4 months of this year. Mars really kicked up a lot of dirt here and was like, probably not too nice about it. A lot of sensitive topics to do with your career, your future, your long-term goals, authority figures, your reputation, what you really want out of your life. And it probably kicked up a lot of sensitive topics here for you to deal with or face or make changes on the first 4 months of the year. But by June 9th, we have Jupiter moving through here, really showing you the expansiveness and the potential of your future and what you want out of your life. And so this is going to be very good for a lot of you if you're starting a new career, or if you're already in a career and you want to expand it, you want to grow it. You may start seeing new goals for yourself. You may start seeing new ways forward, or new doors opening that, you hadn't thought of before, or that you thought were shut, So it's just going to be very, very good for expanding your public image, expanding your career, expanding your goals, just expansion in general. This is going to be very, very good for. And with Jupiter ruling your 6th house of Pisces, where the North Node is, that's really amazing too. It's like there's something fated here happening in terms of your purpose in the world, your work in the world, your career. It's like you're getting clear on that, or there's a lot of beneficial energy here for you to connect with that this year and make a lot of really incredible things happen and reach a lot of new heights in terms of success in those areas. So then in July, the next big transit we have is Uranus finally moving out of Taurus, where it's been since 2018 for the past 7 years now, and it's going to be moving into Gemini, which is your 9th house. So this is kind of revolutionizing your outlook on life, your outlook on the world. This could be a new educational practice that you are diving into, a new educational pursuit, a new course, you know, going back to school for something, or, you know, traveling a lot more, and or deciding to completely dive into something brand new, some kind of new adventure, some kind of new learning endeavor, something like that from July 7th and for a few months after, as, you know, Uranus kind of dips into Gemini before it retrogrades back. It's like revolutionizing, modernizing your way of viewing the world in some way, and seeing more opportunities here, seeing more ways to innovate and experiment and all of that. So that's going to be really interesting with Uranus and Gemini. A lot of you guys, if you're not already like into astrology or learning astrology, I could so see this happening under this transit, you know, because I see a lot of Uranus transits happen when people, it happened for me when Uranus moved into my 10th house well, I got introduced to astrology when Uranus moved into my 9th, and I started learning my own chart. Well, it was already in my 9th for a little bit, but it was in my 9th basically when I started learning astrology in my own chart. And then like literally not long after it moved into my 10th, I lost my shit at first for a few months. But then after that, I found myself again from astrology. And that was when I decided to dedicate myself to start learning about it, and decided I was going to start doing these videos on YouTube. And so that was how that all happened. And so anyway, but you could definitely find that you're learning something maybe a little different, or a little bit more modern, even, or just completely, you know, kind of out there, or something like that with Uranus moving into your 9th. So that'll be really interesting. In September, this is where we start having, it's like a come up and a come down basically, right? And so September 2nd, Saturn is going to leave your 7th house, where it just moved in earlier in the year, at the end of May, giving you a preview of what's to come. It's going to move out of your 7th and back into your 6th in Pisces to kind of finish those lessons it's been teaching you there since, you know, like the beginning of 2023. So, you know, you're going to come back to, again, you know, health, work, day-to-day routine, and learning a lot of the karmic lessons that you've been learning there, a lot about discipline and structure in these areas, and getting serious about those things. So that's going to be happening September 2nd. And then this September is also eclipse season. So we're going to have 2 eclipses in September. On September 7th, we're going to have the Pisces lunar eclipse happening again in your 6th house. So there could definitely be a huge realization happening here of something that needs to change, or something that you're realizing, or something that you need to let go of in terms of how you're going about your day-to-day health, routines, work, etc. Okay. And then on September 21st, there's going to be a Virgo solar eclipse, which is a massive ending and new beginning happening in your 12th house, again, of letting things go, letting go of old subconscious patterns, addictions, and cycles to do with being in control, being perfectionistic, being, you know, too overly detailed, or needing to kind of have it all figured out. So something definitely, some kind of new beginning and ending is happening there. You could definitely start feeling a little bit more internal around that time, or isolating yourself a little bit more around that time, so you can kind of figure some things out that are going on within you. Then in October, on October 22nd, Neptune is going to retrograde back out of your 7th house of Aries, again, where it has been since the end of March, starting this new era in your relationships. But it's going to dip back out of your 7th house of relationships and back into your 6th house of Pisces, again, of health, work, and day-to-day routines. So this is important. I want you to really pay attention to March 30th until May 25th, that first window of time when Neptune moves in to your 7th house. What changes do you notice there about your relationships? Because those are Neptune lessons, right? Then from May 25th until September 2nd, that's when Saturn is going to be in your 7th house with Neptune. So those are going to be Saturn-Neptune lessons. Then from September 2nd to October 22nd, again, Neptune lessons, right? So what do you see there? And I think that'll help kind of show you what just Saturn is, or what just Neptune is teaching you, versus what Saturn and Neptune are teaching you in your relationships this year, okay? And will really be starting to teach you all the way next year in 2026. So, and then last but not least, on November 8th, we're going to have Uranus retrograding out of Gemini and back into Taurus. Okay, so we had a little preview of Uranus and Gemini and your 9th from July 7th till November 8th. What do you notice in that time to do with your belief systems, your outlooks on the world, your world views, your political views, your religious views, you know, your philosophical views on like the meaning of life and all of that, your educational pursuits, teaching, mentorship, and travel. What changes do you notice in that department in that time period? And that can give you a lot of hints about what Uranus is trying to teach you in that area of your life. So with that being said, Libra, that is the end of your horoscope for 2025. If you watched this all the way through, comment down below, sexy Libra rising. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Make sure to send this to your friends, your family, whoever, and you know, tell them to watch their sign. It would really help me out, help this video out, because this has been a lot of work. It's taken me weeks to film this. I got sick and kind of delayed and all of that. And so anyways, but I would really appreciate it if you could like, share, and comment down below. It really mean a lot to me. And I hope you guys have a wonderful 2025. Come back through the year, check on your horoscope, see how it's resonating. Don't forget to do that. I'll be also posting it on my community page throughout the year and reminding people. And yeah, I can't wait to see how it ends up resonating for you. So thank you so much, Libra Rising, and I will see you guys in my next one. Bye. Alrighty, Scorpio Risings, you guys are up. Welcome to your 2025 year ahead horoscope. This year is a really, really, really big year. This is a transitional year. If you didn't watch the beginning of the video where I really talked about what's going on this year and how it's going to affect us all collectively, then you are missing out. But this is a year that I'm calling the in-between year. And that is because we are kind of in between massive old chapters closing, like massive old lives even closing. It could feel like, you know, you are entering a whole new life this year. You know, for many people, we are like literally in between two different eras of our lives, and they're very different from each other. And so I really see this year for you, Scorpio Risings, as making powerful moves in terms of your home life, your work life, and your day-to-day health and routines, along with your career, your passions, children, and anything that, you know, you do for pleasure or enjoyment, hobbies. And that is really, really the name of the game this year for you. I see really powerful or deep things, serious topics coming up in your home and family life, potentially serious changes in your home and family life. I see potentially a lot of travel for you this year, or a lot of educational pursuits. I see a lot of stepping into more confidence and courage in terms of your career, stepping into more fun and even potentially leadership in your career. But the big focus of the year is centered around the Pisces Aries cusp. And for you, this is your 5th house and your 6th house and whole signs, which is what I use. And so this year for you is going to be really centered around, what do you truly love? Like romanticizing your life. What do you truly love? What is your calling? What can you do that just completely makes time feel futile? You know what I mean? It's like you could do it for all eternity and time would pass by, right? Topics of children and also just passion and entertainment could be coming up as well. But with your 5th and 6th being so affected this year, it's like you're wanting to bring more creativity, more imagination, more healing, more love, more passion, more of your heart's desire into your work or into your health or into your day-to-day routines, tasks, and duties. And so there's so much of that this year for you as a Scorpio rising. And so that's what we're really working with. There is also just a huge focus on really, like, you know, figuring out if like the people in your life or the social situations in your life, the alliances in your life, the groups that you belong to, the different, you know, associations you have with other people, it's really figuring out if they are really aligned with your true interests, your true passions, your true hobbies, you know, like what really what really lights up your soul, if they're soul aligned people or not, with the nodes being in your 5th and 11th house, which by the way, on the chart that I show, it's going to look like the north nodes in your 11th house. I forgot to flip the nodes, so they're backwards. It's going to look like the north node's in your 11th house and the south node is in your 5th house, but it's actually the other way around. So just keep that in mind. But anyway, so we start this year with Pluto in Aquarius, which moved in at the end of November 2024. And the reason this is a big deal, if you haven't heard, is Pluto is going to be in Aquarius for basically like the next 20-something years, okay? And with Pluto in Aquarius, this is your 4th house. And this is the deepest, darkest, most foundational place of the chart. This is where your personal life lives. This is where old secrets from the past live, skeletons in your closet. This is where you feel safe and secure in terms of home and family. This is who you are when no one else is around. This is where your home is, or, you know, who you live with, your living situation, your parents, and your immediate family. Okay, this is like your deep inner world. What's going on in your day-to-day life behind the scenes in terms of, you know, your home, family, and private life, who you are behind closed doors, basically. Right? And so Pluto is really bringing up these topics here in Aquarius and really showing you what's truly aligned with you and what isn't. Where some of these things in this area of life may be different than the norm, or where they may go against the grain of what normal society or what your family or what other people you live with expect of you. And so it's making serious changes here in this area and potentially bringing up and uprooting things from the past that have been buried for a long time to truly face and deal with. You know, it could also be bringing up power struggles or topics of powerlessness in terms of home and family and living situations. But you could find yourself wanting to either make really serious changes in this department or changes happening in this area of life that, and some may be somewhat out of your control. But whatever you face in this time is really about you finding your power within, you finding your power with your family, you finding your power with your home life, you finding your power with your personal and private life and your living situations, right? And so that's going to be a massive topic over like the next couple decades for you, but it's really, really starting this year for sure. Okay. The next big thing is as we enter January 2025, on January 6th, Mars is going to already be retrograde as we enter the year, but it's going to move back into Cancer in your 9th house, where it was the end of September, the month of October, and the month of November. And so this is a really transformational time in terms of, you know, your travel pursuits, educational pursuits, long distance travel. And, you know, so the first few months of the year, basically till April, are going to be about either reflecting on or making changes in terms of where you feel at home in the world, where you feel comfortable with your educational pursuits, your beliefs, your outlook on life. This could be you like literally physically changing your location or needing to kind of uproot your home life and change to a different area. I know I've done a lot of 2025 readings for Scorpio Risings. Like, I don't know why, but so many Scorpio Risings have gotten 2025 readings with me. It's like I've noticed them out of all the other signs. Like, for the most part, most of them, you know, most of the readings I've done have been for Scorpio Risings, and a lot of them are at some kind of major crossroads as they're entering 2025 in terms of living situation, in terms of moving, in terms of traveling, in terms of like, you know, family and home life. And so it's going to be a very interesting year. And if you're not quite decided just yet on what you want to do, you will be by the end of the first 4 months of 2025. So just keep that in mind. The other big thing that we have happening in January, pretty much right as we enter 2025 on January 11th, is the nodes changing to your 5th house, the north node being in your 5th house in Pisces, and the south node moving into your 11th house in Virgo. And so for the rest of this year, after January 11th, this is where we'll be having the eclipses in March and September. But you're going to notice these themes and these patterns throughout the whole year kind of rippling. These karmic and fated patterns to do with your, again, groups of people, associations, your social status, your social life. And where there's this kind of, you know, with Virgo, there's topics of perfectionism, being detail-oriented, you know, improvement, being overly critical, overly judgmental. So you can notice some of those themes in terms of your social situations, but there's a lot of karmic situations that are going to be happening in this area of your life to do with friends, communities you belong to, groups you belong to, or advocate for, you know, alliances, acquaintances. And so it's going to be really figuring out and learning a series of karmic lessons and patterns to do with your social life. Now, the other part of this is the North Node in Pisces in your 5th house, which is like, what does your heart truly desire? Like, where can you romanticize your life? Where can you channel your feelings and your passions and your creativity into something that feels meaningful, right? And that's kind of the back and forth here. Where can you bring your inner desires, your inner heart's desires and feelings and the journey of the soul in some way out into the world, right? In physical form, you know, so whether that be writing a book or creating art or, you know, creating a blog or, you know, whatever, there's something here where you're like, you know, I feel like a topic this year is really going to be like soul art, soul artistry, artistry of the soul in some way. You're going to be really figuring out how you want to expand artistically, creatively, you know, in terms of your imagination, in terms of what really, really speaks to your soul on like a deep and intimate and emotional level with Pisces here. And, you know, with Pisces, there's this topic of transcendence, transcending the dark and moving it to light, right? Forgiveness, sacrifice, healing, you know, all of that, redemption. And so that could somehow be involved in something that you're working on or something that you're feeling really creatively drawn to this year, or something that you're even doing for fun. You know, for some of you, this could be dance. This could be a hobby. This could be, you know, something like that. And especially with the Aries and Pisces axis being, you know, hit a lot this year, this could be, you know, taking those emotions and those feelings and channeling them into some kind of physical activity or some kind of action-oriented thing. So that's going to be very interesting. It's like this is a year of figuring out your soul's desires. Now, with that being said, this is also, you know, the 5th house also deals with children because it deals with creation. So it also deals with sexuality, children, and dating. So those are topics that you could also really see coming up in 2025. Now, in February, on February 23rd, we're going to have Mars moving direct. And so Mars will no longer be retrograde in your 9th house of Cancer. And so from February 23rd onwards, I think you're really going to start making sense of and being able to take action on and being able to move forward in terms of whatever these changes you are dealing with or going through that are, you know, centered around your travel pursuits, you know, finding a home in the world or finding your place in the world, your, you know, your kind of long-term vision for your life, your belief systems, your outlook on the world, your educational pursuits. This is going to be a big time where you're really starting to know what you want to take action on, and you're going to be able to start taking action on it from February 3rd onward. Okay, so then in March is a really crazy month. It's literally probably one of the craziest of the year, honestly, if not the craziest. So on March 1st, we have Venus moving retrograde in the sign of Aries in your 6th house. So, you know, from February to March 1st, you're probably really, you know, figuring out what it is that you truly want in terms of your job or your day-to-day work life and environment, what you want in terms of your health and your routines and your tasks and duties on a day-to-day basis. You know, you are potentially even having to deal with certain conflicts here or address certain conflicts or resolve certain conflicts here that you've had or overcome certain challenges here as Venus goes retrograde. And then, you know, she will move back into Pisces at the end of March, on March 26th. And once she moves back into Pisces, your 5th house, again, you're going to be reflecting on some really, really faded lessons with the North Node there to do with your love life, your true heart's desires, your true interests, your true passions, your true soul's gifts and soul's purpose even in the world. How to really bring something to life, how to really heal or transcend something in some way, focusing on, like I said, potentially artistry or something creative or something soulful. focusing on relationships and your connections with other people, your connections with your children, like all of that could be coming in here. And this is a year to just really like, you're going to have time periods where you just want to get lost in this creative space or artistry or something creative that you're working on, or a book, or just something that is imaginative and that is creative. And this, you're going to start feeling it around January, but you're really going to be feeling it by the end of March because so much is happening, okay? And on top of that, we also have on March 14th, the Virgo lunar eclipse on the South Node. So that'll be our first eclipse of the year, and it's going to be a pretty crazy one. It's going to be potentially ending certain chapters in terms of, again, your social life, your social status, how you have usually, carried yourself, or the people that you've usually acquainted yourself with in the world. There's something kind of ending there. There's something coming to light. There's something that you're realizing there around March 14th. And then, on the 29th, we're going to have the partial Aries solar eclipse happening in your 6th house of your work, health, and day-to-day routine. So there's a massive ending and new beginning starting in your 6th house at the end of March, on March 29th, where you are really, 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 starting something and ending something in terms of your job, in terms of your day-to-day, work, health, and routines, discipline, task, duties, responsibilities. Like there's something there that is starting that you are really moving forward on or taking a lot of action on around that time, with it being in Aries. So it's going to be a very crazy time. March is very crazy. I mean, it could literally feel like a psychedelic trip. It could literally feel like, just so many different things. Like there's so much happening around that time. So we also have on March 30th, Neptune finally moving out of Pisces, where it has been since like 2010, 2011, and it's moving into the sign of Aries. And so this is the first time it has moved into a new sign since 2011. Okay, so you've had Neptune in your 5th house, teaching you a lot of lessons, again, with children, your heart's desires, dating, romance, sexuality, creativity, for the past, over a decade, right? And now Neptune's moving into your 6th house, where it's going to start teaching you Neptunian lessons. And, Neptune is about transcendence. It's a very spiritual planet. It's about having no bounds. It's about being able to go within and realize that everything is one, and unifying things and all of that, and seeing the more spiritual connection between everything, right? And so with Neptune then moving into your 6th house, it's definitely potentially showing me that this could be some fated, destined, or spiritual job or service to others or work that you end up doing, or something to do with your health as well, or your health routines. There's some kind of really, really big new era that's starting here at the end of March. Okay. It's huge. And so you really, really want to be paying attention around that time. I'm sure you already will be, just because there's going to be so many things going on. I think it's going to be almost impossible for you to not be paying attention around that time. But it's almost like you want to challenge yourself. Like there's, what I've been saying about Neptune and Aries, and then even with Saturn, that's going to be moving into Aries also not long after, a couple months after. But what I've been really saying about this is some kind of challenge, like destined soul level journey or challenge or story is starting here. Even vision, right? Could also just be a vision, or all. There's some kind of like soul urge that is challenging, but that feels like necessary. Like I have to do this. And you may not even know why. It's like, I don't know why, I have to do this. I have to go on this journey. I've been watching Lord of the Rings lately, with Mars being retrograde in Leo opposite Pluto and Aquarius, which so that transit. But anyway, it's like that. It's like you have this soul urge, or the soul inkling of like this intuitive like yearning to like go on some kind of journey or do something that really is going to challenge you, or end one life and begin another in a whole new way. And you may not know why or where it's coming from, or if it's going to work out. It could even be risky. It could feel like you're literally rolling the dice to do it, or whatever, but it's like, I have to do this for some reason. And so a lot of you guys, I think, are going to be starting new jobs or doing new things for work especially around that time, you know, Mars is going to be at the end of Cancer in your ninth. So it's like you're rethinking what your purpose is in the world, what you want to do in the world, what you can offer other people. And, you know, then Mars moves back into Leo, and it's like really thinking about your career and your long-term future in April. But with it's like, what do you want your day-to-day life at work to look like, right? Like, that's what this is about. That's the 6th house. It's not so much about like, what career am I building towards, or what is the long-term vision here. It's more like, what do I want my day-to-day life to look like in terms of my work and the work I do in the world. So I feel like a lot of you guys could get into some kind of creative job or creative craft, or a job where you are in service to others or helping others or healing others. A job where you can use more of like your potentially soul level gifts, like, you know, whether it be like psychic, you know, gifts or psychic pursuits, or, you know, mysticism in some way. On the shadow side of this, though, you know, because once Saturn moves in, it will bring up, you know, some of the shadow side when it moves in at the end of May. On the shadow side of this, though, and just with Neptune alone anyway in Aries, it could bring up, you know, taking really swift actions on things prematurely without really thinking them through. It could bring up escapism in terms of health, work, and day-to-day routine, being kind of in denial about certain things, or, you know, whatever, right? Creating confusion around your job, around your health, around your day-to-day responsibilities, victimization, you know, so you do have to kind of watch for those things in terms of, you know, this transit. But other than that, I really feel here that, you know, with Neptune moving into the 6th, there is potentially like a new vision forming for what you want to do with your day-to-day job, your day-to-day life, how you really want to take care of yourself and the work environment that you want to be in. And that's really, really starting at the end of March, okay? And so it's definitely important to pay attention to that. In April, we're going to have Venus moving direct and out of retrograde on April 13th in your 5th house of Pisces still. And so from April 13th onward, you're really going to be noticing and realizing a lot of different things around these Venus retrograde lessons of your 5th house: love, romance, creativity, relationships, friendships. Also with Venus ruling your 7th house, again, relationships, like strong, committed relationships, or even your marriage, spiritual pursuits with it ruling your 12th house, you know, what you're really attracted to, what you're really interested in, what you really like, what you really want, what you really truly desire on a soul level for yourself and your life. It's like you're going to have an optimism on life this year that is going to feel like life is not just all about the mundane, you know, practical, you know, hard stuff. It's also about like happiness. It's also about empathy. It's also about helping others. It's also about healing. It's also about gratitude. You know, like these more higher vibrational things are coming in to really teach you something this year, and teach us all something. You know, like we're all going to be experiencing these transits to some degree somewhere in our charts. So anyway, April is a month of clarity because Venus is moving direct, so you're going to start really being able to move forward on the things that you learned from March 1st until April 13th, on the realizations, epiphanies, and things that you've had in that time. And then Mars is going to move back into Leo on March 18th, back into your 10th house. And this is where you're really moving forward on changes related to your career and your public image, your reputation, and potentially setting, you know, putting, you know, like themes of like leadership, honor, courage, confidence could really be involved here. Glory, integrity, you know, like all of those things could really start coming up here. Being seen more, putting yourself out there more, feeling kind of like I'm the one that can do this in some way, right? Or this is my purpose in some way, right? Like you're definitely feeling more like yourself. But as Mars moves back into Leo, it will oppose Pluto again, which it was the very beginning of January 2025. And so there will be kind of this, you know, push and pull between your career and what you want for your long-term goals and your family, home, and personal life. So there will be some kind of changes or something that you're realizing there before you can move forward, okay? And so again, that's April 18th. onward. And then April 30th, Venus will move out of Pisces and back into Aries, your 6th house. So you can finish learning the lessons there of not only just what you really want creatively and what you want for your soul, what feels good and soulful for you, but what also feels good and what you want in terms of your work, health, and day-to-day routines, okay? So the next big transit is on May 25th. Saturn then moves into Aries, your 6th house, like I was kind of talking about before, and will conjunct Neptune pretty much as it moves in. It'll be right there with Neptune. So the Saturn-Neptune conjunction is really interesting because Saturn is very different from Neptune, and Saturn's also in fall in Aries. So it's going to be very interesting, but typically Saturn in the 6th will teach you a lot of somewhat tough lessons and difficult lessons around discipline, self-care, taking care of yourself, taking care of your health, your body, and maintaining that, right? Not just doing it once and, you know, being done with it and expecting things to change, but like, no, maintaining it over and over again. Also, bad habits or like, you know, addictions, etc., that are no longer helping you or that are unhealthy for you. Health habits that you have, any health habits that you have that are not helping you, that are not healthy for you, it is going to teach you lessons around this, right? Now with Neptune there, this could be so many different things for different people, but this could really be that a lot of you, if there is a alcohol problem or a drug problem, this could be a time where you're really, you know, kind of forced to quit for some reason or another. You know, something comes up or a lesson happens and it's like, okay, it's time to quit this. And that's what that also could be very, very possible for many Scorpio rising. So I do just want to say this really quick. With your 5th house being activated and your 6th house being activated, and the cusp of both being kind of so busy this year, I will say that you do really like, I really could see this, that if any of you do have certain addictions or really unhealthy habits that you are doing for fun or doing to escape or whatever, this is a year that's going to be very, very focused on that, okay? And if you don't, be very careful that you don't pick any up, okay? Because with the 5th house being activated and it being like fun and things that you do for pleasure and fun and all of that, you could pick up some things that are a little bit too much fun until, you know, so much fun that they end up being unhealthy for you and eventually could, you know, bring a lot of things down in your life because of it, right? And so you do just want to be careful of that. And that's really the lesson here with Saturn and Neptune. Where are you escaping things or in denial or not having enough boundaries? Where do you need more boundaries with Saturn there? Or where are you being too hard on yourself or too strict on yourself and need to loosen up a little bit, right? And stop and smell the roses, you know? It's this kind of push and pull between both of really learning, like, you know, again, like, where to have boundaries, where to be disciplined, where to loosen up. But again, I really see the blending of these two as like a soul level kind of challenge that you're wanting to embark on, or for your body or for your health or for your work in the world, you know, getting very serious about making a dream or making a vision that you have for these areas of life happen and come true. You know, really bringing something into reality that it feels impossible, but it's like you just feel like you can do it. You know what I mean? This is going to be a year for that. So moving on to June. In June, we're going to have Jupiter moving into the sign of Cancer, again, your 9th house. So this is a really, really great transit because Jupiter is exalted in Cancer, okay? And Jupiter is also, you know, the ruler of Pisces, where the North Node is in your 5th house. And so there is definitely this link between your 5th house and your 9th house this year, where you are, you know, Jupiter in the 9th is just a really, really great transit. It's really about being more optimistic on life, being more optimistic on the world, having a higher perspective on things than you may usually, potentially learning new things, going on learning or educational pursuits, going back to school for something, learning a new skill, you know, diving into teaching or mentorship or therapeutic things, you know. Also, you know, really, you know, kind of finding, again, the sense of purpose in not only your heart and soul, but in how you know, how that translates to what you're going to do with it in the world and your place in the world, right? This is really great for travel pursuits as well. I know when Jupiter was moving through my ninth, I traveled a lot more than I usually did. And that was great because I love to travel. So this is going to be really good for travel pursuits, wanting to get out and maybe explore other cultures, or go back to your own culture and go deeper and explore your ancestry. Even like ancestry could be a very big topic this year with Pluto in your fourth and then Jupiter in your ninth in Cancer. So that could be something else. And so there's just a lot of that going on with Jupiter in your ninth this year. So keep an eye out for that from June 9th forward. So the next big transit I want to discuss is Uranus moving into Gemini and out of your seventh house, where it has been since 2018. So for 7 years, Uranus has been stirring shit up in your relationships, right? You've probably went through really revolutionary changes and shifts in your relationship sector. Maybe some of you guys have, you know, found partners that weren't normally your type, or started experimenting in relationships more. Maybe 7 years ago you were in one relationship and thought it was the one, and then realized it was not. Now you're in a whole different relationship, or you decided to not be in a relationship at all and go be a nomad or something. You know, like there's so many different ways and so many different lessons you could have learned here with Uranus in your seventh, but it's really changed things and upgraded your relationship life in some way, shape, or form. By bringing kind of shocking, unstable, turbulent, unpredictable things or situations into your atmosphere. But even with that, it's probably still felt like, you know, relationships may still feel like risky or like a roll of the dice, or there still may be this kind of unpredictable up and down in relationships for you. But you've probably really realized overall with Taurus being your seventh house that really what it is you crave is comfort, security, stability. And, you know, because as a Scorpio rising, those are not your traits. And so usually we go for something opposite. So when it comes to your relationships, whether you realize it or not, you prefer things that are more secure, that are more stable, that are more comfortable, that are solid, you know, that are predictable. And so with Uranus finally moving out of your seventh house for the first time, but it's only going to move out for a few months. So it's only giving you a preview. So it's going to move into Gemini in your eighth house. And this is where it's going to be teaching you a lot of lessons in terms of your eighth house sector, which is very much about your finances, how you build your wealth, who you share your wealth with, where you get your wealth from, shared resources, shared relationships with, you know, financial matters, resources, wealth. The things that you share with your partner, if you guys have like a house together, who owns what, right? What you own versus what other people own, what is owed to you versus what you owe to other people, and really your like kind of long-term desires for your finances, you know, investments, debts. Also, you know, it can bring up topics of the occult and just things that are more esoteric, topics of mortality. You know, things like this. So with Uranus moving here in your eighth, there's definitely going to be a lot of changes that start happening in this area, whether that are out of your control or by your own doing. So with Uranus in your eighth, you know, you could really start wanting to modernize, revolutionize, upgrade, you know, your finances in some way. So maybe you start really getting into I don't know, like Bitcoin or trading or investments in some way, or, you know, Uranus is going to be there once it moves in for good for a while. So, you know, this could be getting into kind of modern forms of, you know, financial things, right? So there will be kind of a lot of changes, ups and downs. You know, Uranus really seeks freedom, it seeks liberation. And so anything that's been kind of holding you back financially, or anything that, you know, has been holding you back in terms of business related matters, or how you go about, you know, wealth in the world, Uranus may bring situations to the forefront or changes to the forefront that kind of liberate you from those things, or in some way free you from those things. But it doesn't always feel like that at first, right? At first, sometimes it can feel like something very shocking or unexpected happens, but in the long run, it frees us from something and changes the course of our path in a more aligned direction, right? So anyway, so that happens on July 7th, and you'll have like a few month preview for what that's going to be bringing up for you. Now in September, once we get to September, October, and November, September's a pretty big month as well because it's also eclipse season. But there's a lot of going back to, because everything starts going retrograde, and then planets start, the big planets that moved out of signs they've been in for a long time, this year start moving back into the previous sign to finish that lesson. So the preview period is over, and so a lot of the end of 2025 could feel similar, or there could be similar themes or lessons coming up from 2024, 2023, and so on. But with that, what I've really noticed is that when this happens, it's like, oh, okay, I remember this. And because we remember it, because we've had so long with that, it feels familiar. And so there's kind of a comfort in it, there's kind of a safety in it, and we kind of know what to do, right? Because we've been here before. Like I noticed, before Pluto moved into Aquarius for good, when it was giving us kind of previews there, here and there, it was just a whole new energy. And so sometimes it would be like, I don't really know what to do with this. And then when it would go retrograde and it would go back into Capricorn, where it had been for so long, it was like, oh, okay, I know this energy. I remember this. I know what to do now, right? And so that's how it can kind of feel. So on September 2nd, Saturn will move out of Aries, where it moved in May, right? End of May, will move out of Aries, your 6th house, and back into your 5th house. And so what I've been telling a lot of the signs is I really want you to pay attention to the time period of March 30th until May 25th, that window of time, because that's when Neptune goes into your 6th. So if you pay attention to that window, you can really start to uncover what Neptune on its own is teaching you in that 6th house sector, right? And then Saturn moves in May 25th until September 2nd. So pay attention to that time so you can see what Saturn is kind of bringing to the table with Neptune there. And then from September 2nd until October 22nd, again, pay attention so you can see what just Neptune is potentially trying to show you in that area, right? So Saturn will retrograde back into your 5th house and finish teaching you the lessons of that 5th house area. Again, about your passions, love, romance, your heart's desires. Saturn's been teaching you something there for the last couple years, since like the beginning of, I want to say the beginning or spring of 2023, when Saturn moved into Pisces. And so, it's going to finish teaching you something there. It's going to feel familiar though when it moves back in. And then on the 7th, September 7th, we have the Pisces lunar eclipse, our first Pisces eclipse of the year. And that will be happening in your 5th house again. It's definitely going to be a time where you are realizing a lot of things to do with that 5th house area of your chart: love, romance, children, dating, sexuality, creativity, pleasure, etc., right? And then on the 21st, we have the Virgo solar eclipse, again happening in your 11th house. So some kind of new beginning, karmic new beginning and ending is kind of occurring here in your house of your social life, your social status, other people, alliances, groups, organizations, networking, marketing, topics involving groups of people, or just other, other people in general are really going to be coming up around that time. And so really pay attention, and we'll talk more. I'm not spending too much time on the eclipses just because I'm going to be talking about them later in the year anyway. But so then, like I said, October 22nd, Neptune will retrograde back out of Aries and into Pisces, coming back and finishing those, over decade-long lessons that it's been teaching you in Pisces. Again, your 5th house, love, romance, creativity, etc. And then November 8th, Uranus will retrograde back into Taurus and out of Gemini. So again, Uranus is teaching you from July 7th until November 8th. It's giving you a preview of what's going to come when it moves into your 8th house for good. So pay attention to that time period, but it retrogrades back out of your 8th house of finances, wealth, money, other people's money, shared resources, and back into your relationship house of your partner, your marriage, the close, committed relationships that you have in your life. So pay attention to that as well. You'll start finishing the lessons that it's been teaching you there. So that is basically what we have for 2025 Scorpio Risings. Let me know down below how that resonated for you. I'd really love to hear your feedback. Also, if you watched this horoscope the whole way through, comment down below, sexy Scorpio Rising. Let me know what you feel like is going to relate with you, how you could see these things happening, and make sure to come back throughout the year and check in to see how it's relating, kind of use it as like a guide for your year, and come back at the end of the year and definitely let me know. Okay, I will remind you. Don't worry, I'll post it on my community page and stuff. But I love you, Scorpio Risings. I hope you guys have an amazing year, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Sagittarius Rising. Welcome to your 2025 year ahead horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. And yeah, so 2025 looks like a year for you that is very much about your personal life, what you truly want, really resolving and transcending and healing and forgiving the past once and for all before you can really focus on your future. There is a lot going on in terms of your home, your family, your personal life, where you feel at home and what you really want for this area of life. I could see a lot of you guys making some really big changes to either where you live, your location, or even traveling, or potentially learning something new, going on some kind of new educational pursuit or some kind of new learning pursuit. There's also a really big focus here on your love life at some points throughout the year and your romance life, your sexuality. There's also somewhat of a big focus on finances for half of the year as well, and building your wealth to secure a safer future for yourself and potentially your children or your family, etc. So those are the really big topics kind of coming up for you this year. The houses that are being affected the most are your 4th and your 5th house, somewhat of your 7th house, your 8th house, and somewhat of your 9th house and your 10th house. Okay, so that is where I'm getting a lot of that from. So let's dive into it. So we start the year off with Pluto in your 3rd house in Aquarius now. It finally moved into Aquarius for good for the next almost 20 years. And we start the year off with Pluto here, but Mars retrograde is activating Pluto here even more. And so there could be some tension as you're starting the year between your location, where you live, your community, certain educational or learning pursuits or endeavors, traveling, where you really feel comfortable. This could be really pointing out like where you may feel somewhat like an outcast in your community or your home or your neighborhood in some way. Could also be really showing you where powerful changes need to be made in terms of, you know, your day-to-day life and environments and what you really actually want for your future, where you actually really want to be instead. And so we're kind of starting the year off with that. And as Mars continues on its retrograde journey, it's going to eventually move out of your 9th house of Leo and back into the sign of Cancer in your 8th house of your finances, wealth, shared finances, investments, debt, business, etc. So these are some really personal topics that you could be finding are coming up from January 6th until April, where you are making some changes here. Maybe how, you know, certain attachments that you have regarding financial endeavors or financial pursuits or financial ties or situations, where there could even be certain karmic patterns or familial patterns, you know, family ties to do with finances, property, resources, investments, debt, inheritance matters, taxes, things like this are going to be a very, very big topic for you the first 4 months of the year as Mars is retrograding here, trying to get you to kind of either figure out what you really care about and fight for it, or let go of certain attachments that are, you know, financial attachments that are potentially keeping you from really moving forward in your life those first 4 months of the year. So keep that in mind. Now, the other big thing that we have happening right away in January 2025, on January 11th, is the nodes will change signs into Virgo and Pisces. Now, I create these charts myself completely, and so I was just spinning them, and I forgot to change the positions of the nodes when I was spinning them. And so it looks like the north node's in Virgo and the south node is in Pisces, but that is not the case. It is the other way around. So the north node is in Pisces and the south node is in Virgo. So keep that in mind. I'll remember it, but just keep that in mind when you're looking at it. But anyway, so the nodes are changing. The north node's moving into your 4th house of Pisces and the south node's moving into your 10th house of Virgo. And so this is going to be about family matters, your past, your roots, your ancestry, your foundation, your home life, your parents, your immediate family and living situations, your private life, what you do behind closed doors, who you are behind closed doors, what you keep private and personal versus what you put out into the world, your career, your long-term goals, your reputation, your self-image in the world, your legacy, what you're building in the world and what you're building towards, whether that be in career or just other life goals that you have, right? So there's going to be this kind of push and pull between these two areas of your life for most of the year, and they're going to be really lit up when we have eclipses this year in March and September. But you know, you're going to start really learning lessons to do with where you may be too critical, judgmental, too honed in or too focused on improving yourself, improving your career, improving your goals, working on your goals, you know, where you're too perfectionistic. You know, these topics could really, really come up in terms of your long-term goals in your career for the year ahead, and where you may need to put more of your energy and more of your focus on your home and family life, because there's going to be really beautiful things expanding and happening here for you, you know, in the year ahead. With the North Node in Pisces in your 4th house, this is going to be about letting go of a lot of things from the past that have maybe felt like an anchor holding you down or keeping you from moving forward. This is going to be forgiving or even redeeming, you know, certain things from the past with family, your home life, your personal life, etc. So those are going to be really, really big topics. This could even bring up like healing your, you know, your bloodlines or something like that, you know, topics of that, or diving into a more mystical home life in some way. Like maybe some of you decide to change locations and live more by the water, or you decide to travel and be like somewhat nomadic, you know, for a little bit or something along those lines. Or maybe you decide to change and renovate your home to make it something more comfortable or spiritual or mystical, etc. And so that's going to be really, really interesting for you. It's also bringing in the topic of your relationships at some points during this year, because the ruler of your 4th, Jupiter, is going to be in your 7th. So it's going to be about figuring out your relationships and, you know, potentially home life or living situation. Like if you're living with a partner, if you're wanting to move in with someone that you've already been with, and how that looks and what you really, really, truly want and desire with that on like a soul level. So that's going to be really big, or at least going on in the background starting January 11th and for the rest of the year, okay? On February 23rd, we're going to have Mars moving direct and out of its retrograde, but it will still be in Cancer for a little while longer. So, but once it starts moving forward in Cancer in your 8th house, whatever changes, realizations, whatever you've been reflecting on or maybe scared to take action on or kind of gearing up for in terms of your finances, your wealth, resources, debt, investments, business, etc., you're finally going to feel like you want to start moving forward on that, making changes basically from February 23rd onward, okay? It's going to be forward momentum in that area of your life. Now, March is a really crazy month, probably one of the most powerful months of the year, probably the most powerful month of the year, really, because we have on the 1st Venus moving retrograde, and Venus is going to go retrograde in the sign of Aries starting out, and then she'll eventually move back into Pisces. So when she starts out retrograding in the sign of Aries, this is your 5th house, and your 5th house and your 4th house are two of the biggest houses getting lit up, especially in the first half of this year and even somewhat into the second half of the year. But your 5th house is all about what you really desire. What are your heart's desires? What feel good to you on a heart level, heart and soul level? Like what you create in the world, what feels good to create in the world, pleasure, sexuality, romance, dating, creativity, hobbies. You know, these are really topics of the 5th house, also children. Okay, so when Venus goes retrograde here, you're going to be reflecting on these topics or reflecting on certain conflicts that you've been running into or challenges that you've been running into with these topics, you know, with Venus being in Aries in her detriment, where she doesn't really like to be, because Venus likes to harmonize things and Aries is somewhat confrontational and very quick moving. And so these are some of the topics you could really see coming up as Venus first goes retrograde in Aries. Then on March 14th, we're going to have our first lunar eclipse of the year in Virgo. It's going to be quite a crazy one. And this lunar eclipse in Virgo is something that you are either ending or big revelations coming to light about your career or a certain long-term goal, a vision for your future, your reputation, something that you were working towards in life, or some kind of ideal that you had about your life and where you wanted it to go. Something is being realized here or ended here or changing here around March 14th. And then on the 29th, we're going to have a partial Aries solar eclipse, again, happening in your 5th house. And this is a big ending and new beginning happening here, as it'll be the last Aries solar eclipse. It'll be finishing out the kind of Aries Libra cycle that we've been in 2023 and 2024, but also starting something new. And this is definitely going to be some kind of new beginning, again, with children, love, creativity, romance, entertainment, dating, sexuality, pleasure, where you have fun in life, where you entertain yourself, what feels good, you know, your heart's desires, matters of the heart, etc. So those are really big topics that this could have to do with. And on top of that, you know, Mars is going to be in Cancer in your 8th house. So somehow this could be tying in finances or financial ties to other people or institutions or companies in some way. And we also are going to have Neptune moving into Aries the day after on March 30th. And so that's really interesting. So Neptune's going to leave Pisces, where it's been since like 2011. So over a decade, it's been in your 4th house, teaching you a lot in terms of home and family. And now it's going to move into your 5th house of children, again, creativity, romance, you know, all of that. And so this is going to be a really interesting time for you as a Sag rising, where you are really, really feeling free to explore, you know, spiritual practices, you know, your gifts, like potentially, you know, like divine gifts that you feel like you were born with, or spiritual endeavors, creative endeavors, you know, things that feel good. What I will say is you want to make sure, you know, with this happening in your 5th house, that it's not like something that is unhealthy for you or not good for you, you know, like you want to make sure you're not like drinking too much, or, you know, like, because it could be things like that too, because sometimes we think those things are fun, but you just want to make sure that you're being obviously cautious with it. And Saturn will also make sure of that once it moves in a couple months from the end of March as well. So, but there's definitely on the positive side something mystical, creative, imaginative, freeing, optimistic, you know, spiritual, loving, moving into your 5th house. And, you know, this is a really fun place to have it. It's like you may feel free to explore creative endeavors and interests and hobbies that you've been wanting to explore for a long time. You may get super into artwork or expressing your more artistic or creative side in some way. This could also be a deeper level of connection in terms of, you know, your romantic life or your dating life in some way, connecting to your own inner child, etc. So that's going to be super interesting. And then March 26th, Venus is going to retrograde from Aries and into Pisces, into your 4th house. Okay. And so this is where Venus goes back into Pisces, and she's exalted in Pisces. So you really start learning expansive lessons here to do with your home, family, personal and private life, the past, things like this. This could be a time where you are feeling destined or almost like, you know, fated situations coming in this area that are just really healing, or that lead you in a new direction somehow, or that bring up certain topics from the past that you're able to kind of close out, or where you're starting, you know, you're in the middle of starting something new here, or really realizing that you want to start something new here. So there's something really, really incredible, mystical, spiritual happening around this time in terms of your home, family, and private life, okay, in March. So April is where a lot of clarity starts coming in as things start moving direct. This is where we're going to start really getting major clarity on what we were just learning for the first few months of the year. So first, Venus is going to go direct in Pisces. And so whatever you've really realized about what you want, what matters to you, what your heart's desires are in terms of home, family, your personal life, your private life, are really going to be, you know, more and more realized by April 13th. And when Venus starts moving direct on April 13th, you'll be able to move forward with those things, right? Now then on April 18th, Mars is going to be moving back into Leo, as it's already been direct since February 23rd. But there it'll be finishing up its lessons that it started in early December. Okay, so early December till January 6th, you were learning something here in this Leo part of your chart with Mars here. Maybe you were getting fired up or ambitious again or confident again to, travel or learn something new or, partake in some kind of educational pursuit or learning endeavor, or maybe you were wanting to change locations or move or something like that. So Mars moving back into Leo. I don't know why I keep trying to say direct, but Mars moving back into Leo, April 18th, this is where you're going to start moving forward on those changes. And basically by April, we know what we want and the changes we need to make, and we're making them. Okay. Some of them may have already been made, right? Like we may have already made them while they were retrograde or revised certain things. And now we're finally moving completely forward by April. Okay. And then on April 30th, Venus will move back into Aries, finishing her retrograde cycle from that point on. And we will be clear about what we want in terms of our love life, our dating life with children, our sexuality, our creativity, etc. So that'll be very, very clear by that time. The next big thing is May 25th, we're going to have Saturn moving into Aries as well and joining Neptune there. And so this is really big. Saturn is in fall in Aries. And this is why I was kind of saying before, be careful of addictions. And Saturn's basically teaching you that yes, there are certain things that are possible. There are certain doors that will be open for you now that may have not felt open before in terms of matters of the heart. Like I said, connecting with other people more, love, romance, dating, sexuality, relationships, things that you love to do, entertainment, pleasure, anything that you do for fun or that really just sets your soul on fire, that sets your heart on fire. Like, it's going to be a fun time and you're going to want to have fun and you're going to want to dive into a lot of really interesting, cool things. But when Saturn moves in May 25th, it's going to start teaching you that there are consequences sometimes to these things. And it's like we need to do this in a centered way. We need to be balanced first. It needs to be aligned. We need to not jump into things prematurely. We need to make sure it's really for us, or be discerning about it, have boundaries with it, right? And not just go completely off the wall, right? So, for some Sag risings that maybe aren't, like super into spirituality or healing or whatever. And, this could be a time where you really find it's just like, for whatever reason, it's super easy to just like party, where like a lot of people are just throwing parties all of a sudden. And you're just like, yeah, man, like, and you start really partying for the summer. And then, and then there's consequences to that in some way, right? And so that's what I'm saying. Like, just be careful with that, if those are the things that are coming up for you, if those are the things you're feeling drawn to, right? Now, for others of you, it could be creative endeavors, healing pursuits, getting into some kind of like I could really see this for some of you is like getting into some kind of spiritual practice that really involves energy or fire or moving energy and taking action in some way, some kind of spiritual discipline, or having like the soul urge to do something challenging just because it feels good or because you desire it or because it feels fun in some way. But this is also going to really start changing potentially your perception on love and romance and sexuality or dating and relationships in some way. And I think it's really interesting because, a couple months after that, Uranus will be dipping into your 7th house of relationships. And so both your 5th and your 7th will be activated at certain points this year. And so it looks to me like something is really kind of changing here with what you desire or your vision or perception on what is attractive to you, what you're interested in, what you want in terms of love and relationships, where you have rose-colored glasses on, or where you've not allowed yourself to have what you really want, right? Like where you've either, basically been under some kind of illusion or spell or not seen things clearly in terms of love, or where you've been overly pessimistic and too realistic and not allowed yourself to kind of like dream or want what you want, or told yourself you can't have what you want or whatever, right? So those could be some of the lessons that you're really learning this year with that like 5th house, area being so activated with Neptune and Saturn. So then in June, the next big transit we have is Jupiter is moving out of your 7th house of, again, relationships and moving into your 8th house of, again, finances, wealth, business, investments, debt, exchanges of money, shared resources, financial ties. So Jupiter here is really nice to have. This is going to really expand not only your outlook, but also your tools, your perspective, and what you're able to do financially. It's going to start opening doors for you financially, and with investments and with the financial future that you want. You're going to start really thinking about like what you want in terms of your money and your financial matters and your resources and your assets and what you want all that to look like. And this is going to be a really, really great time for that. You may actually start learning more about these things, more about maybe investing or trading or making the right connections with the right people or, things like that. So this is going to be a really good year for kind of upgrading and expanding certain financial endeavors and pursuits and, getting, if you're owed money, you could get that money finally this year. Or if you owe money, you could finally pay that off this year. There's, some kind of more positive, beneficial, expansive energy happening here with your financial endeavors starting in June. Okay. In July, we are going to have Uranus moving into Gemini, your 7th house, on July 7th. So right as Jupiter moves out of your 7th house, where it's been teaching you a lot in terms of your relationships in 2024, Uranus is going to move into your 7th house and teach you all kinds of new lessons with relationships in terms of, Uranian lessons are very different. They can feel very unpredictable. They can feel very risky. They can feel very shocking sometimes. Like they can feel very out of nowhere. They can feel just erratic at times, right? It seeks to free us and liberate us. So it seeks to find us somebody that will in some way bring more freedom or liberation into our lives or bring something different and out of our comfort zone into our lives. And so if you're in a relationship that does not feel freeing or that doesn't allow risk to be taken or allow spontaneity in some way, this is really going to bring that to the forefront for you to look at. It's going to really ask you, if you're comfortable in your relationship and if it's just because you're settling and you're scared or if it's because you're actually happy, And so these are kind of the things that you're really going to be noticing. And like I said, there seems to be, with your 5th house being activated too, there seems to be a big focus on your love life and relationships this year and what really truly makes you happy, what you truly want, what your heart and soul truly wants in a partner. And Uranus as well could bring in even people that you wouldn't normally expect that you would be attracted to or that you wouldn't normally date or be into. And again, it could also bring up changes with your 5th house being activated, changes to how you see yourself and realizing what you like and what you don't like. And so your interest or what you're attracted to could even change in some way, and so, but Uranus here is definitely teaching you some lessons in relationships, and they're going to be somewhat unpredictable or feel somewhat radical or eccentric or turbulent at times, right? But in the long run, whatever situations it brings up in your relationships, again, it is seeking to provide more freedom and liberation here. Starting in September, we start to have a lot of these big outer planets that have moved into new signs for the first time, and some of them decades. They're going to start retrograding back into their previous signs to make sure we learn the lessons in those previous signs. So the first one being Saturn. Saturn will retrograde September 2nd back into Pisces, your 4th house, to finish teaching you those lessons on home, family, your personal life, past living situations, etc. So, Saturn has been teaching you something here since basically the beginning of 2023. And so it'll be coming back there to kind of finish teaching you those lessons. And usually this will feel like, familiarity. It'll be like, oh, okay, I remember this, I know what to do now, or I know what the lesson is. I know that's how I usually feel them, like when an outer planet or a planet that's been in a sign for a long time will retrograde back into that sign again. It's kind of like, oh, okay, I remember this game now. I know what I'm doing now, right? And so that's kind of how it's going to feel. May bring up similar themes or similar feelings at times to 2024, 2023, but you know, there's definitely something there that you're finishing up in terms of your home and family, or that you're finishing up learning or realizing in terms of your home and family life. And on September 7th, we're going to have, you know, September's also eclipse season. So we're going to have the Pisces lunar eclipse again happening in your home and family life. So there is some kind of big ending or culmination or revelation or something kind of coming to light here around that time with home and family, personal life, past, you know, all of that. And then on September 21st, we're going to have the Virgo solar eclipse. And this is going to be a big one. It's going to be opposite Saturn in your 4th house. So, but this Virgo solar eclipse is going to be in your 10th house. Really like kind of focusing on your future and what you want for your future, where you've maybe been procrastinating on goals, or where you need to be more detail oriented, or where you need to let go of certain perfectionistic tendencies and kind of embrace a healthy level of improvement rather than perfectionism, you know, where you need to embrace imperfection as beauty as well, right? And so there's some kind of, you know, new beginnings and endings happening here in career and home and family in September. And then in October, we have Neptune moving back into Pisces on October 22nd. So again, finishing up the lessons in your home and family and personal life before it can really move forward to your 5th house of love, dating, romance, etc. So it started something new there. It gave you some previews there of a major new chapter forming there. And then it's going back to finish the last things that it needs to finish in your personal life and your home and family. So then in November, Uranus on November 8th will then move back into Taurus and out of your 7th house of Gemini. So you got that preview from July 7th until November 8th of Uranus and Gemini in your 7th. And November 8th, it'll move back into Taurus, back into your 6th house of work, health, and day-to-day routines, and finish teaching you lessons about freedom and liberation and change in that area. So definitely let me know down below, Sagittarius Risings, if this all kind of seems like it's going to land with you, if you could see a lot of these things happening, if you're already seeing kind of a build up to some of these things. I'd really love to know, and I'd love to know the details on that, just to see how it's playing out for you guys so far. And if you watched this whole horoscope, comment down below, sexy Sag Rising, so I know. And yeah, let me know down below how you felt about it. Also, come back through the year so you can kind of keep up with it and let me know. Come back at the end of the year so you can see how well it resonated. And thank you guys so much for watching, Sag, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Hello, Capricorn Risings, and welcome to your 2025 year ahead horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well entering this new year. This new year is a really, really big year. I keep calling it the in-between year because it really is this transitional year of closing out major old chapters, old eras, old lives even, as we are stepping into something very, very new and very, very different. A lot of the really big outer planets are changing this year, while we also have a huge focus on the Aries and Pisces cusp, which for you is your 3rd and 4th house. There's a lot of changes happening this year. Some of the things I wrote down for you that we're gonna go over more in depth are powerful changes financially, powerful lessons in terms of what you own, lessons in resourcefulness and power, pride, and integrity in terms of finances and resources, changes in relationships. And, you know, at the beginning of the year, the first few months of the year, these changes are going to feel kind of sensitive and of the heart and of the emotional realm. And they could be around, you know, topics of dependency and attachments and, you know, strong familial bonds with people. And the other things are learning to let go and trust and receive. Also, lessons around community, friendship, family, and getting creative. Lessons of surrender to your environment and in your environment. So spiritual practices, what you really enjoy in your day-to-day life. There seems to be a really huge focus on that. Like, what do you really want your day-to-day life and schedules and routines to look like? You know, how do you want to express yourself, and how do you want things to look on a day-to-day basis, you know, in your present moment? I also wrote down how you can be of service or at service to others on a small scale versus a big scale, practicing what you preach, lessons on purity versus messiness, big details versus present peace, and finding serenity in your day-to-day life. Okay, so these are all really big topics, I think, for you in 2025. Reason is, as we are moving into 2025, we're moving into 2025 with a couple things already happening. And one of those things is Pluto is now finally out of your sign, giving you a long, nice exhale of a breath, as you are no longer being so transformed by Pluto's tumultuous, you know, flames of death and rebirth constantly. But now it is in your second house, and the second house is still a house that is pretty crucial, as it is the things that we depend on, our resources, you know, our money, our income, the things that we own, the things that really help us or hold us up. It's where we literally depend on something, right? Whether that be our house, our car, our income to support ourselves. It's like what we use to support ourselves. And so with Pluto being here, it is making a lot of changes to these topics, right? And as we start 2025, in a Mars-Pluto opposition that is telling some kind of story of power, powerlessness, control versus not having control, pride versus being humbled, integrity versus doing what the greater good wants you to, or fitting in versus standing out. Different lessons like these could really be coming up at this time, and as you're ending 2024 and stepping into 2025. But I do promise that your whole 2025 is not going to be as intense, if it is intense, as you're entering 2025. Okay, so we do start with some intensity, and there are major changes that you are probably focused on or being kind of pushed into looking at here with finances, resources, other people's finances and resources, debt, investments, loans, business related things, your partner's finances, things that you owe versus things that are owed to you. And I think the big lesson here, like I kind of mentioned a little bit ago, is Pluto is teaching you resourcefulness. It is teaching you how to, you know, basically use what you have access to, right? And make it work in some way. And with Pluto being in Aquarius, this can also be using more modern or innovative technologies, or using more modern or innovative ways to take care of yourself in some way. It's kind of like using those things to your advantage in some way, right? Whether it's how you make your income or whatever, right? But all in all, it's about resourcefulness, and it's about understanding what has power over you and finding that power inside of you rather than outside of you. You know, and so the other big thing that we have happening on January 6th of 2025 is Mars is, you know, retrograde already as we enter 25, but it moves back into the sign of Cancer on January 6th, where it will stay until April. And so for the first 4 months of the year, like I said, you're learning a lot in terms of relationships. Mars is going to start kicking up certain things in your relationship department. This could be changes. This could be things that are kind of have been suppressed that need to come up for some reason, old frustrations or angers, or, you know, things that have been boiling underneath the surface, or certain situations that arise where it's like, what do you really care about here? What are you willing to fight for? What are you willing to put in the energy for? What are you willing to move towards? Right? Like I said, topics around dependency, attachment, matters of the heart, emotions, and kind of more sensitive topics here are really coming up. And, you know, this could also be changes in your relationship or with your partner. You know, something could be going on with them. So the first 4 months of the year, Mars is teaching you lessons in being either taking care of someone or taking care of things for someone, being somewhat of a caregiver or doing things for others, or a focus on your relationships and matters of the heart in those relationships and sensitive matters in those relationships. Like I said, topics of dependency. Maybe you're depending on a relationship or your partner a little bit more for something around this time, or they're depending on you for something around this time. But these are definitely topics that could arise, the first 4 months of 2025. And the next big thing that we have happening is we have the nodal shift. And on the chart, because I just kept spinning it, and I create these charts myself, I realized that some of these last signs, the nodes are looking backwards. So basically the north node is in Pisces and the south node is in Virgo, but on the chart it's going to look like they're switched. So just keep in mind that it's not exactly how it looks on the chart. But so the north node is going to move into Pisces in your 3rd house, and the south node is going to be in Virgo in your 9th house. And the way I really see this playing out for you, Capricorn risings, is the 9th house is about the big picture stuff, right? This is about like something I noticed through my 9th and 3rd house transits a lot was like bringing up like worldly news versus like local news, right? Like this is a really good example of it, where we can get kind of caught up with things going on around the world and all the details and all the little small things that are going on here, there, and everywhere, even the big things that are going on here, there, and everywhere. And literally that can start putting us into this like mental, dark kind of mindset, right? And we can feel like, oh my God, the world's ending because of all these big things going on that we can feel somewhat powerless over at times. But the 3rd house is like, but if you actually looked at your reality hasn't really changed, right? Like your actual day-to-day life, hasn't really changed. Like you're still doing the same things you're always doing, but because your mind is focused on what's going on, overseas or in the rest of the country or in the rest of the world. I'm not saying that those things don't matter. I'm just bringing up the polarity here. It's like sometimes we can focus on the big picture stuff and allow that to affect our, current day-to-day life and think, that, everything is really, really bad, when really in the current present moment or in our day-to-day life, like nothing is actually really changed. You know what I mean? It's just that we're worried about more, right? And so these are kind of similar to the 3rd, 9th house lessons of like, what are you worried about, or what has your attention? What lessons are you learning in terms of your outlooks on the world, your belief systems, educational pursuits, like your religious beliefs, your political beliefs, these topics could come up, foreign travel, your vision for your future, your purpose in life, these kind of big picture ideals, right? Versus like your day-to-day life, like going out and taking out the trash and saying hi to your neighbor, or like driving up the road to the store to get something, or the environment that you're in on a day-to-day basis. What does that look like? And I think with the north node here, it's like, can you stay more present and can you stay more focused on your day-to-day life? Doesn't mean to just avoid, the bigger stuff. That stuff will come up and there will be times to focus on that, but it's learning a balance between the two. So I really see this as like finding peace and serenity and healing in your present moment, in your day-to-day life, or within your community, in your town or in your neighborhood, or maybe, getting, with the nodes in Pisces and Virgo, there's going to be a lot with giving and receiving and service and helping others and unity and unifying. And so those are things that could also come up. Maybe you get into some kind of, community event or community, situation or whatever, where you're helping other people. It's like getting out of your head and into more of the feeling realm, into the creative realm. I'm learning to trust in your day-to-day life and have faith in your day-to-day life and figure out what you want that's going on around you, and figure out, what's actually going on in your town or in your city or in your community. Those are things that can be really, really beneficial this year. And those are things you may be noticing a lot this year with the nodes being here, right? There's also this lesson of like purity versus messiness with Virgo and Pisces. Virgo seeks to improve and perfect things and make things pure, whereas Pisces is like, acceptance and surrender to what is, right? And so there's a lot of that. It's like you may be really focused on, you know, how you can change something on like a big scale, right? But a lot of the lesson is going to be an acceptance and surrender to what is and moving with the flow rather than trying to control everything, right? And so those are going to be really, really huge lessons for 2020, or pretty much all of 2025, and we're really going to be noticing them come up around eclipse season. Like that's where they're going to be really at their peak, but all of 2025 they're going to be going. So anyway, so that's the other really big thing happening in January. There are other big things happening in January, but I'm going to focus more on those in the actual like new and full moon videos. So the next big event that I want to talk about is February 25th. Mars is going to be finally going direct. So it's no longer going to be retrograde. It's still going to be in your 7th house of Cancer though. So, but this is going to be where you're really rectifying or moving forward with the changes that you've decided or realized that you've needed to make in your relationship sector. Okay, like where you or your partner need to make changes, or you and the close people in your life need to make changes. And so whatever was going on there the first couple months of the year may start to kind of finally turn direction or move forward or take on a new direction, or may start kind of completing to some degree in some way. The next thing we have is Venus going retrograde March 1st. And March 1st is one of the craziest months of the year, probably the craziest month of the year, because Venus is going to retrograde right in the beginning of March 1st. It's also eclipse season. We also have other really major events happening that I'm going to go over. But Venus is going to retrograde in your 4th house of Aries. And, you know, you've been learning a lot of lessons for a lot of 2023 and all of 2024 in this sector of your chart in Aries, you know, how to put more of yourself first, or how to put your family first, or how to deal with certain conflicts, or take the lead in family situations, or make the changes that you feel are necessary to be made in family situations. So Venus is going to retrograde here and start kind of seeing if like you really are aligned with what you want in terms of your home and family, and seeing what's really going on in your living situation, in, you know, with your immediate family, your parents, your personal life, your private life, the past, you know, things that you want, you know, things that you really truly desire here could come up, or it could start, you know, Venus really seeks to harmonize things. So at the end of the day, it's like we need to harmonize something, but in Aries, it's like we may need to harmonize something by potentially facing a challenge or facing some backlash in some way, right? So Venus retrogrades here on March 1st. And then the other big thing that we have happening after that is the Virgo lunar eclipse on the 14th, going to be happening in your 9th house. So this is some kind of big realization, epiphany, or culmination point or ending happening with either your political, religious, spiritual, philosophical beliefs, education, travel, your outlook on life, again, the big picture kind of stuff. Something's kind of dissolving or ending or coming to a culmination point there around the 14th. And then Venus retrograding back into Pisces on the 26th. And so once she retrogrades back into Pisces from Aries, this is going to feel a lot better because she's exalted in Pisces. And so this is where you're really, I think, going to be potentially changing up how you're doing things on a day-to-day basis, and really reflecting how you're doing things on a day-to-day basis. The things that you want to learn, the places that you want to discover. Maybe you're going to rediscover some kind of place or community or group or something like that around you, or go back to some kind of location that is very nostalgic or healing, or you know, spiritual, or just that feels really good for you. This could be taking a short trip, or, you know, something along those lines around this time. But this is going to be really, really good for kind of restoring a sense of harmony, spirituality, healing, faith into your day-to-day life and environments in some way. And then on the 29th, we're going to have the next eclipse. It's a partial solar eclipse in Aries, again in your 4th house of home, family, your personal life, and past. And so this is a massive ending and new beginning happening here at the end of March for everybody. But this is taking place in your home and family, and it's really clearing the way for a massive new era to start here. So this is like, again, bringing up those home and family topics and topics of the past, or ancestry, or your living situation, home life, real estate, you know, all of that, potentially parents as well. but also like, what do you truly want in this situation? And have you truly aligned with what you want in this situation? Have you truly aligned with your own individual desires or vision for what you want with your home and family? Are you really where you want to be in terms of location of your home? Because the very next day, on March 30th, Neptune is going to move out of Pisces, where it has been since 2011, and move into Aries for the first time in a long time. Okay, so it's been in your third house since 2011. That's like over a decade it's been in this area of your chart. You've never experienced Neptune in your fourth house, so this will be the first time you're experiencing it in your fourth house. And so this is going to bring a new vision and a new sense of idealism to your home, family, personal life, and past, your foundation, your roots, right? So this could be a time where you're like, okay, like, I know what I want to move, or I want to move back to, where I'm from, or I want to move to this completely new place, or look like I'm taking charge and we're just moving, all of, like something like that, or I want to completely remodel, redecorate, or I'm ready to start healing my past or my ancestral line or my roots or like whatever. Neptune is a very spiritual and mystical planet. And so it's going to bring in topics of unity, oneness, spirituality, psychic awareness, dissolving, Neptune kind of dissolves the boundaries of things. So it's potentially going to show you where you've held yourself back, or where you don't feel like free and open to truly thrive in terms of your home and family, or maybe if you've wanted to like live in a place that's more secluded, or something like that. But either way, pay attention from March 30th onward, because Neptune is now going to be in your fourth house around that time, teaching you a series of brand new lessons and starting a massive new era in terms of your home and family. And then in April is where we really start getting a lot of clarity, because Venus is moving forward finally on April 13th. So she'll be moving direct and no longer retrograde. And as she moves back through Pisces, kind of tying up all those things that you were just reflecting on, and really showing you what you really want and what you really desire for your location, your community, self-expression, learning endeavors, skill sets, your environment, etc. And then Mars will be moving back into the sign of Leo to finish what it started at the beginning of December 2024 and into the first week of 2025. So Mars, started its retrograde in Leo in December 2024. And before that, we were kind of starting something new and learning something and trying to move forward with something. And for you, that was in your finances, your financial department. And so with Mars moving back into Leo, it's like you finally are going to be moving forward on making these changes, or realizing what changes need to be made, gathering the confidence, the ambition, like I said, lessons around pride, integrity, etc. But when it moves back into Leo, it's going to start opposing Pluto again in your second. So this is where you again come back around to those lessons of like control, power dynamics, etc. in your finances. But Mars has learned a lot of things. And Mars has been humbled a little bit going back into Cancer and being retrograde. So it's like you may have a fresh new way of dealing with these things than you did at first. Okay, so just remember that for April. And then on April 30th, Venus will move back into Aries from Pisces to finish out, where she first started retrograding. And again, tying up those loose ends, really realizing what you want and how to take action on it is the name of the game by the end of April. Like, it's just like, okay, I know what I want, I know what I need to do, and this is what I'm going to do now, right? Like, that's basically the end of April. May 25th, we're going to have Saturn then moving out of your third house of Pisces and into your fourth house of Aries, and joining Neptune that just moved in there as well at the end of March. So this is really big. This is a huge transit that we have happening this year that is bringing up a lot of really big new changes. Saturn in the fourth house usually is like thinking more long term about your home and family, maturing lessons and maturing responsibility, duty, really thinking about laying down roots and what's solid and what is going to last the test of time. But Saturn is actually in fall and Aries, and so it doesn't quite work the same. And so there can be a lot of lessons around patience and doing things somewhat prematurely, or, you know, like something necessary that you have to do before you feel ready to do it a lot of the times. And so what I really see happening here for you, or some of the things I think could be possibilities here for you as a Capricorn rising, with this being in your 4th house, is like lessons in surrender, sacrifice, and letting go in terms of home and family, but also potentially facing or needing to let go of, or needing to actually take action on hard things and conflicts in terms of home, family, and the past, right? So potentially doing hard things for yourself and what you actually desire for your home and family life, right? Or facing certain old buried conflicts that aren't quite dead and gone. So again, you know, with your 3rd and 4th house being so activated, the 3rd house really being location and your kind of extended family, siblings, friends, environment, town, city, the 4th house being your home, family, immediate family, parents, roots, living situation. I could see a lot of you guys feeling this calling, or this soul level calling to like move or create a new vision in terms of, you know, where you want to live and where you feel like your home is, and or doing something adventurous or different in this way. Some of you guys could just decide to, you know, kind of travel the country or go on, you know, like a lot of vacations or something, you know, like something along those lines. So anyway, yeah, I think that, you know, there's definitely something here. The way I've been describing and feeling Saturn, Neptune for a lot of the signs is like this almost like soul calling to do something, that's divine calling, this bigger calling or purpose to do something that we know is going to be challenging and difficult and hard, but it's like, we're doing it for the growth, the character development, right? Like being an Aries, it's like we're doing it for the character development. It's like, yeah, we know climbing this cliff is going to be really freaking difficult, and there's a lot at risk, and there's going to be a lot of consequences and a lot of cause and effect from doing this, right? But for some reason we feel like we have to do it. It's like there's this calling to do it, or there could even be something that makes it necessary to do it. It's like, if you don't do this, then, you know, like your home's going to be wiped out by a volcano or something, you know, like, I don't know, I'm just making up like a random scenario, but random metaphor, you know what I mean? It's like we have to persist and endure through something that feels like it has a divine purpose and feels really like mystical and spiritual, but also is very, very difficult, and it may be necessary. It's like, it's necessary that we have to do this, or like we kind of have to, we don't have many other options, or we just want to, we intuitively feel like we have to and we don't know why, you know, something like that could be happening here. So the next thing going on in June is a lot more, not that Saturn, Neptune isn't positive, there will be positive sides to it, but is the next transit is really positive, and that is on June 9th, Jupiter will move into Cancer, where it is exalted. And again, for you, that is your 7th house as a Capricorn rising. So this is all about your relationships. And so Mars brought up a lot of potentially tough challenges, tough situations, conflicts, etc., to do with your partner or to do with your relationships in some way. But when Jupiter moves in, this is going to be very expansive energy. So it's like, you know, Jupiter here is going to bring a lot of more beneficial, positive, open doors, opportunities, you know, optimism in your relationships again. So the tough times hopefully make you closer with your partner, and then Jupiter comes in, or if they didn't, you know, if like you ended up splitting with a partner or something, you know, I think Jupiter is going to come in and do a lot of healing there, and, you know, really help things in terms of your relationships starting June 9th and for the rest of the year. So on July 7th, Uranus will finally move out of Taurus, where it has been since 2018, which is literally 7 years, and it's going to move into Gemini. Gemini, you know, is your 6th house, and so Uranus seeks to liberate and free, but it does it in erratic, weird, unpredictable, sometimes risky or shocking, eccentric ways. And so I really see, honestly, like the biggest thing I see here for Uranus and Gemini for you is getting very innovative in terms of your work. So whatever you're doing for your job or your work, it's like you're getting very innovative around this time. You could be using, you know, Uranus and Gemini is going to bring a lot of modernization to the world, like, you know, even more of this rise of technology, especially with Pluto and Aquarius. And so it's like whatever you're doing for work or to make money around this time is going to be very innovative, experimental. Potentially you could be experimenting with new ideas, a lot of different new pathways in terms of work or whatever it is that you're doing to create income around this time, because Uranus is going to trine Pluto and Aquarius in your second. And so, yeah, there's going to be massive innovation and experimentation happening here. Your 6th house also rules your health, your habits, and your day-to-day routines, tasks, and duties. So there's also going to be, you know, a lot of Uranian energy with that, freeing yourself from bad habits, seeing how your habits or your health can be a product of your mind and your mindset with Gemini there, and conflict in the mind. Okay, so that could be a really big thing here as well. This is just a preview. It's only going to be in there for a few months this year, so just pay attention starting in July until November. What starts going on in your 6th house of work, health, and day-to-day routines. It's Uranus upgrades things, but sometimes it does that in, like I said, shocking or unexpected ways. And so this could look at first like some of you, not all of you, so don't freak out, but maybe like you lose a job and then that forces you to get a new job and something you wouldn't have expected that you would like, but you end up really liking it. Or it's like, you know, it's a lot of unexpected, you know, unpredictability kind of vibes, right? It's like, you know, something shocking happens or the rug's pulled out from underneath of you, but somehow you land in a more freeing place, and Uranus seeks to free and liberate. So whatever is kind of holding you back or whatever has felt like it is not freeing, you know, like it could be shaken up or changed and upgraded. It may not do that right away, or it may, honestly, because I remember when Uranus moved into Taurus in 2018, like the exact day, because I literally lost my shit. A lot changed on the day. So sometimes you'll feel it right away, sometimes you won't, basically. So anyway, so after July, you know, once we get to September, we kind of are going through a come down time, as a lot of these outer planets that finally moved signs for the first time in a long time are going to be moving back to the old sign to finish the job, finish the lesson. And Saturn's going to be the first among them on September 2nd to retrograde back into Pisces to finish what it's been teaching you there since the beginning of 2023 and all of 2024. And yeah, so you're going to be finishing those Saturn and Pisces lessons in the 3rd house. And then on September 7th, we're going to have the Pisces lunar eclipse, something kind of coming to an end or a culmination point or something being realized around September 7th, again, to do with your Pisces 3rd house of community, friends, your day-to-day life, your day-to-day environments, etc. On the 21st, we're going to have the Virgo solar eclipse, and that is in your 9th house, again, of travel, higher education, higher wisdom and ideals, philosophies, religion, politics, law. Forgot to mention that earlier. 9th house can also rule over law and legal matters. And so with the Virgo solar eclipse happening there could be some kind of ending and new beginning happening here related to karmic cycles to do in this area, okay? So on October, and I'll be doing videos on all of that at the time, going in more depth, but on October 22nd, Neptune is going to be the next outer planet to retrograde back into its previous sign, again, moving from Aries, your 4th house, to Pisces, again, your 3rd house. And so really pay attention from, you know, March 30th until May 25th, that window of time, what Neptune is showing you in your 4th house. You know, and then from May to September, that's what Saturn and Neptune are going to be showing you. And then from September 2nd till October 22nd, again, that's just going to be Neptune. And then, you know, after October 22nd, they move back into Pisces to finish your lessons there, which will feel familiar because you're already used to that. It'll be like, oh, okay, I remember this. I know this game. This energy is familiar. I can deal with this, right? So in November, the last outer planet that will be moving back is Uranus. So November 8th, Uranus will retrograde back into the sign of Taurus and out of your 6th house of your job, work, health, and day-to-day routines. and, you know, finishing to teach you those lessons in Taurus of love, romance, what you really love and what really gives you pleasure in life. Also, the topic of dating, romance, children, sexuality. It's been teaching you lessons here since 2018, so it'll be finishing those up as well before it moves back into Gemini in 2025 or 2026. So that is what I'm seeing for you as a Capricorn rising for 2025. Let me know down below if you could see a lot of these things happening and coming to fruition. I find a lot of times people are like, actually, I can so see that. It's almost like life is already preparing me for that, right? Let me know what situation you're coming into right now in 2025. That way, when you come back throughout the year, come back at the end of the year, and I will remind you, don't worry, by posting this video on my community page throughout the year. But when you come back, you can see like where you were when you started the year, how you were feeling, all of that. I think it's really fun to see that. And if you watched the whole horoscope, comment down below, sexy Capricorn rising. So I know that you did. I appreciate you, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. Alrighty, Aquarius risings, welcome to your 2025 year ahead horoscope. I hope you guys are doing well. So as we are stepping into 2024 or 2025, as we're stepping into 2025, already getting the years mixed up, but you know what I mean. This year, to me, for you, Aquarius, looks like it is a year of a lot of personal transformation. And as you'll see when I put the chart up on the screen, so many of the transits are towards the bottom of your chart. And, you know, that really tells me that there's a lot going on in the personal life. There's a lot going on in terms of what's going on behind the scenes, what's going on underneath it all, what's going on with home, family, your environment, community, neighborhood, town, location, with your personal resources and finances, with children's hobbies, passions, you know, your day-to-day work and routines. And so it's definitely going to be a year of a lot of deep internal change for that reason, but also because of Pluto now being in your sign, and this will be the first full year it is in your sign. And so you're going to start really noticing these Pluto and Aquarius lessons that it is going to be teaching you over like the next pretty much 20 years. Okay. And so you're going to be feeling a lot of deep internal change going on with yourself. This is not going to be a time where you can just sit on the surface or deal with surface level people or situations anymore. This is not going to be a time where you are wanting to deal with superficiality and wanting to deal with, you know, things that don't actually mean something on a deep level to you. And not only that, you're going to be getting to know yourself on a very, very deep level this year. You know, you're going to be taking potentially a lot of time to unravel a lot of things to do with your identity and what actually means something to you. You're going to be taking a lot of time to really unravel maybe old subconscious blocks, or, you know, who you really are deep down and what you really want from your life, what really truly means something to you on a deep level. You're going to potentially see how past situations or, you know, even traumas that you've been through have kind of, you know, built up this sense of identity or the sense of self that you have in some way. And so 2025 looks to be like a pretty deep internal year where you are majorly focused on your personal life, where you are focused on, you know, transformations within yourself, but also transformations within your environment, your community, your location, your town. And 2025 is also a year about you letting go of other people's ideas and plans and kind of trusting your own self and depending on your own self-trust to kind of lead the way, your own faith to kind of lead the way. Now, on top of all that, there's also a lot of karmic and fated lessons around finances and resources. What's yours versus what's others, what's owed to you versus what you owe to others, shared finances and resources versus your own personal resources and finances, what you depend on. So this can really look like dealing with a lot of karmic matters or even details around inheritances, shared resources, debt, investments, taxes, mortality, personal power, right? With the South Node moving into your 8th house. And also when you see the nodes on the screen, they're going to look backwards because as I was doing these charts, I was just spinning it and forgot to change the nodes for the second half of the signs. So it's going to look like the North Node is in Virgo, but it's really the South Node. And it's going to look like the South Node's in Pisces, but it's really the North Node. And, you know, I'll remember it and be talking about that anyway. So So like I said, as we start the year, we have Pluto in Aquarius finally for the whole year. It is in your sign, and it's going to be in your sign for quite a long time. So it doesn't mean that it's going to be dropping all of the major changes this year, right? But especially if you're ascendant or if you have placements in that first like 10 to 15 degrees of Aquarius, you are going to start feeling it, okay? Especially if you have placements in that first like 5 degree, you're really going to be feeling Pluto. And, Pluto deals with obviously transformation, regeneration, but it really is kind of like Lord of the Underworld. So anything to do with the underworld, right? Anything to do with the subconscious, anything to do with, things that are not usually easily seen that are coming up, topics of death and mortality, topics of transformation and trauma and the darkness that we deal with in life, right? And so with that being said, you could find yourself, I feel like some Aquarius risings could find themselves being very drawn to this, right? Where it becomes like almost this journey of death and rebirth of your identity and embracing your own, darker sides in some way, like doing some kind of shadow work or changing your aesthetic to something kind of darker, and kind of like wearing your trauma, like, in a way of almost like embracing it, right? Like, I'm not saying it's necessarily a negative thing, but like wearing your trauma, basically, right? And then others of you could see that you've already been doing that and that you don't really relate to the person that you used to be or the way that you used to think about yourself or the self-image that you normally had. And now that's changing, right? Like, if I can give you an example, for instance, I went through like the first several years of my healing journey. I was really big about shadow work. And if you've been here since the beginning and you're an OG, you probably remember I used to say in my intros, we are not love, light, and unicorns over here on this channel. And there's a reason I no longer say that. And it is because at some point on my healing journey in 2022, actually, I got introduced to the light. I got introduced to the lighter aspect of healing. No longer this deep, personal, like death and rebirth cycles of like finding my personal power through tragic events and discomfort and death and rebirth and massive transformations and going into the trauma and embracing it and wearing it like a badge of honor, right? No, it kind of ended up, I actually started getting like introduced to the lighter side of spirituality because I finally started letting go of a lot of the baggage. I started letting go of the darker part of my identity that I had identified with for so long, because I think when we go through darkness, at some point we start to identify with it, right? And this is relevant to you, so keep that in mind. I'm not just bringing this up for no reason, but this is relevant to you because you could find that somehow darkness is, mingling with your identity over the next couple decades, basically. And you're going to learn a lot about your personal power through that process. And the thing is, though, is that I learned in 2022 that I was almost scared to let go of those darker parts of my identity. And I was scared to kind of embrace the lighter sides of spirituality and healing, because I had this feeling that like if I embrace this and I let go of these old attachments to this dark self-image that I had of myself, does it mean that it wasn't powerful? Does it mean that it just meant nothing? And that was like my big thing personally with it. And it was like, no, it doesn't mean that. It can still be important to you and a part of your life, but it doesn't have to be everything that you are anymore. You don't have to look at yourself from this side of just darkness, and so I started releasing a lot around my trauma and the old baggage I was carrying and this like darker persona or whatever. Now, some of you could find that you are embracing that, and this is a journey of embracing that, and this is a journey of, shedding old things and going into the underworld and, figuring things out, getting very psychological with yourself and, defeating, old monsters, under your bed and all of that, right? So, but either way, this is a journey of understanding your personal power. And so whatever it's bringing up for you, whether it's with your identity, your body, your appearance, your vitality, which are the main things the first house rules. There's a journey that you're going on here for personal power, to really understand and fully be aligned with your personal power, to fully realize and awaken to your personal power and the power that you have in your own life and in your own world, what you have control over versus what you don't, right? You have power over and what you don't, right? These are all really big lessons that you'll be learning over the next couple decades. We start the year off with that. And the reason that that's also so important is because we have Mars retrograding. It went retrograde in Leo in December and started making a series of oppositions to Pluto. It also did back in November as well when it was in Cancer and Pluto was still in Capricorn. But nonetheless, these are topics that we're entering the year with, right? Where there are some serious changes going on with your relationships. There's some serious changes going on related to depth and power and what you really truly desire in a relationship and in your relationships with other people. You know, figuring out more about yourself and your own personal power versus other people somehow being in conflict with that in some way, or making trouble with that, stirring up trouble in your life in some way. It's all really getting you to kind of look at yourself and realize, like, what has power over you and what doesn't, right? How can you come back to your own personal power and see that you are the mastermind in your life in some way, right? So that's a lot of what this is about. And again, you're probably going to be feeling some kind of power struggle with other individuals or relationships as we enter the year. And then Mars is going to retrograde back into Cancer on January 6th, which is your 6th house of work, health, and day-to-day routines. So you may find there that you are dealing with certain matters of health, habits. You know, if you are dealing with some struggles here, it's going to be a very great time of listening to your intuition, allowing your emotions to guide you when you are in a centered place, not from like an angry place or a turbulent place, but from a calm place, right? You may find challenges or changes coming up to do with your job, your work, coworkers, or again, your habits, health, and day-to-day routines. And this is so you get more in touch with your intuition and you figure out what changes that you actually want to make. This would be a really great time to do some kind of detox or cleanse for your body, you know, letting go of people or characters that, again, like superficial people or characters that are causing conflicts in your life or potentially at work, etc. These kinds of things could come up as well. So that's how we are starting the year. And we also have in January the nodal shift finally happening. And the nodal shift is happening, the North Node's moving to Pisces, your 2nd house, and the South Node's moving to Virgo, your 8th house. And like I said, they are going to look backwards in the chart. So just ignore that. Remember that they're the other way around. North Node in your 2nd house of Pisces is really going to be about trust. Like the North Node in Pisces is about trust, having faith, letting go, surrendering, forgiving, surrendering control to something higher than ourselves, being okay with the unknown, accepting the unknown. Whereas, Virgo is the opposite. It's about being in control, having a plan, perfectionism, it's detail oriented, all of that. So these being in your financial houses and your financial sectors are going to bring up those topics, right? Where are you karmically tied to other people, institutions, businesses, companies, banks, when it comes to finances and resources? And certain details to do with those things, certain plans or where improvements need to be made there versus where are you at with your own personal finances and resources? What do you truly desire there? How do you truly want to expand that area of your life? What do you depend on? What means something to you? What are your priorities? What are your values? And, incorporating more of that. And so there's going to be a massive focus this year, a massive push for you to focus on your own personal values, finances, resources, the things that you own. But with that could come some karmic changes or shifts to do with other people's resources and finances. Sometimes with the South Node in the 8th house, that can be inheritances or, legal disputes or agreements around inheritances, things like that, right? Debts, investments, anywhere where you are kind of tied to somebody else financially or via resources in some way, shape, or form, okay? And so that's going to be pretty big for you this year, and really everybody in some way or another, as the nodes are going to now be in Pisces and Virgo, and, you know, especially during eclipse seasons, which will be March and September this year, and we'll talk more about those months in just a second. First, February. February 23rd, Mars will go direct and no longer be retrograding in your 6th house. So you will be able to move forward and start gaining some more forward momentum and clarity on that work, health, and day-to-day routine area of your life once Mars moves direct. And the emotional, personal matters there that have been coming up may be a little bit more clear around that time, or the changes that were being made there, the situations that were coming up there may be able to be sorted out more smoothly from the 23rd moving on. So then March is a really, really crazy month, like the craziest month of 2025. And we start off March 1st with Venus going retrograde in the sign of Aries, which is your 3rd house of your local environment, your community, your neighborhood, your location, the city that you live in, and the things that you kind of do on a day-to-day basis, or the places that you frequent, short travels, you know, communication, expression, expressing yourself, and sometimes learning pursuits or endeavors, or, you know, day-to-day rituals that you're a part of in some way. So with Venus going retrograde here, I really could see this being, you know, starting March 1st, being a time where you are really reflecting on the environments, communities, people, friendships, you know, local places and situations that you are a part of. And you could be addressing certain conflicts or challenges there, as Venus is in detriment in Aries. So it is going to bring an edginess to it, where there are some potential challenges or changes that need to be made here. And so you're kind of reflecting on, like, you know, am I really hanging with the right people, or am I really hanging in the right environments? Do I really love the places and the environments that I'm a part of? What is my own opinion, and what do I really desire for my environment, my surroundings, my location, etc.? Some of you guys could, you know, just simply be going back to somewhere that you used to live to visit or something like that around that time. And then on the 14th, we're going to have the Virgo lunar eclipse happening in your 8th house. And so this will be the first eclipse of the year. And again, it's going to bring up those Virgo 8th house topics of letting something go, you know, in terms of your finances, or some kind of situation coming to light or coming up around those 8th house topics of financial ties with other people, ties with resources with other people, investments, debts, taxes, inheritances, building wealth, you know, potentially, like, you know, if you're involved in like trading, things like that. But there's something kind of coming to light here. There's some kind of focus, really karmic focus coming up here to do with that area of your life around the 14th. And then on the 26th, Venus retrograde is going to leave Aries and retrograde back into Pisces, your 2nd house, then putting even more of a focus on your personal finances and resources, what you personally own, what you personally have, your personal priorities and values, and what you truly desire in this area of life. This could be a time where you are also kind of embracing your natural skill sets, or making money off of something creative, or making money or some kind of income off of doing something that you love, or coming back to a certain skill set or something that you love in order to make some kind of income in some way. Or you are just simply reflecting on your relationships financially, and what, you know, the kind of scales of giving and receiving with other people in your life. And so the next big thing in March is on the 29th, we have the partial Aries solar eclipse happening, and that is again in your 3rd house. So a brand new ending and new beginning happening here in terms of your environment, the people, places, situations, and things that you kind of surround yourself with every day, your day-to-day rituals, your location, short travels, communications, and expressing yourself. maybe even extended family, siblings, etc. That could also be something that comes up around this time, around the 29th, or just in March in general, with Venus first going retrograde in Aries. But either way, there's some kind of big ending and new beginning happening here. Some of you guys could be moving locations. Some of you guys could be really changing the way that you're doing things in your day-to-day life, the people that you hang around, the environments that you hang around. And then on the 30th, the very next day, Neptune is finally going to leave Pisces, where it has been since like 2011, so 2011, and moving into Aries, your third house. So Neptune has been in your second house since 2011, really bringing up your vision in terms of what you want financially, or bringing up a lot of lessons to do with finances. And, you know, they could have been spiritual lessons, lessons about letting go, lessons about forgiving, lessons involving rose-colored glasses, in terms of resources and finances. But now Neptune's moving into Aries, your third house, to give you a preview for a large portion of this year on what is coming once it moves into Aries for good. And so with Neptune in your third house, this is really like you envisioning maybe where you want to live, or the location or environments that you want to live in, or the location and the environments that you want to be a part of, or potentially, you know, having new ideals for yourself in terms of, you know, things that you want to learn, skill sets that you want to learn, you know, new educational pursuits that you want to go on, or even short, you know, trips and travels that you want to experience. This could be you like serving or helping your community in some way, or getting more involved in your community, or having some kind of vision for your community in some way, shape, or form. You know, maybe wanting to start something new in your local environment, or you know, kind of take the lead on something in your local environment in some way, or in your community in some way. And so those are some of the things that you could kind of start to see with Neptune moving into your third. Now, the next big month is April, and April is probably the first month of the year where we start to get a lot of clarity, and where we start to finally move forward, because the first few months of the year are full of retrogrades. Okay, like we have Mars retrograde until February 23rd. Then in March, we're going to have Venus and Mercury going retrograde. And so April is the first month of the year that we really have, like, you know, we're not like full packed with like a bunch of retrogrades, right? And so Venus will go direct on April 13th. So from April 13th onward is a good time to start moving forward with whatever you know by this point that you need to change in your life, or that you want to change in your life. April is really going to feel like, you know, the start of the year in a lot of ways. Like, we're definitely going to feel a lot of shifts happening this year before April, but April is really going to be where we are moving forward, and that kind of like new year, new me momentum really starts kicking in, and there's a lot of fast-paced momentum that starts. Okay, so Venus will finally move direct in your second house of Pisces, and you will start really being able to realize and put together what you really want and desire in terms of your finances, in terms of how you want to make money, in terms of, you know, the different beliefs that you have around money, and how that affects your home, family, and personal life as well, with Venus ruling your 9th and your 4th house. So then on April 18th, Mars is going to finally move back into Leo, where it started the beginning of this year, and it was in December, where we were starting to do something new, or we were starting to make changes or go forward on some things involving relationships and our relationships with other people. But that got kind of halted as Mars went retrograde middle December, like mid-December of 2024. And so with Mars moving back into Leo, we're going to start coming back around to certain changes or certain realizations or certain things that we were doing in December of 2024, okay? And so that's going to be the time to start moving forward and making big changes in relationships. I could see a lot of Aquarius risings really changing up, like I said, the environments and the people that you hang around, really making changes in some way to the relationships in your life, really potentially cutting off certain relationships, or for some of you being cut off from certain relationships with Mars moving through your 7th house. But I think this is really you reevaluating, like, who you are and what you want for yourself, what really means something to you with a lot of these second house transits, and where you want to expend that energy. You know, when you figure out what actually means something to you, whether it be money or whether it be whatever your values are that you're reflecting on the first few months of this year, it's like then you can start expressing that. And, you know, with the third house transits, and so it's really kind of letting go of any toxic situations or relationships or friendships or environments that no longer are serving you. And in May is the next big month, because at the end of May, on May 25th, we have Saturn then moving into Aries. And Saturn will then conjunct Neptune and Aries. And so we're going to have the Saturn-Neptune conjunction happening in the sign of Aries. And the way that I've been describing this is like a soul level challenge, or a soul level like yearning for something that is also potentially challenging in some way, or also potentially edgy or risky or controversial in some way. And so again, with Neptune moving into your third, you're starting to get this vision about how you want to express yourself, or your community or your environment, your neighborhood, maybe something that you want to start, somehow, some way of like being of service, or new creative ideas that you're wanting to really implement and take action on. And then with Saturn moving here, Saturn is where the commitment comes in and it becomes real, but also there's a level of discernment and consequence and lessons here. And so it's like, you know, whatever it is that you're wanting to bring into reality, whatever it is that you're wanting to manifest, whatever it is that, you know, whatever vision you have here with this, you know, it's like Saturn's coming in to say, hey, be patient, make sure that you're in it for the long haul, make sure that you're in it for the journey, and that you can hold on through the ups and downs, because it's not always going to be easy, right? Saturn is, you know, in fall in Aries, and so it doesn't like to be in Aries, so it does kind of bring this level of restriction with it, or boundaries with it, whereas Neptune is very much about not having bounds and dissolving bounds, right? And so there's kind of this push and pull between doing something and just going for it and dreaming big and making it happen and taking action and, you know, going after it, and action being like this, you know, spiritual universal code of like making your dreams happen. But Saturn's like, but are you sure? Right? Don't take action prematurely, like have a plan or have something to fall back on in some way. Right? And so that is what we're dealing with at the end of May. And then June, on June 9th, we have Jupiter moving into Cancer, the sign of its exaltation. So Jupiter will be where it is exalted in the sign of Cancer. And this is, again, your sixth house of health, work, and day-to-day routine. So whatever trouble, challenges, or changes, or potential edginess that Mars kind of kicked up here in the first few months of the year when it was retrograding in your sixth house, I think that Jupiter's coming in to really calm those waters down again. So like, let's say some of you guys lose your job or something with Mars retrograde in the sixth house. Not saying that that's for sure going to happen. I'm just using that as an example. It could for some of you, or you voluntarily quit your job or whatever, but then you start kind of having trouble finding a new one, or you find a new one and then you don't like it, or it's like the same issue, you know, or whatever. When Jupiter moves in on June 9th, where it will be for the rest of this year, that is going to be a lot more beneficial. You're going to find a lot more opportunities, open doors, and optimism. Things are going to flow there more easily. And you're going to be having more of a higher perspective on this area of life as well, because Jupiter always brings wisdom and a higher perspective and lessons of expansion. So you may even see like where you've been kind of playing small in terms of your health, your work, your day-to-day routines, your job, like, and so you may even start like shooting for the stars, or wanting to shoot for a promotion, or finally say something to your boss about making more money, or, you know, increasing your pay in some way. Or it could be an increase in work as well, where you start working more. But either way, it's still like a smoother energy that's more expansive, can bring more opportunities with it. So then in July, we have the next big transit happening, which is Uranus moving out of Taurus and into Gemini, which is your fifth house. And so this is a transit I actually really like for you as an Aquarius rising. It's also going to trine Pluto in your first. And so on July 7th, when, you know, Uranus moves into Gemini, which is your fifth house, a lot of the times the 5th house deals with creativity, can deal with all forms of creation and matters of the heart, and therefore children, therefore love, romance, entertainment, play, pleasure, right? So with Uranus moving into your 5th house, those are the themes that it's really going to be teaching you in. And Uranus seeks to free us. Uranus seeks to break us free, to liberate us, to have us living more of an authentic, free, rebellious life. Uranus is very innovative. And so these are themes you're going to start noticing in terms of, you know, the area of your life where you have fun, where you find pleasure, romance, dating. So Uranus here can really bring in kind of like more of this focus on where you have fun in life and how you have fun and your passions again, and getting more innovative with your hobbies, you know, going back to certain hobbies or starting some kind of new hobby or starting some kind of new passion. You know, there could definitely be a lot here with it being Gemini, maybe like writing or speaking, or, you know, something to do with communication in some way, like writing a book or something like that, singing, taking vocal lessons, you know, especially with your 3rd house activated as well. There's definitely like, what are your gifts? What are your skill sets? And how can you use them to the fullest to really upgrade your life? I think that could be a really big focus for a lot of Aquarius risings this year. Yeah, Uranus in your 5th house is going to be really good for that. Now, it may bring up a lot of potential ups and downs or unpredictability in terms of love, romance, your dating life. It could also bring up, you know, topics of sexuality. So this, and Uranus is very experimental as well, and Gemini is very experimental. So you could be getting very curious about certain interests that you've had for however long, or new interest, and, you know, kind of getting curious about them and experimenting with like a lot of different things that are fun, or a lot of different ideas that you have about this area of life, whether it be passion, your hobbies, dating, matters of the heart, etc. So this is going to be a very interesting transit for you. And again, that starts July 7th and will be in there for a few months, kind of giving you a preview of what's to come. In September, which is also eclipse season, we have on September 2nd, Saturn will retrograde back into Pisces and out of your 3rd house of Aries. So this, it will be finishing your Piscean lessons there. Again, more of a focus on finances, your personal finances and resources. And so really pay attention from, you know, March 30th until May 25th, that time window where Neptune is just in your 3rd house, to see what kind of Neptune lessons you're learning there. And then from May 25th until September 2nd, where Saturn is there, what Saturn and Neptune are both trying to teach you there, right? Like that's going to be where you really kind of see the lessons. And then on September 7th, we're going to have the Pisces lunar eclipse, again, your 2nd house of your personal resources, finances, and the things that you own, the things that you have, the things that you depend on, what really means something to you, your values, all of that. So there's going to be something coming to light here, some kind of culmination point or some kind of ending in this area. And then on the 21st, we'll have the Virgo solar eclipse in your 8th house. Again, other people's resources, other people's money, things that you own, or things that you share with other people or get from other people, or that they get to get from you. Also, again, with the 8th house can be lessons of power and, you know, sometimes even bring up like occult issues or mortality or things that are kind of unseen or subconscious. So there's some kind of new beginning happening here, but this Virgo solar eclipse is going to be opposite Saturn in your 2nd. So this could be a massive new commitment or even a massive karmic cycle that you're ending. But we will definitely go more into depth around that time when I do the, you know, eclipse videos. And in October, Neptune will then retrograde back from Aries and back into your 2nd house of Pisces on October 22nd. Towards the end of the year, we kind of have a lot of these outer planets that change signs now retrograding back to finish the lessons that they were teaching us before they changed signs. So a lot of them are changing signs for quite a few months out of the year to kind of give us a preview of what's coming, and then retrograding back to finish those lessons in the previous sign. And so Neptune will be doing that on October 2nd. Again, massive focus on finances, personal finances and resources. And then in November, we'll have Uranus retrograding back from Gemini and back into Taurus, your home, family, and personal life sector on November 8th. And so finish. It will be like finishing lessons there. And a lot of the times when these planets kind of retrograde back where they were, it's like a familiarity kind of comes with it. It's like, oh, okay, I remember this. It's like an energy that feels familiar because we've been working with it for so long. We've gotten used to it. So we're like, oh, okay, I know what to do here. Or I know how to navigate this now, right? Yeah, and then that's basically the big transits for the year ahead for 2025 for you, Aquarius. So let me know down below if you feel like you could see a lot of these things happening, and let me know why, like what's going on right now that's making you feel that way. Also, if you watched this whole horoscope, make sure to comment down below sexy Aquarius rising so that I know that you did. And then also come back through the year and check in and make sure, you know, see what's happening, see if it's relating, to see what's going on and all of that. And I will be asking everyone to come back at the very end of the year and let me know how it all resonated. So I'll be posting that on my community page at the end of the year like I usually do. So thank you so much, Aquarius Risings. I would really love to hear your feedback down below. So make sure to comment, send this video to your friends so they can watch their horoscopes, and I will see you guys in the next one. Alrighty, Pisces risings. Welcome to your 2025 horoscope for the year ahead. I cannot believe this is my last video I'm filming. I've been filming this for weeks and working on it for weeks. I got sick and it just delayed me big time. And so that's why these are so late. But it's just so crazy. It's like, I can't believe this is my last sign. Okay. So Pisces, this year for you is a big mother freaking year, okay? Like I cannot describe to you how big this year is. Like you're going to look back on this year in the future and be like, that year changed me and it changed everything. Literally everything, okay? Like this next year and even into next year is a massive transformational time. If you missed the beginning of the video where I really kind of just broke down what was going on and how I see this year going, then you heard that your sign is one of the biggest players of this year. There's so much happening in your sign and Aries sign mainly, but your sign definitely. Like you are getting massive upgrades this year and expanding in ways that you may have never even known were possible. Okay, I mean, this is a really crazy time. And I think that all in all, the biggest lesson here for you is really, can you trust yourself? I think that's like the biggest lesson overall here is trusting yourself, believing in yourself, having faith in yourself no matter what. When your reality is reflecting something different to you, or other people are reflecting something different to you, or, you know, the plans aren't going how you thought they were, or other people's plans, you know, whatever. It's like, can you trust in yourself? Can you have faith in yourself? Can you have, you know, the belief in yourself still? That is so much what this year is about. It's so much about you, your identity, your individuality, your authenticity, your appearance, your body, your vitality, amongst, you know, other things. Like this year is so much about you. This is where you are going to be dealing with a lot of like letting go of a lot of karmic details and situations and patterns and improvements with other people and relationships, and really focused on yourself and really focused on, you know, expansion within your own self and your own life. Okay. And trusting in yourself and believing in yourself. Like I said, like that's so big this year for you as a Pisces rising. And that's like the name of the game of 2025. Can you trust in yourself no matter what, regardless of what your reality is telling you? Can you trust in your intuition? Can you trust in what you feel? Can you trust in your inner knowing? Right? It's like really kind of seeing yourself on like a soul level, you know, and coming back to your own individuality, coming back to your own sense of identity, coming back to your own appearance and how you want to, you know, how you want to express yourself and how you want to, you know, the things that you want to, like, it could be like changing your style, or, you know, just, it's so much about you. Like you're just going to be really focused on you, or you're going to be pushed to focus on you in some way. Like events will happen that kind of push you to like focus on you, believe in yourself, trust yourself. And so it's going to be a lot of like letting go of like, you know, certain plans and details and designs and, you know, improvements and fixing with other people and relationships, and accepting yourself for who you are, right? Or even letting go of people in your life that try to fix you or try to kind of impose their own ways or whatever on you. And it's like, no, like, you're here to be yourself, and you're here to, you know, accept yourself and trust yourself for who you are, and believe in yourself and have faith in yourself. And so that's so much of what this year is about. It's so big. So let's go ahead and get into it. So we start the year with Pluto in Aquarius, which is your 12th house sector. And so there's a lot of deep subconscious things that are happening, a lot of deep subconscious transformation that's going to start happening throughout this year and throughout really the next couple decades, okay? Some of you may not feel it for a while. Some of you may already be feeling it. You're really going to feel it when anything, you know, kind of moves through Aquarius, or if you have placements in like the first 10 degrees of Aquarius, or if you have placements in like the first 10 degrees of Leo. You're really going to be feeling that this year, or even the first like 10 degrees of Taurus or Scorpio as well. Then you'll be really feeling it. But if you don't have anything there, you may feel it on and off, but either way, there's some kind of deep personal internal transformation happening here with, you know, letting go of wounds around rejection, fitting in, other people, you know, society, the collective, letting go of old baggage, trauma, fears, addiction, cycles, you know, to do in this area. So there could be like a lot of deep subconscious internal transformational work. Also, it could somehow deal with like mind and mindset in the mental realm, with this being in the sign of Aquarius. So keep that in mind. But this is somewhat affecting you because the ruler of this Pluto transit in Aquarius is Saturn. And Saturn does start the year in your sign, although it will be moving signs at some point during the year. But so you could be feeling this Pluto transformation that's happening in your 12th house. And so it's like you're cleaning out what no longer serves you. You are cleaning out and letting go of a lot of things that are not healthy, or just not who you really are, or not really helping you move along in your life in some way, okay? Now, the other big thing that we're starting the year with is Mars retrograde. Mars is going to be retrograding basically from the start of the year until February 23rd when it goes direct, and then it's still going to be at least in Cancer until April. And so the first few months of the year, we're going to have Mars in Cancer. The first, you know, month and a half of the year, it's going to be retrograding in Cancer. This is your 5th house of children, your hobbies, your passions, dating, and romance. So these are big topics that you could see really coming up with this Mars retrograde. Also motherhood, dependency, attachment. You know, this is a very sensitive place for Mars to be retrograding, right? Like Cancer is about, you know, deep familial bonds, and Mars is about severing things, right? Mars is about war and conflict and protection and individuality, right? And so, which can be a little bit difficult to deal with in a family setting. So some of you, if you have kids, like your children could be a little bit more difficult around this time, or there could be changes going on there in some way, or just changes going on with family or close family in general that's kind of affecting you on like a heart level, or affecting your sense of like fun and enjoyment in your life in some way. This could also be you really needing to trust your intuition in order to move forward with certain romantic relationships, certain dating situations, or even just hobbies, passions, etc. in general. So there's definitely some edginess, or Mars kind of stirring something up here in your 5th house sector the first couple months of the year. And it's doing this because changes need to be made. So this could also be kind of deep emotional issues kind of coming to the surface to do with, you know, your children, or a romantic situation, something along those lines. So definitely kind of watch out for that the first couple months of this year. And then also in January, on January 11th, we're going to have the nodes finally changing signs. And the North Node is going to be moving from your 2nd house of Aries, of finances, resources, and what you own, to your 1st house of self and identity, appearance, body, you know, your self-image, etc. And the South Node is going to be moving from your 11th house of Libra, or I'm sorry, your 8th house of Libra. I don't know why I said 11th, but your 8th house of Libra, dealing with other people's finances and your relational ties to other people's finances and resources, and into your relationship sector of just other people in your life in general, your close relationships, your marriage, your partner, etc. So this is definitely a karmic time, especially these, like the whole year somewhat is, but especially the first few months of the year with your 5th house and your 7th house being affected. There definitely could be some karmic things going on here, or some changes, or something to do with relationships and your love life, your romantic life. For a lot of you, maybe not all of you. For some of you, it could be maybe you're dealing with your child's other parent, or, you know, conflicts there, or, you know, whatever, right? But with that South Node in your 7th house, it's definitely bringing some karmic situations to the surface that need to be worked through, dissolved, or let go of with your relationship sector, okay? Or with other people in your life, and how you relate with other people, how you interact with other people, etc. Okay, so that's going to be really, really huge. Like I said in the beginning, this is mainly what I was talking about a lot in the beginning, with this focus on yourself and your identity and your appearance and what's true for you, and trusting yourself, allowing yourself to flow the way that you want to flow, instead of letting others box you in or tell you how you should be or what you should be. Like, it's really like massive self-acceptance, self-forgiveness, having empathy for yourself, you know, self-expansion, massive upgrades with yourself, trusting your own intuition, having faith in yourself, believing in yourself, you know, kind of like redemption almost. I mean, there's just so much of that this year for you as a Pisces rising, with the North Node being in your 1st house. There's just so much here about you healing yourself, and just such a massive focus on yourself. So a focus on releasing karmic patterns to do with others or relationships. So that doesn't mean if you're in a committed relationship that you're happy in, that it's going to end or anything. It just could be that you see, you know, certain patterns within you and your partner that you guys start working on, or, you know, whatever, right? Like, so, but there is going to be a lot of karmic stuff happening between your identity and self and your relationships with others. Okay, so in February, we are going to have Mars moving direct, like I said, on February 23rd. So whatever trouble or challenges or sensitive matters that it kind of kicked up in terms of your love life, your children, your heart's desires, your passions, whatever it kind of kicked up there, once February 23rd hits, it'll be moving forward. And so it'll be easier to move forward with all of those things. And we'll start realizing what needs to change or what needs to happen there, especially by February 23rd onward. So in March is a really huge month. We will have Venus going retrograde right on March 1st, the first day of the month. Venus goes retrograde, and she's going to go retrograde in Aries, which is your 2nd house of your own personal money, finances, or resources, what you own, what is of value to you, what you depend on, what you need, like your needs, right? Venus is going to retrograde here. And so you're going to be really reflecting on what you really want here, what you really need here, what really matters to you here. What are your heart's desires in terms of what you want and what you need, and, you know, all of that. And potentially dealing with some struggles or conflicts or controversy here with Venus being in detriment in Aries as well. On the 14th, we're going to have our first lunar eclipse in the sign of Virgo. And again, your 7th house of relationships with other people. So there's definitely something coming to light, some big culmination point or change or ending here that is coming up right on the 14th to do with your relationships, okay? And then on the 26th, Venus will move from Aries and back into Pisces as she continues to retrograde. And so then she's going to move into your 1st house on March 26th. And so this is definitely going to be a time where you are then reflecting on yourself and what you really want and who you really are and what matters to you and how you express yourself, your appearance, your body, you know, all of that. And so I think this is going to be a really transformative time of you really coming back to yourself and resolving any issues that you have with yourself in order for you to move forward, because Venus brings things together. Venus is a harmonizer. So this is coming back into some kind of harmony with yourself, with your identity, and remembering who you are in some way, okay? Then on March 29th, we're going to have the partial solar eclipse in the sign of Aries, which is, again, your 2nd house. So major new endings and beginnings are happening here at the end of March in your 2nd house, because right after this, we're going to have Neptune moving into Aries, and a whole new era is kind of starting here in terms of your finances and what you own, have, need versus want, priorities, values, all of that, the things that you depend on. So yeah, from the 29th, it's like a massive new beginning. It's like shit gets cleared out so new shit can come in, basically. And there's a lot of realizations happening, a lot of new things happening in terms of your finances. And with Neptune moving into Aries, into your second house around March 30th, there's a massive new ideal, vision, dream forming here for what you want financially for yourself, how to take care of yourself, how to take care of your needs, how to take care of your wants, you know, what you need to survive or what you want to survive. Have you maybe been, you know, in survival mode and now it's like, oh, I can do more with this, or I can actually have the things that I want to have, you know, like there's just so much happening here with this, starting at the end of, you know, in March, basically. So it's definitely going to be a really, really big time. And then in April's the month where we really start getting clarity. From like April 13th forward, we start being able to get clarity and move forward at the same time, because like the first few months we have Mars retrograde, then Venus goes retrograde, and Mercury is going to go retrograde. And then in April, everything's finally moving direct. So things are going to start moving very quickly. A lot of revelations are going to be had by then. And so Venus will move direct in your sign April 13th. And so things will start really coming together by that time with yourself, your identity, your self-image. And then April 18th, Mars will finally leave Cancer, your fifth house of children, pleasure, creativity, sexuality, your love life, and all of that, and move into Leo, back into Leo, where it was in December 2024 before it retrograded back into Cancer. So you may have started something new, or started to get kind of inklings of something new that you wanted to start around that time to do with your work, health, and day-to-day routines. But there was some kind of struggle, or there was something that happened that was kind of maybe out of your control, or maybe there are certain habits that you wanted to start breaking, but you kind of felt powerless over, you know, or there were certain changes you wanted to make, but you were scared, or something along those lines. There was something intense happening here for you at the end of 2024 and the very, very beginning of 2025. But now with Mars moving direct and back into Leo, there is going to be a building up of a sense of like courage and confidence and, you know, vitality here for you to finally potentially face something that you have either been scared of or felt powerless over in terms of work, health, or day-to-day routines. Could be habits, addictions, etc. But there's something here that you're finally having the courage or the confidence to really face as, you know, April 18th hits and as we move forward from there. There's a lot of clarity and forward momentum happening in April. So then in May, on May 25th, we're going to have Saturn then moving out of your sign and into Aries as well, and joining Neptune and Aries in your second house too. So this is a really big deal. It's the Saturn-Neptune conjunction this year, again, happening in your second house of finances and your resources, your own personal values and what you own, things like that, like not things that you share with others, but things that just you have and own, right? And so this is a really, really, really big deal and a really big new era starting here. First off, with Saturn leaving your sign for a little while this year, you're going to feel some relief. You know, like Saturn moving through your sign has potentially made you get serious about some things, or have your, like maybe you've had to address certain things with your body, appearance, health, vitality, self-image, certain doubts, overcoming certain obstacles or restrictions. You know, Saturn kind of puts boundaries in place or restrictions in place, right? So with Saturn leaving your sign, it's like a big exhale, you know, it's like, whoa, okay. And then you just have really, you know, the North Node there, and you're able to like just really focus on you know, and find yourself again, and feel more like yourself again, feel good about yourself again. But then Saturn moves into your second house with Neptune. And so, you know, Neptune is crafting a new dream, a new vision, new desires in terms of your finances and what you have and how you take care of yourself. But Saturn's coming in to make sure that you do it properly, that you don't make big, bold moves prematurely, that, you know, you have not just blind faith, but real faith. Saturn teaches us consequences, right? Saturn brings lessons. Saturn brings challenges and obstacles and restrictions, right? And so this is like being very discerning about whatever vision you're crafting here, but also being able to bring a dream into reality with Saturn as well. This could be some kind of new long-term dream or commitment that you're thinking about making financially, or this could be some kind of, new dream or vision that you're crafting for your financial future, or things that you want to have or own, right? This could also be, like I've been saying this for a lot of the signs, some kind of soul urge to do something that could be really challenging or risky or controversial. Okay, this could also be you breaking away from other people or other, financial obligations to really focus on yourself and what you actually want and your own independence in some way. Independence and individuality is going to be a very big topic here. Taking action on the things that you envision and want for yourself is also going to be a very big topic with this as well. Potentially being of service in some way, with Saturn and Neptune, or making sacrifices for these big risks that you desire, or this dream that is starting to form. So these are different ways that we could really see this playing out. But, Saturn is in fall in Aries, so we do have to be careful that we are not doing things prematurely, that we have a plan, that we have things to back us up, that we have something to back up the dream or the faith or the belief that we have in whatever it is that we're doing, that our vision has a foundation first, right? So in June, we have the big transit we have in June is Jupiter moving into Cancer. And so Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. And again, Cancer is your 5th house of love, children, your heart's desires, creativity, passion, fun, entertainment, pleasure. So this is going to be a really, really great time for you if you're a Pisces rising, if you're wanting to get pregnant or have children. Definitely going to be a fertile year. So just be aware of that with Jupiter in your 5th house. This could be a time where if you were trying to have children, but you weren't having a lot of luck, or you went through some hardship, especially with Mars and Cancer. This could be a time where, doors finally open for you, or things go a lot smoother, and you're really wanting to expand on what you want to create and take care of in the world, what you want to nurture, whether that be your passions, your relationships, children, your creative pursuits, etc. But either way, Jupiter is exalted here in your 5th house. So whatever trouble, challenges, or rough edges that Mars brought up in this department in the first few months of the year, Jupiter is now kind of smoothing over and helping you expand on, okay, from June 9th until the rest of the year. So in July, the big transit we have happening here is Uranus will move into Gemini on July 7th. And, Uranus moving into Gemini, this is going to be your 4th house, your personal life of home, family, and your private life, your past, your ancestry, your living situation. So Uranus moving here definitely could bring in some unpredictability or some ups and downs, or kind of roll of the dice energy, basically. Okay, so but on the flip side, this could also be major upgrades in terms of, your home, family, and personal life. So the way this could look is that you kind of certain shocking, out of nowhere, random situations happen to do with your home and family, for better or for worse. Okay, so Uranus seeks to free. Uranus is about freedom and liberation. So if it were something that was unexpected and not really completely wanted at the time, you may later on look back on it and say, actually, that kind of freed me, right? So if you're still living with your parents, maybe they're out of nowhere, kick you out. You know what I mean? It's damn it, I have to get my own place now, right? Or on the flip side, it could be maybe you as a family up and decide that you want to move, you know what I mean, into a different area. And because, the area that you're in is just no longer what you want anymore, no longer aligns with you. And in doing this, it gives you more freedom in some way, or liberates you from something, or liberates you from the past in some way, something like that. But either way, Uranus here is definitely seeking to upgrade your home, family, and personal life in some way. This would be a great time, for renovations or getting innovative and experimenting in your home life. Also breaking free from things in the past, breaking free from, past situations or issues in family and home life that are holding you back. All of that. So there's definitely going to be a lot of change coming in your home and family life when Uranus moves into Gemini on July 7th. Then as we move into September is the next big month I want to discuss because it's eclipse season. But from September and October, November, a lot of these outer planets that I've mentioned moving signs for the first time in a long time this year are going to be retrograding back to their previous signs from September onward to kind of make sure we really learned and got the lesson in the previous sign before they completely move forward to the new sign. So starting with Saturn on September 2nd, Saturn will retrograde back from Aries and back into your first house of Pisces as a Pisces rising. So Saturn will come back to your sign. And yes, you know, like I said, when Saturn leaves, you know, earlier in the year, it can feel kind of like a nice big exhale or a breath of fresh air. But when it comes back, it may not feel as doom and gloom. I mean, for some people it could, but it's familiar. When planets retrograde back into the previous sign, I've really found that there's a familiarity because we get used to it, right? Saturn's been in your sign since like early 2023. And so with it, you know, retrograding back into your sign in September of this year, there's kind of like a familiarity. So it's like, okay, I remember this game. I remember these lessons. There's certain lessons that come back around that you need to make sure that you're integrating, right? And it's still, there's this familiarity to it, right? So then on September 7th, we have our lunar eclipse happening in your sign, Pisces. And so massive things coming to light here around this time, really, really big changes happening with you, your identity, your appearance, your body, your self-image around this time. Big realizations, big revelations, you know, big kind of turning points around September 7th. And then on September 21st, we will have the Virgo solar eclipse in your opposite sign in your 7th house. So again, massive endings and new beginnings coming full circle here to do with your relationships. Could be very karmic situations and patterns as well. This eclipse is going to be opposite Saturn in your sign. So there could be either massive commitments that you are now ridding yourself from, or commitments that you are coming back to, karmic situations or ties and relationships that you are finally breaking for good, or that you are making. But either way, with Saturn, you know, being pulled into all of this, there's going to be a Saturn kind of quality to this solar eclipse, and we'll talk more in depth about it around that time in the new and full moon videos. So in October, Neptune will be retrograding back from Aries and back into your first house as well. And so again, you will be finishing up those Neptunian lessons of believing in yourself, having faith in yourself, being optimistic, seeing the higher vision, unity, unconditional love, you know, sometimes even wearing rose-colored glasses, you know what I mean? All of these big themes will kind of come back around when Neptune dips back into your sign on October 22nd. And then in November, we will have Uranus retrograding back from Gemini, your 4th house, and back into Taurus, your 3rd house, to finish up those 3rd house lessons it's been teaching you since 2018. Okay, so and that happens on November 8th. And those are the big transits I wanted to go over for the year ahead. So let me know down below, Pisces, how that is feeling for you, what you see happening for yourself this year, how you see all this playing out for you. I'd really love to hear your feedback. If a lot of this sounded like it, you could definitely see it happening. Comment sexy Pisces rising down below if you watched up until this point, just so I know. I appreciate you. Thank you guys so, so much. And I am finally ending this long AF video for good once and for all. So I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.